owed them. You could just see that Nine had kind of tightened the screws. They had come in with some slightly different game plans. They were able to adjust on the fly as well. I'm not as low on this team as you guys are. I do think, I actually think they're kind of turning over the leaf and becoming more stable and more consistent in like the past couple of weeks. You know, Bob XD is the entry frag. He's like a hard entry fragger, guys. So it's obviously very difficult to be consistent in that role. I think they have a lot of good role players. And I don't think Favin is that inconsistent either, honestly. I'll give some pushback there as well. I think he's been quite a stable player. And even back towards the end days on Bleed, right? He got benched there, but that wasn't because he wasn't playing well. That's because they thought that they just had an upgrade for him. And things were never as good as they were when he was in the roster. Yeah, and he seems to have been able to revitalized that form now in the 9 team. Mantu as well, like, I think he's actually playing fine. He actually seems to be hitting the shots he should be hitting quite consistently. I think there is more juice to the squeeze, but I think this 9 team is heading in the right direction.
All right, well, some mixed feelings on 9 for sure across all 3 of us, but, you know, we'll have to wait and see what we get in the server from them. Let's switch gears and talk about OG, a team that is qualified for the major right now. They're feeling pretty good about themselves. They picked up Nico Dawes, which I think was honestly a great pick up for them to get, and kind of completes this roster in a pretty good way. And we'll bring that OG roster up for you guys in just a little moment. But, you know, Brandon, what do you think overall about how this team has shaped up?
I think it's actually one of the best structured teams we've got in Tier 2 Counter-Strike at the moment, and it's all because of Crizzen. And you can see the structure he's really brought to this team. I think it's funny because we talk about 9 having good role players. The OG have got incredible role players, and Fiku's really stepped up. I think Fiku's got his confidence back, which has been probably some of the best things to watch on this OG roster. It's fun because Spook and Bob XD used to play together, and Spook is now doing very similar things to what Bob XD was doing on 9, and it feels like Spook stepped up in a really big way. Baz is one of the most dependable anchor players you've got in Tier 2 right now as well. And in CS2, there's always that argument for AWP versus AK. You need a good hybrid now that's ever present in Counter-Strike 2. And Nikados fills the role perfectly. And I've always had my reservations and criticisms about Nikados. I feel like a lot of the community has, but it's very clear that he brings a incredible balance to this team and elevates it even further. It was between him and Afro, and I feel like Nikados' flexibility on the AK obviously is going to outweigh what Afro can do. So I've been really impressed with OG, I can't lie.
Yeah, I haven't seen a huge amount of them, but just the composition of players and the results, you know, on paper looking really good, the numbers as well. I'm just really happy to have seen how Nikados has been able to evolve in CS2, Brandon, because you think about when the game started, he was like rifling way more than he was AWPing. Absolutely. And sometimes he wasn't even AWPing at all. Like, he was very publicly vocal about how he didn't like the AWP, and he just felt like he wasn't able to play with it. He even ended up taking a break from professional play, and then he came back. He played with some was it like TSM that he was playing in, or I can't remember which. He was playing in a Danish team with Roy and the mixers around the block lately. Just have a quick look here, remind myself. Game and Gladiators, that was the one he was playing with for a while. But the point is that he's found his footing on the AWP. He's found his confidence. You can see he's got his mojo back, his little bit of like fun pizzazz on Twitter, always a bit of a troll, having fun. That's when you know Nikados is at his best. And you can see he's just putting up the numbers in the server. And he's such a fun and entertaining player to watch as well as Nikados. So I'm looking forward to seeing him in the server today.
Yeah, no, and I think that the fact is that a lot of the operas at the beginning of CS2 were rifling a lot because they all were having trouble with it. And I think it's
true,
still...
the sucked, yeah.
It really did. And I think it's much better now, but there's still some adjustments that need to be made in order to utilize it effectively. Obviously, they've had time now to make those adjustments, and we're seeing it on the server for multiple squads, especially with a map like Train being inserted into the pool. The operas are getting their chance to shine in a pretty big way. All right. Let's move on to the Veto and see what maps we're going to be playing here between these two squads. We got Anubis picked by OG. I think that's really no surprise, or maybe it is a little bit of surprise. They've been pretty strong on it, but with Mirage removed, they decided to go for Anubis. I think the biggest shock to me is that Ancient wasn't picked by OG. I'm guessing that's because 9 are probably pretty proficient on it as well. Anyway, what do you think about this Veto, Brandon?
It's two things as well. I think genuinely it's a case of, you're right, maybe you think Ancient's probably going to be picked later by 9, or even they might go for that Dust 2, which I think is interesting. I feel like you can't really for 9 you can't really go anywhere in this veto because the bans are going to be made in terms of train, and then every single map you're good on, OG are better on. Think about Inferno, high win rate for OG. Even Dust 2's got a high win rate for OG, but it is 1%. So there's your margin. And I think it actually is really interesting that OG ban out Ancient and they force it towards Inferno, where I really expected it to maybe be Ancient, the decider, but OG take it away from there. Inferno are decider. You can also be flexing a lot of maps and getting them in gear for Austin as well. So I think actually what's interesting as well is the fact that 9 wants to start CT Anubis. That's interesting to me as well.
Yeah, quite a few sort of like things that might catch you off guard here with the veto. I think that Ancient has just been completely left out here by OG because they expected 9 to want to play the map. Like 9 know OG love Ancient, and you know that Barry is the coach of 9. He was probably up last night studying Ancient, you know, just having a look at some of the tendencies of OG on the map, and OG think, you know what, they're good on Ancient, so they wouldn't mind playing us on the map. Let's just not pick it here, and let's ban it in the second phase of the veto. Let's go to our third best map for that decider instead of our second best, right? So I think it might actually be a nice little dodge there from OG, although it doesn't seem necessarily expected. I think it's a nice little decision they've made in the veto. Dust 2 as the pick for 9 also just is not ideal for them. I remember watching them against Fnatic on the map, and while they did win the last time they played against Fnatic, it wasn't convincing. They actually only won because Rawls carried them. Rawls literally hard carried from start to finish of the map. He was popping off, and that is not reliable. You can't look at that and say, yeah, okay, I'm you know, there's a good chance we get that again out of him. So everybody else was underwhelming. So I don't have a huge amount of belief in the 9 Dust 2. I think OG could get this done in 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the reasons why they decided to go to this is that Dust 2 is the only map over the last 3 months that OG has a losing record on. So they probably thought, okay, maybe we can find an edge here. Maybe this is the map we can kind of abuse them on. And Ancient would have been, I'd say, a bold pick. That's basically giving 2 picks to OG if you get it. And you're right. I think that Ancient was probably what OG thought 9 would pick, and it didn't end up happening. The interesting thing is that they decided to go away from it completely and then end up on an Inferno decider, which we could argue both ways, saying Ancient might have been better, Inferno might have been better, but either way, you know, right now OG's obviously feeling like Inferno is the better map to end up on. All right, let's see. Let's check out the head-to-head between these 2 squads and see what 2 players are highlighted. I would imagine, yes, Nikodas is up there, and Favin. Nikodas has been doing really well, and I think that it makes sense having him up here. Favin, I'm surprised. It's just, I don't know, maybe it's because every time I see him, things don't go well, Brandon, but I'm not sure what's happening with Favin sometimes.
To be fair, I think I was a little bit maybe overcritical. I actually think Hayes brought up a really good point about the fact that when Bleed had Favin, it looked good, and then when Bleed didn't have Favin, it didn't look good.
I suppose, yeah.
I think he does provide a lot of experience, and I suppose that I want Favin back from Big when he was dropping like 20, 25 kills.
Yeah. Exactly.
I think Favin set a very high bar for himself when he first exploded onto the pro scene, and then obviously has had a time to acclimatize and hasn't really hit the same peaks, and as a result we're holding him to unfair standards. I think it's probably the correct diagnosis of Favin.
No, I think you're kind of right there, and I think it's fair to mention what Hayes brought up before, that, you know, he was one of the biggest pieces before when he was on Bleed, so now we need to be a little easier on him perhaps. Look, we'll see what happens on the server. I think it's just that we're looking for sometimes a star player to step up on this 9 roster, and we don't really have that. We just have, you know, a lot of role players that are coming through for them, and I think that could be the reason why perhaps Hayes were putting a lot of pressure on Favin.
Yeah, I think that he's actually kind of almost just evolved a little bit as a player. I think he used to just be a hardcore role player, and I think he's kind of stepping into the shoes of a little bit of a star player. Like, this guy's putting up good numbers consistently, and I'm looking forward to see if he can do it in the server today again.
All right, well, I think that pretty much sums up everything, guys. We've set you up for this matchup, and I believe we're ready to jump into the mix, guys. Take it away here on Anubis.
Thank you very much. Let's get into this then. Quarterfinals between OG and Nine, and it said that Nine was starting CT. Well, that's a big fat lie. In fact, they're on the attack.
Makes a lot more sense, doesn't it?
It absolutely does.
Okay. All right, well, let's see what they can do here on the T side. There's going to be a bit of an excursion, a bit of an outing from OG with heavy emphasis in towards middle, and it does go well initially. Spook with the Julies has actually run out of ammo, and he's never going to be able to get that reload done in time. However, Mantu's now last alive with 16 health.
Yeah, and Buzz is playing this well. He just disengages completely. You don't really know how low Mantu is, but you can give him the grace of putting down the bomb because ultimately the round win is all you care about. There's that swing. You're putting the pressure on, and Fiku actually is the one that claims the kill. Bomb plant, no problem, because it's already that one round one on the CT side of Anubis. Off to a great one for them at pick.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the setup on the CT side pistol for Anubis has become quite popular. I see Zero Tenacity doing it a lot. I think I've seen Fnatic do it as well, where you just group up in mid as the CT side with 3 players, either 1 or 2 sets of Julies, and you just take the fight middle. If there's nothing mid, you can go for a bit of a push for info, but it also gives you a very quick rotation between either bomb side. You can be dropping off the bridge and crunching E-box, back through cameras, wrapping canals, so it really does give you a lot of options in the CT pistol.
It was a fun stack that felt like it should have been traded out and wasn't, and I think that's the virtue of having those dual Berettas. A lot of heavy investment here for OG. Crizzen the only one with an MP9, and it will be that force because of Mantu's bomb plant. So we're going to have Tech-9s, Galil's thrown into the mix. It feels like a B split. This is very quick, and Nikodos has moved over to a good position.
Right, well, they are set up very nicely to get themselves onto this B bomb site, though, because they've been able to close the gap into E-box without any information for OG, and Nikodosh is moving away. Can Fiku double down? Surely not with the pressure being applied. Yeah, he'll go down, at least damage inflicted. Nikodosh and Spook have gotten back just in time, but these Tech-9s are ruthless. It's going to be Nikodosh, though, to be the difference maker and lock it down.
The best part about that for me is the fact that Spooks just randomly appeared out of nowhere and he's just on the
side.
side. Like,
did he spawn there?
Where did he come from? I mean, what a
thing.
rotate from him. And I love the fact that Crizzen is actually the first player taking contact. Nikodos moves over, he says, I don't really hear anything, but Crizzen's push mid, and he takes that time and he drops down, and he can afford to do this, because remember, he's the only one with an MP9. This is an all-in investment for OG. They put forward all of their rifles. Crizzen's now gone band for band. He's bought another MP9, so he could be a little bit more aggressive, but I absolutely love that he's taken the contact, because it comes from middle, because it comes off of that B bomb site, and it just means that not only Spook's rotation is there, Nikodos can shuffle back over, and you are taking pressure away from your M4s.
Yeah, it was really good work there. I mean, I was even surprised while I was just casting the round there when I saw the extra kill come through from the CT player. I was so ready to say Nico Dodge's name for that extra kill, and I see in the kill feed Spook, and I'm like, whoa, okay. I mean, that caught me off guard a little bit. Anyway, here we go, full anti-eco for OG, an opportunity to rack up some money. But just be careful against the hand cannons, lads.
You don't want to invest another M4. Already proven to be a little bit more expensive. We tried B, say 9. It didn't work. We went mid on the pistol. Therefore, round 3, we're going to hedge our bets all in A. It's the only thing we haven't tried yet.
They have got a flasher, and I love to see that. I really love to see that extra tiny investment into a piece of utility. That can be the difference between being slaughtered at the choke point and actually getting a bomb plant.
All right, come on then, let's see it, because you got this crossfire.
Need a god flash.
Currently playing anti-flasher, and Kraken's flash doesn't do anything. And now the swing comes in. Nikodos is not blind, neither is Buzz, and the spray is good. Even the SMG gets involved with a $600 poaching of Bob XD. Kraken's on his bike with the bomb, but now he's stuck in no man's land, and the support of Rolls has been iced out in middle. Nothing gained whatsoever for 9, and 5 alive for OG.
Yeah, very clean coming through from them. That's going to give them a good boost of money on the unfavored side of the map here. What I will say before we jump into the round is I think a smoke double flash, which is $700, gives you a better chance to win the round than a single Desert Eagle. So I'd rather have 5 Glocks, smoke double flash, than 4 Glocks, Desert Eagle, low util.
Valid. I agree. Like, the more util you have, and even the thing is, in rounds like those, your primary objective isn't winning the rounds. The primary objective is getting that bomb down for more money. Aggression now starts to take shape, not only in A main, but also in connector. Mantu, Bob XD, looking to try and get ahead of some of this utility, and Buzz is caught. Pants down. Nikados, though, will stand for the trade. Really important out of OG, and they're still looking at Con.
I can't believe how he gets both those kills. That is very impressive work. No, not now. Wait, what? It's production. Surely you haven't done us like that. Okay, either way, back into the screen that matters right now. 4 versus 2. OG taking the fight to 9.
And OG with the bomb in their possession. And once again, we reach a mid-round game state where Rolls and Kragan are so disjointed. Now, there is one player in between them. Crizzen with the AK. Oh, he's put himself in towards Rugs. Really good position. He's now worried about A main because mid's been vacated for such a long time and Rolls is punished. And you know, Kragan was last spotted over in T-spawn. He can let off the bomb. It doesn't matter, because ultimately he's now got to clear out all of these angles. And Crizzen has already repositioned. He's now no longer on Rugs. He's just right there waiting for you. Fantastic round out of the in-game leader. And from Nikados. OG
Yes.
4-0.
Oh, brilliant work, man. And so much impetus in that round, just with the initiative being taken from OG, taking that fight 2-9 on the front lines, showing immense amounts of confidence. Nikados getting a trade, but then not content with just the 1 kill. He ends up then jumping back into a second gunfight afterwards, finding that frag too. Really tipped the scales into his team's favor. And then they weren't even content with that. They're so happy to take fights. So that is a good display of the mental state of this OG team and how comfortable they are on the CT side of this map.
Talk about fundamentals. Let's just have a little recap of it, because on the second round, we've spoken about the MP9 that pushes first. In that third round, you've got a double up in towards A, double up in towards B, and your player in mid is playing really passive, so you can crunch these ecos, stop the bomb plant. Here, you know the investment's coming in, so what do? You get aggressive, and you're putting pressure in towards connector, you're taking the disguise away, and you've got a double up in towards A main. So even if Buzz falls, you still got that contact out of Nikados. 4-0, 2 tactical timeouts being used by 9 is the most important thing here, with 4 rounds played.
Wow. I mean, Berry just trying to get in some marching orders. I think that's because they're on the favored side of the map, though, Brandon, and they have to get as much out of this first half as possible. Here's actually a question I have for you. I mean, let's just see if the round will keep it calm for a second. Do you think that winning the CT side pistol on Anubis or winning the T side pistol on Nuke is of more value? With them being the 2 least favored sides of the map in the map pool at the moment.
Anubis.
Yeah, I think so too. I actually think so as well. I think the CT side of Anubis is more difficult than the T side Nuke. Therefore, more value from the pistol. Add to that the first gun run they've won as well. And now it's an anti-half investment, but watch out for these Tech 9s. Crizzen doesn't want to get caught holding the bag, so he will drop the utility, but that's not going to keep them at bay. Bob XD on entry duties does get traded. Nikados in position as well. Is able to hold down the angle. Good work. Himself and Buzz just pinging contact off of each other. But Rolls, perfect time to activate.
Okay, so 2v2 and you got weapons picked up and scooped up. Really fast flank out of Spook, and you got Fiku immediately in camera. Fiku can't play until Spook is closer, so he'll drop utility. He'll try and be a guide, but in the meanwhile, Mantu scaled. Heaven Rolls is in CT, so now you know the only danger areas are exactly that, camera and main. A lot of util on Spook. He needs to play next, but he can't peek without pulling util, so it's going to be really tricky. Fiku bides his time, and there's that killing from Rolls. The round is pretty much over. There is a smoke, there is a kit. Ninja probably the only hope out of Spook, with Mantu spotting him on pillar and letting him cross. Hang on a second, this can get dicey. 1 bullet away from death, that's all it will take, and Mantu will secure it. 9 finally break through, and it comes at the hands of Tech 9. And hey, guess what, Hayes? A little bit of util.
Yeah, certainly did make a big difference, and Rolls with perfect timing to actually come through cameras there and join up on the A bomb site. That double kill was everything, and actually a very impactful dink before he goes down into Spook as well. That made Mantu's life a lot easier to try and spray him down in the smoke there to deny the defuse, because Spook wasn't full health until he got dinked in that exchange where he gets the kill on Rolls. So what a way for 9 to open up their account and just justifying the timeouts that they commit before the round as well.
It does mean that Nikados was relinquished now with his AK, so he has to buy an AWP. Poor bloke. First world problems. Double mollies mid come in. This is now a lot more standardized here for the T side because you take the space and you put pressure on the extremities. And what you are doing if you're OG is actually just leaving no one middle.
Okay, well, Rawls is going to kind of venture in that direction and try and see what sort of space is available for him. Minutes on the clock, damage has been done onto Kragan, and Rawls is activated very quickly. He's smoke going to be broken open. Nikodosh is going to be feeling the heat. He's trying to retreat back. Wait, Rawls hasn't clocked it. Rawls, how have you not realized that Nikodosh is immediately on your left? Like, surely, right? That should have been an easy realization. And now, well, he's in the bomb site, but he's going to have to try and get super cute with this. Do they ever anticipate this? It looks like they do have some sort of an idea. Kragan gets a kill in the meantime. Rawls in the corner does get checked, but he gets a kill. Oh, man.
That's not even a 4x3 moment. That's a Rolls is tunnel visioned on Buzz moment. Bro has got.
Hear the shot from the AWP at all, Brandon?
I mean, I don't.
Because if he did, he would have surely known. I mean, even Nikodosh was jumping back, right? It's not like he was shift walking.
I don't know. I don't have an explanation. I really
I've
don't.
got questions.
He was locked in.
A little bit too hard, mate. Lean
Or
back
his
a little
mum's
bit.
opened the door with like a plate of breakfast or something. And he's
The
just
moment
like, not
the
now.
shot was fired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably the more likely one is he's locked in.
Yeah. He's got to relax a little bit. But, I mean, you can kind of understand he was riding the high from the previous round with the Tech 9s as well, where he made the round-winning play from that exact same position.
There is more indication to OG. By the way, they are just now pushing us in towards mid. So Kristen takes up a more adaptive role here in this round. In fact, he calls everyone over. They want to retake mid with force, and Rolls is here.
How much further do they extend, though? How far do they go from here? Flash through the doors, but do they actually contest the bridge?
Yes. Looks like it, but meanwhile all the pressure's being applied towards Connector. Spook is in a spot of bother, and whilst VQ is here, he still needs to take all the contact away because the molly's really good, and that hinders progression. Nikodos now slides on towards the angle, and it's amazing from OG.
Wow.
All the players tuck in, they give the AWP a little corridor, and then Spook's able to clean up with VQ. That is expertly done.
Yeah, that was brilliant there from OG. It feels like they're just reading these rounds to perfection right now. Every time 9 are heading into a bomb site, they're always running into numbers. They're running into the preferable site for OG. They've read these rounds really nicely. I'm very impressed by how they're constantly rotating in time just before the executes come through. 9 are now going to have to eco, and this first half is getting out of control.
It's also because what you've got... That's actually a really cool smoke. Oh my god, we'll talk about that in a sec. What you've got in this is the fact that 9 are telegraphing everything with you two and where they're going to go. So before they went into con, they flashed it to take the space. So immediately you get a block B main, you get the nade that goes deep that stops them, and you get a nade that follows up in from CT. Oh, by the way, you've got half your health dealt with.
Yeah.
Favin's got 100% of his removed in this one, looking for even more. Mantu creeps close. The spams coming through are not going to upset him. Nikodos just on the angle. Nikodos is still taking fights, but with Mantu's death and now Nikodos, you still got an AK and an AWP to work with.
It's true, but I mean, Nikodosh, he just always brings that entertainment factor. 9 out of 10 AWPers get that first kill, they fall back. Not him, he's still on the front lines, and could that be costly? Bob XD, what a wonderful double coming through from him with the deagle. Rawls gets one as well. Okay, well, the wheels have indeed come off, and 9, well, clearly they're allergic to winning gun rounds, but these half investments going splendidly.
Can we just talk just for 1 second about that smoke that 9 threw right at the start of the round, or we're probably going to see it again?
The one outside of B main there?
It landed outside B main, so Nikodos / a rifler can't wide swing and get info on where they are. So it stops.
Can't even pop through it, right?
OG.
Yeah.
They have no idea whether 9 are close B main or whether 9 are maybe holding with an AWP deep B main. And you have to go wide, which is you have to go into 9's like crossfire, like ready for it. That's really cool. They didn't use it for anything there. They just used it to actually get out of T spawn to go mid. They cancelled on B pretty quick.
They could use it in the future, right? Just condition their opponents with the smoke a little bit. And it almost looks like a bit of a mist smoke in a way, like a nothing smoke. But
that's why I'm worried it might be a nothing smoke and I'm just giddy over it. But
I mean, I do appreciate.
But the thing is, when I last saw 9, they threw a similar smoke on Ancient that landed over in like the cutout bit in the jungle in mid on the left-hand side, so the T's couldn't molly it. It was really cool, and it didn't block the CT's vision at all. So this is what makes me think, hey, this might be real. And if they throw it again, it's definitely real.
Yeah, true. Then it would confirm our suspicions. But, you know, someone with a coach, a team with a coach like Barry, you would be expecting to come up with innovation like that. This time, they've gone for the variation, we'll call it, Brandon, the more traditional approach, smoking off B main itself. But the gap being closed here by Favin already just outside the E-box very early on in the round. Yeah, you're right. 3 players here, including Nikadoj.
What's interesting, though, is that Buzz is already blocked with his smoke. So actually, you've got 2 smokes left for the rest of the round here if you're OG. Pressure's starting to be applied. Chris has now been removed in towards mid. And that makes Buzz anchor. And that makes these players on site starting to feel a little bit of a squeeze. Favin now being pushed. And they're all going to swing together here, OG. They really want to take these fights. And they get mowed and chewed up by Bob XD.
I don't know if that was necessary, honestly. I feel like they just overcommit to that. Nikadoj had been able to get some positional control outside of B main. Kraken's never going to expect this, so that'll at least be a frag for him. Now trying to slide back into this B bomb site. Surely he can't do it again. He's only got 12 health now. Takes a single point of damage to the molly. Buzz has gotten a kill in the meantime. Oh, okay, and there we go. Mantu just patiently holds the line, and it is all on Buzz in the clutch.
He's never expecting Bob XD. Surely Shadow is giving him away. And now it's a 1v1. He's just going to sprint because he knows Mantu's an AWP and he cuts noise completely. Mantu has to now go and find him, has to take the fight. Shadow spotted, but Mantu's a little bit quicker. 9 will at least hold on, and that's your money smashed to smithereens for OG.
Oh man, that's exactly what 9 needed. Perfect way to capitalize on winning that half investment before the gun round. Gets a lot closer than I was expecting though. Nice fight back from OG. Nikadoj and Buzz do everything they can, but Mantu will get the job done for 9, get them up to 3, and I mean, they basically need all the rounds left remaining in this first half. I was surprised Bob XD didn't actually even hear Buzz there, because Buzz was stepping quite a lot before he eventually started shift walking.
Maybe 9 are at boot camp and none of their headsets work, because we don't have roles do that. We don't have Bob XD do that.
Fair enough.
Tongue-in-cheek, guys.
I will say Bob XD has had some high impact rounds. The multi-kill with the Deagle, and then very good cover being provided to Favin when OG were trying to rush him down in E-box.
Chris, it's just just double dinked rolls with a USP like it's nothing. Look at this. They get the kill on mid. They go, we just saw Mantu over by T-spawn. Let's move our stack. And unfortunately, it's been heard. And Favin's already over there. So OG are going to now find a hollow bomb site. The red carpet has been rolled out by Favin on B for 9. So now you can just plant and everything's okay.
I'm never a fan of when teams abandon their decision to stack a bomb site and then try and shift it in the middle of the round. You just stick. Hope for the best. Don't second guess yourself.
No, that's because you don't like change.
You know what? You're not wrong. Probably a reflection of the fact I'm 28 now. Can literally feel my brain becoming less capable of learning new things. It's actually quite scary. Keep learning things, guys. That's how you keep your brain fresh. That's nice. A little bit of extra damage being inflicted.
Don't die, Mantu.
Nah, he's fine. Come on.
Just go be main. Here. Don't need to fight him. Just go be main.
Nah, he's all good. He's got support of Bob XD here.
Just go be main.
It's really important they get both these kills, obviously, Brandon. Like, so important, right? They got to get both these kills, hunt them. Yes, go, go, go. Oh, man, I was really hoping Bob XD was going to be punished there for hunting the USP. I was hate watching that so hard.
That made me upset. But, you know what? Fair play to 9, because they were down 6-1, and now it's 6-4. Feels like they've got a nice little wrestle back of control on this game. OG, it feels like the only thing they can really do now is just start to get aggressive and hope that 9 aren't ready for it. But guess what? 9 have been holding every single step along the way. Yeah. And Rolls has now stopped going middle. They're going to try something a little bit faster through con.
Yeah, not the first time we've seen them look to apply this early pressure into the B-bomb site here. Nikadoj doesn't have his AWP again, and we've seen how impactful he's been with both the rifle and the AWP in this half, but we know that he would love to have that AWP. Yeah, that nade is perfectly timed and placed, and he realizes, yeah, I was on the money with that one because I got an assist and another nade will come through. However, kills as far as the guns are concerned are all going through for 9 right now. Rolls has been blinded up. Fiku goes searching. Is he going to expect Rolls here? Perfect crosshair placement for the captain means he gets that frag for free. 9 on course to level up the scoreline. And I can't help but think what could have been in this first half for OG had they been a bit cleaner in their anti-half-buy rounds.
Tell you what, though, in the same vein of that, I'm really glad that we said that Bob XD needs to step up. Rolls needs to run away. That's the bomb that's now been spotted. Bob XD is so far away. He should stay temple. He should just come camera. Nikados hot on the heels of Rolls. And with Rolls partner so open here, I don't think he's aware that Nikados can be this quick. He moves into A main. Oh, dear.
Nico, gun out just in time. Frag found. No kit might not be a problem. Bob XD, we've been speaking about how he needs to stand up. He's done very well so far on the map, but this is a 1v1. He needs to deliver just to save face for his team. Time is certainly on his side because Nico doesn't have that kit. He's hoping and praying Bob XD is going to give him something, but that's just not going to be the case, and he can never attempt to stick it either, needing that full 10-second defuse. Bob XD eventually going to venture forward here. Nico catches a glimpse, looks for that instant snap headshot, but he's slightly off the mark, and Bob XD will indeed save the blushes of his team.
He keeps doing it. These lurks out A have been phenomenal. Look, you're right. With the Deagle round, he's able to get those frags and just transform it into a round win for 9. But here, he just knows that he has to push because he's losing his teammates on connector. He needs to give an emergency exit to 9. So he just does it his normal routine. He does the lurk smoke, he catches Buzz, and then he pushes further. He catches the rotate player in towards Heaven. And the fact that Nikados is able to put that into 1v1 is just so impressive. But I mean, he's 17 and 8. It's just a testament to how well he's playing. Bob XD did more than enough to win that round. And the icing on the cake is he has to make it a 1v1. Even mollies out Nikados as the first bit of damage here in round 12.
Just a little ticky poo. Never hurt no one. But after early pressure being applied by 9 in towards A main, they are going to shift the focus here in the round. OG do venture back in that direction and see, okay, well, they haven't actually taken any space here, so perhaps they don't intend to end the round on the side of the map. 9 just waiting for OG to poke or pry, look for some information that they could potentially punish, but nothing on offer. So now they'll start to make their move in towards B here.
Yeah, I like this. Fiku's going to take first contact, and then Spook can swing. He doesn't see anything, so Fiku now goes back to look at B main. Bob XD did punish the push, but you got to be looking at middle. Oh, never mind. I was going to say, Christian's walked through the smoke on them, but then Manto just hits a no-scope. Nikados has already relocated to back site. I feel like you're not going to be aware of this. Was he?
No, they saw him, yeah, for sure. Yeah. They spotted him on the cross. Only just did they catch a glimpse of him. That's why they're also set on clearing that position.
Mega. That's massive. VQ will get a trade back. 2v2, no util, no kits.
Impossible, right? I mean, gonna try and breach through cameras. They will go 1-for-1, but Mantu gets the trade necessary. And 9 certainly do recover the first half. It was looking bleak. It was looking grim. 6-1 at one point. The only round they'd won was the half investment with the Tech 9s breaching into the A-bomb site and then lose round straight afterwards. And it looks like OG could seriously run away with the half on this first map. It's their map pick as well, but 9 did tighten the screws. They really did come together. There were some good openings in the rounds. They never really looked like they went on the back foot despite the fact they were down 6-1. They still kept the belief. They kept up with their game plan, and eventually it yielded results.
Thing is, it's like we can sit... It's so funny, isn't it, how the brain works? Because, yeah, OG aren't going to be happy with the fact that they were 6-1 up, but they still got 6 rounds on CT side of Anubis.
I know. It's do you look at it subjectively or objectively is what it comes down to?
I think objective in this instance, because you got Nikados going 18 and 9. Fiku's been having some really good impact, and ultimately you won 6 rounds at the start of the game. And this just goes to show, look, you lost 2 half buys. That's not really replicable, I would imagine, in the second half. OG feel like they should have been in control. Love this push here. Out of 9, but it's the Glocks that do the damage, and Chris's flashbang is the cherry on top. Biku will eventually fall. Rolls needs a multi, but doesn't have it.
Should be no way back into this for Bob XD and Mansu, right? No kit between them, a smoke grenade, sure, but Prison or Fangle being held, catches a glimpse of the shoulders. Mantu does get a kill on the backlines. If Bob XD can double down here with the Julies, then all of a sudden the round is wide open. I know it's a tall order though. It's a big ask. He swings into both players. He gets one, but not the second. Mantu though, charging forward. He's got about 10 seconds to work with to try and get both these kills. He's found the first. He knows the players on the platform as well. Buzz is trying to play time. Time is not really there for him though, because Mantu's going to force the issue, but Buzz will still hold his nerve and get the kill.
Right, time to be nitpicky. And it's Spook gets the trade in con. Let Spook play first. Buzz never needs to swing. But he wants a glimpse into A main so he can into B main so he can confirm that Mantu's coming from that direction.
Which they already knew.
They already knew. So you don't need to swing at all. You just let your teammate play. Because that gets really scary. Fortunately, he wins out the 1v1. Cool. But we got to be a little bit nitpicky because I've said that OG have got some of the best fundamentals in Tier 2. That weren't the best fundamentals in Tier 2.
Yeah, I'm surprised OG nearly dropped the ball there. Was looking very good from them breaching into the B bomb side, just overplaying their hand a little bit there. Now, it's 9 on the force buy, though.
Well, also, Matt, the fact they didn't throw that B main smoke once after we commented on it, I think it was a mislurk smoke.
I mean, I think it doesn't mean it's a bad smoke, though, right?
No, it was cool.
So, something there to maybe explore a little bit more. What you got for us, OG? We've seen them lose these sort of investments already a couple times throughout the half. Throughout the map, rather. Can't afford to do it here. This is where they can really start to pull ahead and pile some pressure on 9. They could then go up 9-6 if they win against the Force here. Prison with his best Bob XD impression, looking to clear in towards the A bomb side. He is going to inadvertently peek into 2 players, though. He goes down. There's no immediate response from OG Brandon. They're going to get into B eventually, but this isn't going to be a free round.
No, Kragan's already back sight, and oh, never mind, they all line up.
Okay.
Crisis averted. Buzz sprays down 2 with the Galil. There is a quick flank from Mantu, but it's now being held by Fiku. It should be locked up in a matter of moments. That's a shame for 9, because it did look definitely like it was going to be a little bit more of a test, but unfortunately not to be. Bob XD's doing a really good job at baiting in Mantu here. Fiku should be caught off guard in a sec. There we go.
Oh, okay. Good second kill. Damage being inflicted is at least something for 9 to bank. Couple guns for them to carry over into the next round as well. Mantu could certainly do some damage with that AK, so it gives them a little bit of firepower going into this next round. Where would OG be at this point without Nika Dodge popping off the way that he has been, man? Like, if he was just having a normal game, they could have been in a lot of trouble. He's bailed them out of a number of rounds already.
I don't mind it, because look, it's Nikadoz. If he brings this form to the major, be excited, OG.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. That's a very good point. I feel like, you know, Modo was the AWPer for the team before, and he did have some high highs, but the stability just wasn't quite there. I think Nikadoz is the star player that OG desperately need. And I love the point that you made about how Fiku has refound his confidence, because he's playing, I think, the best Counter-Strike we've ever seen from him in an OG jersey.
Yep.
And he's been in an OG jersey for a really long time. So that's saying a lot, but he really has been impressing me over, like, not just the past few weeks. Like, I'd say, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 months maybe at this point for Fiku. He's been doing it consistently for a bit now.
And here's why. Prison will fall, but it's okay because the trades are there. This isn't even a hot take, it's just my take. Prison is the best signing OG has ever made in organizational history.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna have to go back and have a look at the roster over all the years, but I kind of like that. I mean, Flames has to be a pretty good shout.
Yeah, no, fair.
But I think in terms of a player that can really take the roster to the next level, the IGL would provide more in that regard.
Yes.
Prison has elevated OG way more than any other one player has taken OG from one level to the next. So I think I agree with that take.
They did have Heavy God as well. which I've just remembered after that. But
But
do you
that
know
was
what?
for quite
No,
short.
I'm sticking with it.
And also, I think when you look at it in terms of how much impact the player had on the entire team from when he joined, I'd say Krizen's elevated the team far more than any other player who's come into OG.
The reason why is because OG finally did build a long-term project. And you
true.
pick him up from Mal's NXT, a really reliable pipeline that is all about building players up for their next steps of their career, and has already molded his professional behavior into one of which is going to be, this is a long-term project. So
yeah, and I feel like they've
brilliant.
never really had that mentality with their rosters. We've seen them
Absolutely.
offboarding some players who have gone on to do incredible things in other teams like Dexter, Flames, Alexi B. Ryder's got the HLTV roster opened up on my second monitor. Heavy got another name. So they've clearly been quite happy to just sell the players, get some money, bring in some younger talent, but never really build for the future, which it feels like they're doing with this team. I think it's a great point you highlight. There we go. Big execute for OG in towards the safe bomb site, looking to try and win the first gun round. That would put them in pole position to finish off the job here on their map pick. Good opening frag found on the Orpa. Mantu dropped without finding even a sliver of damage. Rotations have come through thick and fast for 9, but they can't do much because the util in play.
Sky in the smoke that potentially could do something. Bob XD is being accounted for, but will fall. Needs a multi. Does miss the Bob, but finally is traded. But it's Kragan that gets the multi instead. And in the blink of an eye, everything is completely turned on its head. Faven wide swings. Krizen can't do anything with the MAC-10. He ran out of ammo, had to swap to the Glock. And 9 completely overwhelmed. You think the multi is going to come from Bob XD, but actually his position offsets all of the crosshairs and allows Kragan to swing wide.
Oh man, at that point there, 4v2 take a snapshot. It looks like the job's as good as done for OG, but Kragan and Faven just apply so much pressure so quickly that OG, they're discombobulated because of all the fights they've just taken. You could imagine how chaotic the comms must have been. That's why it was the perfect moment for Faven and Kragan for that extra wave to emerge on the A bomb side and just shut down all the OG players. Those kills came in such quick succession.
Individual brilliance is what we needed, especially from Kragan, who's been struggling this map. 2 important kills. How will that shift the landscape? 4-9. Can they make it a success story? Or will OG just keep going on the ascendancy? But it's nice to see that Mantu is starting to put up a little bit of a fight here. Going up against Nikados. That Kragan Faven combo that we've spoken about so much being a reliability point for 9, but it's actually Bob XD and Rolls that are sharing the spotlight in terms of trying to get rounds on the board for this team.
Yeah, good performance certainly coming through from them. Still a lot left to be desired from Faven in particular, especially with the way I was hyping him up in the pregame. Come on, fella. Don't do me like this, Faven. OG taking their time to build themselves into this round. A bit of a contrast from what we saw from them in the previous, where they looked to go directly into the A-bomb side. Should have won that round with the opening kill that they got, but 9 were able to recover. Now they're just massaging the round a little bit here, but 9 have a pretty good idea of what's coming their way.
Good mollies thrown in from OG because it gives them all the con space. Spooks just even ran into a molly just to doubly confirm that no one's there. But you're right, they are all in the right positions. Mantu's going to rotate over as well. 4 players looking to defend. How's your flashbangs, OG?
Do they need them? Maybe not.
No.
I don't even know if any flashes were impactful there, but they just win the gunfights out, and ultimately that's what matters, I suppose.
Right, okay. That completely fell on its head in a really quick, dramatic fashion that I wasn't ready for, hence me throwing it to you, and then all the kills came in. We see one flash being lined up by 9 that goes over the top of Dark, but it actually only gets the B main players. The players running in towards site, one of them's immediately directly anti-flash taking the space, which is really great to see. One of them's locked in towards CT, so that flash isn't going to blind them anyway. They've already cleared out all of con, so all you focus on is back site and CT. You ignore Temple, you put that up with a smoke. They used deeper smokes there, OG, to take deeper space into the site, and 9 were ready for the normal cross that didn't come in.
Yeah, for 9 it's just going to suck because they were all there. They're just like thinking, well, we've read this perfectly. We've got everybody on the bomb site right now. We're ready to welcome them with open arms. and all the kills just go the way of the T side. Just one frag found in total for 9. That is a disaster of the highest order. They won the first gun round of the half, but then they lose the round immediately afterwards, which just puts them back to square one. Now they're going to have to eco around this M4, and OG are in complete control on their map pick.
Yeah, what's that loss bonus actually? It would be what 6-6, and they lost 3 in a row. So it's 3-stage loss bonus. But then they won, so it's
back to full, I think, right?
No.
Well, they get double from the pistol.
3rd stage, yeah. So I don't.
Oh, it's 29. Yeah, okay, right.
I don't hate MP9 buy, like a bit of a Furia buy, and then you can get M4s in the next round.
Could they even afford to spend that much money?
Maybe not. Not Kragan, actually. Not Rolls. Never mind, ignore me. No, Orphan Man 2, if he bought anything, so he's got a smoke and a P250.
Okay.
That means you're just resigning the fact that it's 11.
I don't think they have any other option, really. This is a sign of the times. Bob XD, that one M4 in the mix has been dispatched of, but hang on. Hold on. Bob XD effectively gets 2 kills there. Nikudosh, again, the man to try and get his team back into the round. He's got to be careful. There's going to be a double, if not a triple peak coming through from E-Box, and he's actually looking for this fight right now. And there's the first. Favin will find that kill. They want to try and recover the gun, but I think that was a little bit too predictable.
Yeah. You really don't need to be hanging about there if you're VQ, and I think Krisen's realised it. There might be a guy that's in this heaven corner. It undid you previously. No. So smoke on towards camera. Molly up top. Favin can only swing in towards the half wall or on heaven as the molly fades. Perfect coverage from Fiku. And now Roll just has to pick up a rifle, and he just got to save.
All right, there we go. Got a little bit nervy there. 9. You got to look at that and say, great damage, lads. 3 frags found. You take that every day of the week in your eco. But now all the weight for 9's chances here in this first map.
He's going
way on the next round. Yeah, he's got a kit as well. He has a kit as well. He's got a frag where he's taken no damage. Krisen has no util. 7 and 14. This could get a little bit spooky right now. Not talking about the player either. Yeah, Roll's always going to tap it. Oh, that's so unfortunate. He's going to run out of ammo. Brandon, if he has enough ammo, does he get the kill? And is there enough time for the defuse there?
It would have been really close.
Would have been a ball hair's difference.
Tell you what, though, the fact that smoke bounces so weirdly and doesn't completely go on the bomb is just CS2 in a nutshell, really. Like, that's so unlucky. He might... I don't think he had time. I really don't. It was also sort of whiffing the spray anyway, so if he had more bullets, it probably takes an extra second. I don't think he had it. Okay. It's close, though. Oops.
All right, well, here we go. OG looking to apply maximum pressure coming into this next round. This is clearly a tendency of theirs when they know they have 9 against the ropes. They want to try and come into the next round as fast as possible and see if they can just brute force their way to victory, bully 9. But they haven't been fed anything in middle. 9 have just dropped the util and kept OG at bay.
It's actually really cool. So Buzz has been doing this same util set pretty consistently from carpets, where he's nading. He'll then throw a molly in towards camera. He'll just create all that pressure. And this time, Krisen's paired it with the mid take. And what they're hoping for here, OG, is to get a reaction, whether it comes from A main in terms of this block utility, or it comes from B from this push. The point is that 9 have no idea what's going on, and you've still got this lurk in mid the entire time. You've now got this deep molly. Okay, they've just taken A main space. We'll just smoke off camera. That's fine. Flashbang forward to try and deny that space back. Rolls caught with util, and now you push through, and now you trade. Bob XD, is he up for the task? Yes, he is for a couple. You've also lost your mid lurk.
Yeah,
so even with these camera smokes, it's going to be a bit tricky here, but I feel like you've still got to go for this retake.
Oh, there's no two ways about it. You absolutely have to attempt the retake if you're 9. They're still sweeping for a late lurk through middle. I thought they would have realized they already got him when they got that kill onto Buzz. And here we go. They start to lead the charge back into the safe bomb site. There is a kit in play. Couple smoke grenades. They've got the util necessary, but they have to start finding frags. Krisen will get the kill, but that's a great little scope in kill from Mantu. But I don't think he's got any chance of the round here at large after getting that frag. He's going to have to just concede the round and OG get up to map point.
Tell you what a flick from Mantu onto
Yeah.
Spook. But I love the way they set up that after plant because it's all in the details, right? Because you've still got your camera smoke up. You still got the A main space because you just took A main. And you know that 9 were in camera. So what you do is as that smoke is fading camera, you throw a flash into heaven, even though your player is up there. He plays anti. He looks into CT, doesn't see anything. Okay, CT clear. They should have rotated there by now. They should have been peeking. Doesn't see them. So then he plays an off angle, so he's not exposed to CT, and he can take the fight on camera first. It's brilliant. And then Spook swings. And yeah, that's the one that Mantu gets, but it's just awesome to watch.
Yeah, I love the attention to detail there, man. It certainly was a very big factor in their success, the way they set themselves up, and it was just very good communication and teamwork. OG looking to try and finish off the job in towards the bomb site, but they do run into some stern resistance. Good multi-kill coming through from Favin, looking to keep 9 alive here in the first map.
Yeah, really good spam as well from Kragan. See, he gets that dink off. And that just alerts Favin to where he is. Just trying to play ahead of this smoke. Nika does his sprays a little bit wild there. So now for Crizzen and Buzz, they need to go clearing and searching. But BobXD's on that pixel peak to deny the mid control. He can now get this rotation in from Kragan. And he's also got Mantu that can scope up on the angle.
Oh, but he has shot between the 2 players that are peeked out. Crizzen takes down BobXD. Mantu doesn't have any support. Wait, Buzz is turned away. Oh my goodness, the leaping Mac 10 will get the kill back, but there's going to be so much pressure coming through from cameras. Crizzen picks up the AWP, but can't connect on the first shot. And he's going to dispatch of the AWP entirely. Says, yeah, I'm going to force you guys to reinvest into that one. They may not even be able to afford it, you know. So that little bit of micro decision making from Crizzen could mean that OG don't have to play against an AWP in the following round. I like that. Going to get an AK for his trouble. Is going to be completely hurt out here by Kragan. So Favin knows what's coming his way. This round started with the success from him on the B bomb site, and it should finish in that fashion as well. There we go. 9 live to fight for another day.
Again, this will just be glazing, but like, you notice how many times this half Crizzen's on a Mac 10 just to buy a little bit of util, but also just to take the space. He's such a selfless player. Like, all he's doing is taking space. And it's really interesting because he did this quite a lot on Mouse and XT, but it was never from an entry position. He used to lurk quite a lot as the in-game leader, especially on Vertigo. Yeah. I remember it so much on Vertigo. He'd just be in con just randomly on T side. I'm like, how the hell have you got there?
You know what I will say, though, is I hope it's that he is a good individual player as well, Brandon. And what can happen with these IGLs sometimes is they try and be too selfless just because they think, well, I'm the captain, so I'll sacrifice myself for the team. And sometimes I do want him to put his hand up and be like, listen, drop me the AK in this round, or just back himself a little bit more, because he's better than, like, you know, with all due respect to Hooksy or a Carrigan or somebody who has to jump in first to set up his teammates. You know, he can also be set up sometimes. And I don't want him to just be this young IGL who thinks the only way forward is to sacrifice myself.
He doesn't. Look at this little angle from BobXD. Oh, it's brilliant. He's full blind by his teammate. Uh-oh. This is a disaster. So now your camera player needs to get a multi-kill, and he can't get anything. This is it.
I mean, it could be very well indeed. There's going to be a fight on the front lines. Kragan takes a lot of damage in winning that gunfight. A fresh smoke cameras as well. They don't have the opportunity to respect it. They're going to have to try go through, but that's not an option. OG, what a way to finish it off.
Can't believe it. I mean, what an incredible round out of OG. The fact that it is a team flash as well. I think that really just speaks to the nature of what's been happening there for 9 all throughout that map. The fact that everything sort of went wrong from the jump, and it's such a shame that that's the reality that we live in, the reality that a team flash undoes everything on a full eco.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, man. What I will say is kind of, it's a little bit fair, like justice in a way, that 9 win 2 half buys in the first half and they end up losing the map to essentially an eco round with a couple invested into weapons. But that is going to be all we have for the first map. We have some breakdowns coming for you guys, though, from Mr. JLT. He's been watching all of the action go down. Let's hear what he has to say.
Yeah, let's jump into. I'm not sure if we're gonna get highlights here, but either way, guys, at the beginning of this one, really appreciated the effort coming through from OG. You know, they took both pistols, which I mean we talk about a lot as being an important factor to victory in MR12, and definitely here, especially on CT side. And there was an interesting question. I think it was either Hayes. I'm not sure who asked it, but Hayes, I think, was the one asking what's more important. Is it a pistol round on CT side of Nuke, or is it a pistol round on on T side of Nuke, or a CT side of Anubis? And I agree, CT side Anubis, absolutely, because then you have the opportunity to pile on the rounds on the unfavored side. And I think that of all the maps in the pool right now, it's absolutely that this map is extremely T-sided. It's the most one-sided map that we have at this point, because Nuke has really been adjusted quite well, I would say, in terms of the balance there. So they get that first one, and then they get 3 rounds off of it immediately. And I think the most important one is round number 4, right? Where Nikodaz, getting aggressive into A main, immediately picks up 2, is traded out, but it doesn't matter at that point because you've gained so much information and so much space. And we're going to see the highlights coming in for you guys right now, and you'll probably see the rounds that I just discussed. But speaking of Nikodaz, oh my goodness, how many rounds? Probably 10, 12 rounds when he had 2 or more frags. Unbelievable contribution for his squad. I think Hayes said it. Without him, I don't know where OG would have been in that first half for sure, especially since it started slipping away. But the thing is, you know, they already had 6 rounds. It was 6-1 in their favor on CT side. That's already enough on Anubis. You don't really have to worry about it. And yes, it would have been great if they could get more, but eventually, usually, in more balanced matchups, which I feel like this one is, the T side's going to activate, and that's round number 8. And this is the key for 9 to even make this a conversation. Those 2 frags that you just saw, Babexti coming out with 2 shots from the Deagle, leading to 2 frags, and then all the spaces opened up, the floodgates come through, and 9 is able to pick up that all-important second round. Then they build 4 more off of it. And another interesting note is that 3 of those 5-round victories were 1v1s. So that's important for 9 because they're getting the clutch moments, they're getting those wins in tough situations, and that can be impactful in the long run. Unfortunately for them, OG kept their composure and they won the pistol round. Like I mentioned, they got that round number 13 pistol round. And off of that, yes, you only get 1. And then there's that round 15 where I thought it was a fantastic retake coming through on the 9 side. I mean, as soon as it was an explosion onto B by OG. They were very effective, util everything, but they left a little bit of a gap, and the utility, as soon as it fades, is when they strike, or as soon as it's starting to fade. And I think Faven got into the action there with a 2K. Really, really well done, and Kragan was impactful as well, but that's just a fantastic retake. You're like, okay, here we go again. Maybe OG can get back into it, but there's an immediate shutdown by OG afterwards. I think the most impactful round, though, is after that. In round number 17, where OG were up against a full stack, pretty much a full stack, over on that A site. Now, I think you probably already saw it, but either way, you know, it looks like it's curtains, right? It looks like 9 are back into it. This is the important round. They don't allow OG onto double digits, but no, they don't even use flashbangs, do OG. They just take contact onto site. I mean, it's a ballsy move to try and get the edge on your opponent, right? They didn't even know there were that many players there, but they still win almost every single fight. You know, 2K for Fiku as well. You guys talked about him being an important piece on this roster. I agree. And I think at that point, it was pretty much over in favor of OG. You know, yes, you do get 1 round in the mix there. I think it was round number 20 where Faven catches OG on the attempted B. OG was just trying to end it quickly, right? That's the type of play they were calling towards the B side. Just like, guys, blitz in. Let's see if we can win this easily. And it doesn't happen. Faven had a great hold and ends up getting the 3K at the end. I think he got the last frag in the round. So then you have a little bit of life coming through from 9. But immediately afterwards on the eco, and I think Brandon mentioned it, a bad flash, 1 missed flash, right? I wouldn't even want to call it a missed flash because I think it was Babexti holding from pillar. He tries to play anti-flash, but the timing's completely off for 9. And then Babexti's flash completely, and no one on OG ends up getting disrupted by it. So they walk in, Babexti still manages to recover from 1, but he loses his teammate in the process. And in that type of situation, when both your A players fall that quickly, you don't really have the opportunity to react quickly enough. And you saw it. OG just took control and it was over. So there's your score line. There's the summary. I mean, OG looked like the better team, which is what we expected. More structured, you know, they looked more practiced. Nico Dawes was ridiculous. I think he finished with something like 25 frags. I didn't get the final total, but it was absurd for him. And that's what we've been seeing from OG lately. You know, Nico Dawes leading the charge, great structured play, fantastic calling from Krizen, which I agree, one of the best pickups for OG for sure. And there you have it. On the 9 side, we saw a lot of that inconsistency. But, I mean, giving BubXD credit, we called him out. We said he needed to step up, and you guys already mentioned it. He did. He did a great job. And I feel like, honestly, it's just the fact is this map is not great for 9. And now we go to Dust 2. And I don't know if that's going to be great for them either, because it hasn't been. But the good news for 9 is that OG also have a losing record there. We talked about it before. The only map that they have a losing record on. We'll talk about it a little more. But before we do, we're going to hit the break. All right, we're back here between OG and 9. First map going to OG, and again, sorry guys,
That's all right.
inside joke. Let's keep going here. But yeah, no, for Dust 2, honestly, this one was a bit of a surprise, I think, for everyone here, that it came through as a pick from 9. Although I did mention, you have that losing record coming through from OG, Brandon, and I just, how are you feeling about it?
Happy. Look, it's going to be a tough game on D2, but you're right. 9 got a losing streak on this. OG haven't been looking the best on it. But the good news is for 9, it is double the sample size. 10 more games, even though you are on a 3-match losing streak. Like 2 of those went back-to-back for Fnatic. So it's one of those where you just sort of brush off it a little bit. I'm interested to see sort of what the OG strat book looks like. This is a really good little test for them because we know Anubis is always going to be really strong. And it's going to be really interesting to see how deep their veto goes.
All right, well, yeah, we're going to see it right away here, guys. We're going live. Take it away.
Grazie mille, John, as we will be jumping into the second map of the first game of the day. Now, I got to see 9 the other day against Fnatic on Dust 2, and I wasn't very inspired. Rolls popped off. He had a fantastic game. Is that replicable? I mean, outside of Rolls popping off, they would have gotten demolished. So we're going to have to see a lot more from them this time round. And OG, well, again, as was the case in CT side Pistol and Anubis, they look to take the fight to 9. And wow.
He got owned. Oh my god, yeah, Kraken gets traded, but what a shot.
Yeah,
the
screw DE dust. This is DE destroyed.
Yeah, that was... God, get wrecked. That was unbelievable. I love the lime at 9 take as well. They just back up immediately. And now they're going to get the support. They're going to re-walk in towards tunnels.
Yeah,
and there's only one player on B.
I really like the fact that they've done this because OG are thinking they either would have just gone all in and committed or they would be rotating back around, going maybe through towards long later in the round. Fiku is deep on platform right now. He's tucked in behind the box. I think he's just peeking occasionally, but he's going to have 4 players headed in his direction. And there's a molly on Rolls. They could just molly him out here. Fiku able to find one. I think he needs a second at the minimum. Here comes the flames, but he doesn't have a head. And it's going to have to be a retake for OG.
And you can't swing if you're Crimson. You cannot go into this fight unless you get flashed. Buzz sets him up. There's a player that's just run through the smoke, but Fathom thinks better of it. 3 versus 2. The bomb plants are fake to try and get OG invested, and invest they go. They don't even allow that bomb to be planted.
I mean, that round should never have been so easy for OG. The fact that 9 don't even get a plant, if you just took a snapshot at the 4v1 on the A bomb site just before they start to push through tunnels, it doesn't only look like a 9 round every day of the week, but it even looks like a bomb plant at the bare minimum. They don't get either, the round or the plant. Love the pressure from OG, not wasting any time, catching 9 while they're trying to set themselves up on the site and even start thinking about the plant.
Great work from Buzz. The fact that you can flash your teammate in to get a kill and then he can disengage and you just swing together. It was excellent. Absolutely excellent. Full eco. And an easy kill for Spook. Nikador's firmly fixated on lower. And his attention is now diverted. And that could give BobXD the way in. But he's only on a Glock. Nade brilliant. Nikador's still alive. Still wanting even more ecos. Will he get one? No, he won't.
Hang on. Not worried about the round at large, but thought that there might be a chance for a bit more damage. It's just going to be the 2 kills. But still, you take that at the bare minimum. At least a little bit of damage inflicted here for the T side against the investment. Means that OG will have to buy a few more weapons up here. Not ideal for them, but such is the product of their, or the consequence of their actions, rather. Is there going to be an AWP? No. No AWP on either end of the server.
Oh, that's a nifty little bit of micro, actually, that doesn't work out in their favor whatsoever. What I'm talking about is that they don't block the mid smoke with their bodies. They actually just give over the fact that they want to have the fight in towards mid. They don't give over the audio. They just rush up, but they get completely destroyed by Kraken. He started off brilliantly in this map.
Lord.
The AKs come out, and that's it.
I mean, what a dominant way to open up their account here on Dust 2. And it's only going to be the two MP9s that carried over, assuming they both survive here, which isn't likely. I mean, Buzz in middle would do really well to save his MP9. He's got a player to worry about here on short, though. In fact, not just Rolls anymore. There's support, and he surely would have been heard there as he picks up the gun, and he will get taken down. So, very successful round from 9. That is simple and direct, and actually akin to what we saw, or what I saw from this team against Fnatic, is it's just a heavy death ball approach on this T side, Brandon. They love to just group up with numbers, go 4 up short, 4 through middle, 4 through long. There's very little posting up across the map, letting the clock run 30, 40 seconds down, seeing if they can punish aggression, trying to fake their way through, and then executing onto a bomb site. It's a far more simple and direct approach, but it seems to work out for them.
Yeah, I like that, and I feel like teams are adjusting to doing that a little bit as well, just in the meta, because the meta on Dust 2, quite frankly, is really stale, and it's the same default. We now got these long corner smokes, cool. We've now got this little jump up on towards the box, which has revolutionized the game quite a lot.
I love it.
Don't get me wrong, like I do think it's brilliant. However, it is still boring. So the fact that you can go for these 4-1s and you can change up the pace quite frequently is really good, because it promotes good trade spacing and a different dimension of watching Dust 2.
Yeah, certainly. And it works for them. They're clearly all on the same page. That is a disgusting kill from Kragan. What? Buzz is towards the back of the site. That sounded like a single bullet that was fired as well. I think that just wins them the round. I think that one kill is just going to spread the defense so thin now for OG, and 9 playing this numbers-based approach means it's very difficult to lose these advantageous situations, because you can effectively just trade your way to the end of the round from here.
I look at Crizzen. Crizzen just doesn't care about B right now. He thinks that this is a little bit of a fake in towards mid, so he does check out the mid
He's
side.
just going to save.
Oh, is he?
I think so. I think with him realizing that the full B bomb site's been taken, he's just going to call it a day here.
He should now.
Maybe hang around and pepper the smoke, but very successful from 9, just getting that one opening kill on the B bomb site. Crizzen won't be afforded his life either. That'll be them leveling up the scoreline and then playing against an eco in the next.
All right, so now the next question that we've got to figure out is, when is the penny going to drop for OG that 9 are going 4-1 into everything?
And that there's space, right?
Exactly.
Hopefully sooner rather than later. I mean, they displayed an active CT side on Anubis, which is obviously how the map is supposed to be played, but they've proven that they are happy to try and take space. You know, maybe if they hear flashes out long, then immediately there should be a double push through tunnels or a push through mid to crunch tunnels. Got to be responsive, got to be reactive to try and get ahead of these rounds. That way they'd be able to stack up the bomb site where 9 is headed.
That's still upgrade. MP9 turns into AK.
I mean, that actually makes this round competitive now for OG. They'll definitely be saving their money. $2,400 coming their way if they lose this round. But notice, I normally say when. I didn't say when they lose the round this time, because they have got these 3 rifles at play. And they're going to be sending all 3 of them towards long. Okay, I like this. Just giving themselves the best chance possible. Swinging into the T side right now, but it's not going to work out. Good job from Mantu to hold down that long line.
Giving themselves the best possible chance to win the round. Unfortunately, they didn't do that, because they then just dry swung. And it's not like they all dry swung at the same time. One went, then the other went, and the third one was like, oh, Lord, I need to swing long as well. And it just ruins it all. Kraken's now seen Buzz. He's going to knife him. No, he's not. He wanted to. The intent was there, Your Honor.
And that's all that matters. Whether the act was committed or not. But this is clean from 9. I mean, just immediately extinguishing any threat in the round by getting those kills out towards long. Good job from Mantu. I mean, maybe a smoke long doors could have helped them out, but I guess at the same time, they want the fight. They want 9 to be trying to push longs. They don't want to try and obstruct them.
Look at these B spawns. Now you can 4-1 into B.
Yeah, that's true. And also, I feel like it would be a pretty good option because they've got OG on the back foot right now. Still no AWP for Nikodosh, Brandon, which I think is
True.
a big problem. I'd say you'd rather go
Well,
for the half investment here and get that sniper in play as soon as possible. And I know that he can do it with the rifle, but it's not so much my question with his ability. It's just how important the AWP is in the CT side here.
yeah, I mean, look, it's valid, but I think because actually he did so well on Anubis, he's just fine rifling. But I agree with you. I feel like we definitely need to see an AWP here. Maybe that could be the adjustment necessary for OG. This time they're playing completely off the extremities. Look at how boxed in they are. You've got Spook up close, Nikodos to swing on the second angle. You could even maybe have Viku swinging in on a third angle. They're playing all of these close little horrible angles to upset 9, and they're not playing close. They want them to come and challenge them on towards the sides. Okay, we can't fight you early. Try and break our defense.
Yeah, they've got a nice setup here at the moment. Spook is going to be holding the line, and then Nikodosh can step in from behind him. You got Fiku there with a little bit of utility to try and support them if necessary as well. Spook is waiting for his timing. It's actually Nikodosh who takes first contact. Where's Spook? There's the activation. Okay. 2 for 1. That's exactly what the setup was designed for.
All eyes on long. That's the thing. Look at Bob XD. Favin's on the way, sure, but he's already way ahead of this. And you know, when you don't get contact on site, one player's pushed into short, but you know you're going to have to check Gandalf. It's so common. Viku's just a sitting duck, a necessary trade out of Spook. These are all onto Favin and Mantu, and the incendiary is pixel perfect. Bomb cannot be planted.
How do OG go about this, though? Because Mantu's in a really strong position right now. As that smoke starts to fade, the 2 players' ramp will become exposed. And it could be very difficult for them. That's why they're trying to get active while the smoke is still in play. Mantu misses a key shot, and he gets punished for it. Well worked round from OG. Weaponry deficiency, not a problem for them. And it was really important that they traded 2 for 1 at the start of the round, because that's what gave them the numbers edge, which was really important when it came to the retake.
I honestly thought it was going to be the other way around, but I actually really love the way that OG approached that, because just think, guys, when you're playing your pugs, if you are in Team CS, when you're playing your scrims, how often are you pre-aiming where Spook is right now? Every single damn time on that little headshot line. Maybe there's an AWP there. Maybe there's a rifle there. Point is, your crosshairs there. It's not on where Nikodos is. And just by shifting that dynamic of having the player deep actually playing first and the close guy swings, you're never expecting that. And it's just that little switch up. And it's these little things that OG do that gain them that round win, because that gives them, as you say, that player advantage.
All right, well, let's see if they can double up here. Let's see if they can win consecutive rounds to put some pressure back on 9, who have done well to get themselves out of long early on. I don't know if Spook was too keen to actually swing off of the smoke being broken open. Instead, they'll smartly shift their focus elsewhere.
That was really weird. They naded Blue Bin, and it went really shallow. It didn't do any damage. But it felt like if that nade, if you took one extra step, or even a half step forward, that nade does 40 damage onto 3 players. There's no one there.
Yeah, fine margins. Fine margins indeed.
Ooh.
Oh, and that's a good opening kill. Crizzen is down. Where's Nikodosh right now? He's in middle, so he's not going to be able to really affect much in terms of 9 getting onto the bomb site here. Does have an HE to try and break the smoke open, perhaps. Oh, how's he going to use it, though? That's the big question. So many options. Trying to get up on the box right now. Molly's going to be forcing the player out into the open here, and Kragan will happily oblige. Nikodosh should follow suit, and he does.
Brilliant work from Kragan and Favin, obviously, getting that kill on Nikodos, but Kragan's just been brilliant. All you got to do is put Kragan on the opening kills. I feel like he hasn't died, actually, when going for an opening fight yet in this map. Absurd output from him. What a change around from the player we saw on Anubis. And we are getting some good things out of OG that we're commenting on, but in the same breath, we can't glaze them all the time. That's what the Zoomers would say. We need to actually have a fine balance here with some analysis. And Crizzen's overextended in this round. Then you've got Nikodos being forced to take an awkward fight where he wants to actually break the smoke, but he can't break the smoke because Eric Short is trying to take contact first, then for him to jump up on the box, and the utility's really good out of 9. But you've got over pigs, and then you've got a little bit of miscommunication. This is why I think we're getting the timeout here as well from Lambert. He's saying, boys, you're panicking. I don't know why we're panicking. We won the first map really convincingly. Lock in.
And they're in control. It's the first time we've kind of seen 9 in control here in the series, actually. And I'm kind of keen to see what OG are going to do when they're now behind the game. How do they try and reinvigorate themselves? They're going to spend all their money here. I mean, I guess it makes sense. It is justified by the fact that they got 4 rifles and an MP9. Again, light on the AWP though. And 9, I mean, the style that they brought to the table is just been equally as effective.
Can you let me do one of my HRTV deep dives for like 1 minute?
Go ahead, mate. I got you.
I really want to look at these stats for Crizzen and how many times he's buying this Mac 10.
All right, well, I wonder how often he's been dropped the Mac 10 or he's just buying it himself. Always happy to sacrifice himself, as we do see. It's going to be a push into the B-bomb site here. Crizzen, once again, here with the SMG.
Okay, that's hilarious, actually. So obviously, as you expect, it's like 8k M4, 3,000 each, respectively. Third is Mac 10 on 800. Then it's your Galil. Then it's the MP9.
Yeah, he's always just looking to try and enable his teammates as much as he possibly can.
In 2025 alone, it is 570 kills with an M4A1, 500 with an AK, there's 235 with a Mac 10, 200
That
with
is
the MP9.
insane.
And then,
it's like half.
But then it goes Glock USP. He only uses 6 weapons, 2 of them are pistols.
Yeah, that is quite remarkable indeed. A unique skill set, I'll say.
I'm done now. I just thought that was funny. They're being read into right now. Buzz is on a really good angle to disrupt. Nikados is boosted. How much can he see? Look at Fico. They know it's mid to B. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. And Buzz has even got a second kill. No way he should be getting a second kill there. BobXD will at least get the bomb, and he wants to take the fight. I respect it, but unfortunately, Nikados is already arriving on the scene. Great work out of him. OG read everything that 9 want to do.
Yeah, very good job, because it means that they hold on here in the half. And I feel like 9, I think they'll have a tougher time of it on the defensive half against OG. I think we'll see OG do better work when they can dictate the pace of the game, just try and work the map a bit more, not have to try and deal with what's coming their way and play reactively. So if OG can just survive this first half, then I think they're still in the contest for the 2-0. And I think 4 rounds is already enough to say that's survival at the bare minimum. So see how many more they can eke out here.
OG win this, they break the money. It's actually a really important round for both of these teams. You're in financial limbo. More so for OG, obviously, but 9 will then start to feel the burden of it. They've been getting all this top mid space for free outside that first gun round. There's been no pushes, only that Fiku one in towards long. Look at this, now a triple setup in towards short. How many players did they just see? Flashbang, great, but Spook is playing anti and Kraken's dealt with. Finally, an opening death for that man.
Yeah, he's been a monster here on Dust too. Great to see how he has also just been able to elevate his performance after what we saw on the previous map. There's going to be a really important skirmish here towards short. Fiku's been spotted. He's not going to fall back. He's going to keep on the back of another flash. They've seen 3 players here. It's going to be an all-out war. 1-for-1 trade initially. Both the CTs fall back onto ramp. It's now going to be very tough for them to try and stop 9 from crossing. Just too many players on Spook's screen. 9 will brute force their way across the line onto that A-bomb site.
Look at this flash, though. It's immediate, but they've smoked themselves off. Chris is going to break it. Fathun is going to be exposed. And there's a second player there. Mantu holding the same line Nikados was. So now it is still up to Buzz and Fiku. 1 in from short, 1 in from CT. You know where both of them are if you're 9. You've got the element of surprise. And it's the low HP on rolls tucked in towards the car that potentially can play spoiler. Fiku's just got a jump kill, but here's this low HP from rolls. You never expect that.
Oh man, what a way for Rawls to hold on. Barely any health at all, but he will get the round done for his team. And like I said, it was always going to be difficult for 9 to get back into the bomb site. I really felt like the round lived and died with this fight towards short for both the teams. Whoever won that fight out for me was always going to go on to win the round. I mean, it does get close, but Rawls delivers. And 9 regain the lead again, just keeping OG in this really awkward place.
Talk about that molly as well that's thrown by 9. The one that goes deep short because it cuts Crizzen and Buzz off, which allows Man2 the time to get that kill and he doesn't get traded. And yeah, Fika's got to go back and deal with it later. But that's the difference between it becoming a 2-on-1 rather than it just being a 2-on-2. So great work from whoever threw that molly. I think it actually was Rolls. It was low HP.
And now, 9 just have to be able to survive this force pipe. 6-4, anti-eco, 7-4, guaranteed the win at the bare minimum. Let's see, how many more can they get from this first half? Does feel like they've been the better team. OG have kind of been bailed out some of these rounds. I think 9 have just been looking more sustainable in terms of how they've been winning rounds so far throughout the map.
I actually think it's been quite even. So that's interesting.
Okay. I mean, looking at the kills for OG, I guess you're right. It's not like there's been players popping off that are winning them these rounds, but it just feels like they've had a number of rounds that could have been won by 9, but OG scraped by, where the rounds 9 have won have been convincing.
That's a fair assessment. I also just think that, look, the early game has actually all been controlled by 9, but it's the mid-round adjustments that have been the most impressive thing here for OG. 9 have been good in after plants if they can get there. As soon as OG deny them the possibility to plant the bomb, the round's over. Look at the consequences. You're talking about the fact that their money's bad. Well, they just give it up. They stacked into A, they walked mid, they didn't see anything, and now they're saving. Horrible. So what you're, in theory, playing for 7-5, because you're going to have a full buy into the next round, not this one, but the last round of playing the first half. You're just hoping you can do a lot of damage with these. Maybe saving these weapons will translate it into a round win rather than just being on armorless pistols. Go B. Go B.
I mean, it's a dangerous approach against the half investment / eco. Never know if you're going to be pushing into a stack.
No, but your spawns beat the stack.
That's true. You're right. I didn't realize that they had such amazing spawns. Alright, well, unfortunately, you're not going to get your wish granted.
Boo! It's the same play as last time. Nick's just got one flash to get them in towards upper tunnels. Exactly the same start as last round. Uh-oh. It's fine. Never mind. Bob XD just wanted ecos, and he brought them to a false sense of security by misthrowing the molly. That's my goat.
Well, they did end on the B-bomb site, so that's something. Nine again, very solid here against the lower investment. About to get themselves up 7-4, 8-4, right for the taking. How many rounds has Nemiga had an AWP in this first half, Brandon? Because I can only remember one. DT side does too, is there more AWP heavy half in the game of Counter-Strike?
Certainly not T inside Inferno. Yeah, probably. Probably CT D2. Maybe T side.
Train.
Maybe T side D2.
Yeah. Point is,
yeah, definitely CT train.
It.
No idea who got that kill at the end there. We'll see in a sec.
Maybe.
No, we will. It's coming right now. It
Denied.
was.
Again, you heard it.
It was Fiku. He got the AK.
Okay. All right.
Double OP for 9. Because it's Dust 2. Chris is not playing the MP9, he's playing the FAMAS. Oh, maybe he can get an upgrade now because Spook is lying helplessly on the floor and 9 are just accelerating. I love this change of play. They're just trying to catch Fiku off guard, but the spray's really good. And then Nikados just swings back on the line. He wants even more. This is dangerous. Nikados is right in the open here. and he's fine. He's somehow just fine.
All right, well, let's see if Nico can find more impact with the AWP.
Bro, that's a molly.
Yeah, he realizes that. Oh, quite warm under my toes.
That's an important kill. That's a really important kill, actually. Because now that box is 9 in, they have to go long. They have to commit into Nikados. Nikados is holding for the jump up out of Mantu, but then he starts looking at ramp. Mantu should have Nikados dead to rights, and he does.
All right, well, that certainly does give them a great way to get back into the round here. Rolls and Mantu to try and get that 8th on the board here for 9. Oh, Krizen's phased through the smoke. Mantu playing behind Car right now. Is his back going to get spotted by... Oh, there's the head. There's the head. But Mantu gets a kill on his teammate before that. Rolls smartly elevates himself, expecting the jump up, because then he knows he's got so much of Krizen to aim at.
That's another one of these 2vx rounds, but Miles and Rantu. Not what I meant. Mantu and Rolls are now actually in swap positions. So it's Mantu at the car and Rolls on site. Miles. 8-4. It's been excellent. Everyone's typing good half, I think, or spamming something.
Probably Nico on some binds, no doubt. Strikes me as the kind of guy who'll just throw a bind in every now and again throughout the game.
Probably. Eight feels like enough to go to that 3.
Yeah. Like I said, I think 4's the bare minimum here for OG, but what that also means is they have to win the pistol, convert against the Force, survive the anti-eco, and win the first gun round before I'm like, okay, they're back in the game. So 9's chances to finish off the job from here are fantastic. They really are almost on that final stretch.
Oh, their T side's a bit better than their CT, statistically. For 9, it's basically the same. There's 0.6 of a percentage in it, so that's pretty remarkable consistency. You gotta remember as well that OG did win the pistol, didn't they? So they're actually 3 for 3 in pistols.
Yeah, that's true. OG have been doing very well in that regard so far. I feel like this is the most important of the lot, though. So,
agreed.
If they were to win any out of the 4, this would be the one.
Look at this timing. Oh, lovely. And he's ready for the second guy. There's always a second one.
So patient right now from OG. So incredibly patient. Happy to just hold the lines. Wait to see if 9 are going to look to do anything after that opening kill comes through. See if they try and get informational control. OG expend their 1 smoke grenade to block off CT. And it looks like they're going to try and use it as a fake to the B bomb site. Now, I'd like to see Nikados applying more pressure to really hit this fake home. But it doesn't look like he's gonna.
Instead, it's going to be, Kristen walking through the CT smoke to try and backstab the long player. I feel like Favin is not ready for this. He's now going to be aware of it. And he just swings and kills Spook. And that baits Mantu in perfectly. Mantu gets his head ripped off, though, by Fiku. Space all being generated on this site. And now, actually, Krizen, did he even shoot into CT? Was he even known? Doesn't matter. He's been dealt with. The B-Lurk also strikes onto Bob XD. And Favin's location is known. The flashbang is exceptional. And OG are going to get their 5th. And you know what? The more I think about it, I don't think Krizen even shot a bullet in CT.
Well, he got 2 kills in the round. Favin needs 3. No way back in. No kit, no chance. Just a formality from here. And Piku will finish it off cleanly as well.
Ooh, there's been some great shots in this series.
The box like a warning sign, and then he just swings out, gets the job done, and OG do as is required. Now 4 for 4 in the pistols.
You're just calibrating. Okay, I will headshot you now. Bang. Insta. We love that. 4 spy for 9 this time. Obviously, decisions made a bit easier on CT side. because you don't have the, oh, we didn't plant the bomb. You can still get out a scout, you can get out some MP9s. But you're all in quite early. You lose this, OG are within 1 round of you. It's actually a really important decision.
Yeah, a lot weighing on this 4 spy, and they've persistently gone for these 4 spies as well after losing the pistol. I do like this type of a force on the CT side of Dust 2, where you just try and crunch into middle from doors and short at the same time, because you can catch the T sides in a bit of an awkward position. However, they're not going to commit.
Nice nade. But then one gets thrown back in counter. So like OG, again, really good macro on display here. Like, they understand. Prison's now gone for a walk. And he's seen the player in short, has he? No. He's just going to go through CT.
Oh.
Mantu's now aware of him as well. And Favin's got rid of Nikados. This is so weird. Kristen is still applying the pressure. Kristen's applied the squeeze, and that is enough to get them on B. And Kristen just keeps going. That's another one. Bob XD is now locked out of this site. He's going to walk through on a time-in and catch the bomb planter. This round is not over. Sure, Mantu's half HP. Spook's low. It's a fake on the bomb plant. It's a swing through, and it's a collection of kills for Spook.
Oh, nasty. I mean, that round was looking great after Kristen gets so many kills. Such a menace with the Mac 10. Gutting 9 from the inside out, but it's still, the round is still very doable here at this point for 9. It's looking really good, but Spook just locks it down. Little burst there through the smoke to finish off the job. And I'm sure everybody on OG breathes a massive sigh of relief with how low both those 2 players were.
And now you got nothing. But a nice little stack on A. So it will be this 1 round game. I'm not going to give this USP stack any stock whatsoever. We're just going to move on.
I mean...
Yeah?
Yeah, I think you're good on that one. Yeah, there we go. Good shout. All's well and ends well. Pistol round, or the eco stack. Was never going to be able to do anything. I completely agree, Brandon.
Oh, yeah. I'm glad you agree. Right.
That's like the guy who waits to see the result before making a prediction.
We all know that guy. If you're that guy, shame on you.
I don't like you. Yeah, exactly.
I'll tell you what is fun, though. 3rd round of our 2nd half, we're getting all head-to-head. Where was this in the 1st? We didn't see it.
Yeah, that's true. Good point. Looking forward to seeing Manto and Nico Dodge lock horns here. Certainly something I was looking forward to coming into the map in general. The series at large. Didn't really get much of it in the 1st half, though. 9 have been in control throughout the entirety of Dust 2, but I did say I expected OG to have a better time of it on the T side. I haven't even looked at the numbers, the stats. It's just what I'm going off in my mind.
Ooh. Yeah, look, they're definitely a more coordinated team. So I feel like they're going to be pretty damn good here on the T side. Already spoken very highly of Chrism. Those nades, that was just exceptional. The spam, then the molly, then the nade. Kragen's 1 bullet away from death.
I wonder if that motivates them to try and finish on the B-bomb site here. Because he should know that nade dunked down on him just by process of elimination. Molly didn't go deep enough, so he knew Kragen was nestled in behind it. He couldn't have jumped back in towards default.
I think they're going to fake out that they go in B. They'll then put mid to B. They'll then get short control and then probably go back to B. Just whether they got the time enough to do it. And it all sounded really complicated, but I'm pretty sure they're going to go and take short now.
Well, let's see. They don't have a huge amount of utility left remaining here. And you have got Rolls, who's, I think, is he ahead of that CT smoke? Kragen's killed Krisen, so that's now going to force OG's hand in towards the A bomb side.
Yeah.
Favin is here right now, and you got Manto at range with the AWP.
Great molly. Great molly. Favin needs a kill, can't get it. A Manto is not getting involved in the fight whatsoever. It's actually the rifles that swing first. He finally will collect his kill, moves back to a deeper line, and this allows his players to scale up in towards short. Nikados gets a crucial one, and now Spook can't plant the bomb. 10 seconds. Time now becoming a factor, and Nikados has been removed. That's the only line of defense, so Spook has to go for kills. Swaps to the pistol, looks over the top rope, but can't see Kragen, who tucks himself in the corner.
No.
And yes, it's a nice find after time, but it's irrelevant, and he doesn't get the AWP.
Oh, good movement there from the last player left alive for 9 to just evade the fight at all costs. That was very close indeed. Oh man, Nikudosh not spotting that player on his screen. There was a moment where his head was there. He didn't see it in time though. And I love that re-aggression. Who was the player on the boxes there? Did you notice on elevator? I didn't notice who it was for 9, but whoever he was just was so smart to re-aggress just after having been spotted because he knew OG would never have expected that.
I want to say.
I just love that little bit of micro decision making in the moment. Oh my, there's a lot going on in mid right now. Favin is the difference maker. Multi-kill from him gets the man advantage for his team and maintains control as well. Allows for BubXD to activate on the flank. And 9 will regain full control.
Excelente. I love that idea from OG. What I will say is that I actually think it's a really good design on the round. Favin just gets a really important multi-kill. But I love it. You've been shaping your T-sides up by being really conditional focused, leading with util, taking map control really systematically. In that round, you just go, screw it. We're just going to go with our first volley of util. And it nearly works. It really nearly did work. But Favin, with the FAMAS of all weapons, gets a 3k. Super work out of him. 9 hit double digits. They're taking a pause as well just to make sure that they can stick the landing and force a decider.
Yeah, they're on the final stretch to make that happen, right? Probably have one eye on that third and final map, which would be Inferno. We were speculating Ancient would have been... I mean, Ancient would have been a blistering affair between these two teams. Just both very high level on the map. Would have been fun to watch them going up against each other in a decider of a series on a map that they're both so comfortable. But Inferno will have to do the good old classic decider coming back. Inferno's really fallen out of popularity, Brandon. You very rarely see teams pick it anymore. You know, I see Anubis and Ancient, Dust 2 even as deciders far more frequently these days.
It's just boring.
Agreed. I think it's the most boring map in the pool.
Let's see if we get there, or whether OG are going to stun us. It won't be in this full eco. And that's even me saying that after seeing a lot of full ecos the other day. JRT will be listening, smiling as we casted NRG, get 2 full eco wins.
I was going to say
D2.
that had to have been in North America.
Yeah, you're bang on. Nikudoz gets 1 nice kill, that's it. No one cares about this round anymore. Let's go to 11-7.
Go
Let's
on,
move
Nico.
on.
Commit,
Come
mate.
on.
Just wide swing.
Hit,
Go
boy.
on. Give us, like, hit the 1D. Yeah. Come on, Nikudoz. Come on, boy. Either hit the 1D or bow out of the round. And there we go.
Thank you.
Job done. 4 alive for 9, bolstering their economy, and they're now just 2 rounds away from finishing off the job.
See, the thing is here, Nikudoz can get an AWP if he wants to, but I don't think he will. I think he'll just go AK.
Yeah, Glass Cannon AWP T side is more difficult to work than CT side Glass Cannon.
Yeah. I guess that's because you're taking the fights more on T side, right? You're the one having to like lean in towards the angles
Yeah, you have
more.
to be more active. Absolutely. Kind of have to tank a shot to fire alpha shots more often than not.
That's a fun little play out of 9. They ran top mid, and now they've run back on the timing at the point where OG have taken all the lowers. So OG are none the wiser. That's really cool. Nice little idea.
Lots of meters gained on their Fitbit then, I guess. Getting their steps in for the day. Something we as casters, tier 2 casters, don't really get much of. Get those steps in for the day. But Krisen, charging forward on the A-bomb site, will be able to find a good opening kill. Is that enough to just win the round? Do 9 just bow out here? I don't know. They've got some money, but I don't even think the retake is worth attempting.
It isn't
There'd
because
certainly be
you're
implications if you all die. Yeah.
Yeah. You're out of position. You got no flashbangs, and you're at a point in the game where, look, it would be nice to kind of get some kills, and maybe Favin can do the damage here. But keep your money healthy. Don't worry about your opponent's money. You still got rounds in your back pocket. You know that you only need to win 2. And you know that if OG win 1 round and then you kill all of them and put it on on map point, then their money's going to still be in the bin. So it's one of them. I feel like this is the correct play macro wise, even if it isn't fun to watch from a broadcast angle because we just got guys saving. This is the right thing to do, everyone.
Yeah, certainly is. Now they have another full buy at their disposal and even some change in the bank. Let's see. If OG win this, then maybe there's a conversation to be had again about the game being opened up. But this is the same theme as what we had on the first half. 9 ahead, OG keeping themselves alive, but only just like clawing their way through.
Tell you what's been interesting, as I nearly just drop everything on my desk. We haven't seen like 5 long out for OG. We've seen a lot of defaults and like packing it in towards tunnels, taking the space, going in towards mid. I'm not seeing like 5 long, bang. And the same with 9. We didn't see 5B, just egg. Maybe we go B one time. For the one time. Oh, it's just so resident sleeper.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
just
the same opening.
thing.
Yeah, Nine's T side was far more enterprising. This is a lot more sort of a default-esque approach. We were talking about the contrasting styles and how they can work differently. How much more entertaining the 4-1 death ball is.
John's gonna watch the same replay on the highlights for 7 rounds in a row. It's just gonna be the same default.
Break it down for us, mate. Break it down. Maybe you can just start dancing when we say break it down. Not actually analyze the Counter-Strike. Don't know what his dance moves are like. I think he's gonna have some good ones. Lanky fella.
Great
Can
flash.
move, no doubt.
What? I thought for sure he gets one. He gets nothing.
Should have.
Look at this acceleration.
They are persisting. Oh, this is very aggressive right now. Where's Mantu? He's not... Oh, he's the
dead.
one who died. Okay,
Yeah.
right. That is a huge problem. Now it's down to the Riflers to try and keep these rampaging players at bay. Nemiga wants to swing long, and he will, and he finds the head. That's a great little adjustment to get the kill.
I'll tell you what, fair play, because look, we speak about how boring and how slow it is, and it's a similar style of round to the one we got a few ago, where Faven got that multi-kill from mid to B, and it is, they got the kill and they went, bang, we're going. And it's that little micro change that completely catches 9 off guard. They are not ready for them to explode through the smoke. Really good follow-up flashbangs. Nemiga is dead, but really good follow-up flashbangs here from... Is he ninjaing?
Hang on.
Is he
slipped the
ninjaing?
net past Nemiga. He has a kit as well. He's got this. He's won the round.
No
Nemiga's
way.
going to clock it. Knife out. I don't think there's any way for him to stop it. It's going to have to be the Hail Mary jump kill. Nope, not going to happen. BobXD lets Nemiga slide by, recognizing he has that opportunity. And what a way to get up to map point.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. As soon as he doesn't instantly shoot him, we're like, wait. No way. Look at the HUD. Oh, he has got a kit.
So smart.
Incredible.
So smart.
He was so impactful on Anubis, and that is the most impactful round anyone's done for 9 in D2. What a moment for BobXD. What a play to make. And it's all based on the info that 2 are fighting in towards mid as well. Oh, there's 2? Oh, well, there's the 3rd player. Easy dub.
Yeah, that's it. They pieced it together, realized where all the players were for OG. Spook now hits the deck. Crizzen, that's a very good kill back. I love that spam through the smoke. You know that you can just try and spam along the wall. CT's backpedaling, always going to go down. And, Fiku's just chimed in with one of his own. Okay, well, OG won't go quietly into the night.
Yep, you've angled them. You've poked the bear. And now they are not going to, firstly, let any ninja diffusers happen again. And secondly, they're not going to let you forget about that. BobXD's got the AWP. He's just trying to save and hold on to it. Nemiga won't quite deny, but at least confirms that that's exactly where BobXD is. And you know that OG are going to hunt him here. You know they're going to try and deny this AWP. So let's think about this for a sec. It's going to go 12-9, no AWP, no money for 9 in round 22. So you can call that double digits. Then they'll have money, 12-11. That's the big one. Then they won't. So, in theory, we've got 1 gun round separating OG from OT.
Yeah, that's a very valid point, actually. the distance between where we are and overtime isn't as great as it seems just based off the scoreboard alone.
Oh, mate, it might not even be one gun round. I feel like
Well, let's see, they got 1900 here.
They
Full
got a
save's not going to
force.
be... Yeah, they got a force here. 12-10 if they lose, then a save. 12-11, they'll get a gun round in the last round of regulation then.
It won't be an AWP. There will not be an AWP unless
it's
Mantu...
not going to be a fully populated gun round, no.
It's not done. Oh, it's not done.
Hang on. The problem is, you say that they've poked the bear. How many times does this bear get poked before it wakes up? I feel like the bear's been getting slapped in the face throughout this map, Brandon.
Just looking under my desk for Trav.
He could be there. Hello. He's been here all along. Wanted to be a part of it, guys. You know,
Bless him.
it's a sneaky fella.
I miss him.
Notice how they've kept some residual money on the force buy, Brandon. I think that's actually a smart decision for 9. That could go a long way in terms of that last round investment.
You've got to know
Foregone
if
a
you're
little
OG,
bit of util.
You got to know this money's bad. Yeah, look at the way they're setting up this round. Is there a flashbang here for top mid for them? You imagine
be.
so.
No. Does it matter? Wait.
Yeah, it
Where's the
does.
instant trade? Hang on. I'll say it doesn't matter. There's no flash to get the kill anyway. So much damage inflicted. This round could get out of control very quickly. Oh, big frag back from Nikudosh, bailing his team out here. And just immediately takes the space. He says, come on, lads.
Okay, they are aware of lower as well. Okay, good awareness here from OG. It could have got out of hand. The gun wasn't recovered in top mid either. Your Famus is now your MVP. I like this aggression here from Rolls because Kragan's close, and actually Kragan's now pushed B. This is interesting. I'm surprised that the 5-7's gone on this much of a journey, whether 9 like it or not, because they're going to miss this time in now.
Worst case scenario.
I really wanted Kragan to be lower, because then Rolls can actually push around the corner a lot more definitively, and then Faven can be there in towards mid.
They think that they've got this round read perfectly.
Yeah,
They're like, oh,
they
boys,
really don't.
they have to be long. But the one sort of chink in the armor was OG sliding their way through tunnels into the B bomb site. And that'll now be confirmed as the util reigns in on B. They're hoping it's a fake. They're staying rooted and committed to the cause.
Well, yeah, it's that, and they got to save because they got Famus
Yeah.
Scout. Kragan's found an AK. Okay, so Kragan
That's still
completed the
something.
journey towards top mid to get the AK. Yeah, that's more than. That's pretty decent overall. I think you can hunt this a little bit if you're OG. Like, Rolls is dead. Oh, should have been. This is a good hunt here from Fiku. Can he get rid of Kragan? Oh, they think better of it. They go back in towards the A site. Love it. Love it. Out of 9. This is really nice to watch.
No need to take any fights if you're 9. If you're OG, you can actually afford to go searching here a little bit. And they do now have their suspicions confirmed. Players out towards long. It's going to be the scout to take the bait for the AK to be brought into the fray. Hang on. Nikudosh getting a line of sight, but Rolls will best him. No, not now. Production.
It's
Oh,
fine.
goodness.
There won't be any more fights, and Rolls won't be able to get the AK.
They were. He swung doors.
Nope.
Okay, all's good.
And I was bang on. Famus can't get the AK. We're fine. It's exactly the same game state. It's just Nikudosh dying.
12-10. And now, indeed, that eco for 9, there's a little bit of firepower for them to work with. But for the most part, their hopes will rest on that last round of regulation. What a scrapyard from OG. Very impressive that they've been able to keep themselves in it, despite how they've been chasing the map throughout.
I think Nikudosh saw the scope of the sniper there. I think he knows there's a scout here. Obviously, Bob XD up close. Buzz is trying to figure out which flashbang he wants to throw to get Nikudosh on the line, but Mantu's taking a really deep push. Faven v Fiku, patience, the stalemate out long. Who's going to blink first over here? Oh, shot.
Oh, okay. Yeah, nice taps there. Gets tagged, but it's okay. Frag found in return. Now only Bob XD on that B bomb site. A 5-7, no armor, no util, no support. OG not looking to force the issue just yet, though. Still want to massage the round a little bit before they commit.
And because they're not forcing it, Faven's not also forcing his issue either. Finally, he'll start to have a little bit of a look. Molly's good out of Fiku, but Kragan, oh, I thought he was set up to get a kill. Maybe it's Rolls on the short angle, not playing anti-flash. He just takes the fight, but trades are immediate out of OG. Nikados doesn't need to be lurking in towards B, but he's traded out his AWP. It's somewhere in tunnels. OG have got this round. We're at 12-11, a full 24, a potential for OT.
Yeah, I mean, if this slips into OT, 9 would be kicking themselves. Like I keep saying, they've been in control throughout. Oh, Nemiga spots the head. That's the AK as well. BobXD would love to carry that rifle over into the next round, and Nemiga, he's read into him.
He can go get the AWP as well.
He's always been hunting. If you notice, Nemiga is always the one who's on the hunt, and he now has his suspicions confirmed. He's going to call for his teammates to come back to try and join with him here. Fiku might find a favorable angle. BobXD should expect this. Does get a kill, but it gets funneled into Buzz's AWP. So there won't be any AK here for OG to have to deal with in the next round. There will be a full arsenal of weapons, AWP included. But 9 have only got one chance left. Was this 12-7 or 12-8?
12-8.
Okay, so 4 map points reduced to 1. Oh, worst possible start. Worst possible start here for 9 to try and finish the game off here in regulation. Kraken gets caught on the cross. He's cooled off. He had a really strong start to the map, but hasn't been able to keep up that form throughout.
Now you start to get desperate if you're 9. Now you got to come up with a solution. What is it? Because you pushed long, it didn't work. Kraken pushed in towards B tunnels, didn't work. Maybe it comes through middle. But look at how the dots on the mini-map for 9 are just so spread. Look at how thin they are. There is no room for fast trades. And this is why I worry that one of them is just going to get active at the wrong time. It looks like Nikados is going to lead in towards B. BobXD is just jump spotting. Rolls is on such a committed angle. In fact, everyone's on a committed angle. That molly doesn't spread to Rolls on that left-hand side, so maybe he can grab this kill. He's going to be unknown to Spook. Great catch. And actually, it's BobXD that slides over.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. BobXD will at least get a kill and avoid the trade. That keeps the numbers even. Oh, Nikadosh, he's read the situation. He knows BobXD is that last lone B anchor, so he's trying to force his way in here. But BobXD has smartly nestled himself back into the bomb site. Does he jump up? He is right on the other side of the smoke. He's hearing all of these steps right now. Krisen might be the difference maker. Wait, Nikadosh looks back for it. Where on earth is BobXD? Finally he'll appear, but Nico's no-scoped him. There's one left remaining. Krisen's forced overtime, and OG have done it.
A BQ killed Nikados.
The panic.
BQ headshot Nikados as Nikados has no scope of XD. I don't know what has happened there. I love the whole thing from BobXD. And then BQ hits a blinder. Nikados reacts. BobXD thinks he's got the round in the palm of his hand after leaving B to deal with mid to then go back to B on a forward timing. It's really unlucky from that man, because remember, he's the guy that ninjured to put 9 on map point in the first place. But they wouldn't have been here without BobXD.
Yeah, good point. I mean, we've seen his game sense on display in a couple of these rounds now, which is actually just cool to see from an entry fragger here on the CT side, that he has got that ability to read the game, not just use that brute force firepower alone, but also have some nuances to his game, some depth in that regard.
It's actually really weird they're utilizing him like that, because like I know they're putting Kraken in on these openings, and they were doing that quite well on D2, but BobXD never was an entry. Like he's taken that shift on. I think especially when Berry came in as the coaching staff, but even before his time on 9, he never really entried that much. He used to lurk quite a lot on T side.
Normally it's your lurker who anchors your B bomb side as well, so there's a bit of a
trivia
unorthodox approach.
Look at Mantu. Oh, Mantu's going hella aggressive. Is Nikados exposed? Yeah, he is. And now Mantu's also mollied lower to have a little bit of a peek, and Mantu will get Krisen.
He's peeked before the flash though. The flash was coming through from top mid. Krisen just had to wait 1 second. A bit of a miscommunication there. Off on the timing. Nade going to do a good chunk of damage as well. This is looking good for 9 to open up in OT.
Mantu's still here. Mantu waiting. There's no flash for Kraken, so Mantu should get one and then fall back. Is there a flash? No, there's a brilliant molly though to get him off the angle. tell you what, I've loved OG's utility. Even if some of it hasn't worked out in them translating it into round wins, steal all this util, guys, because it's so good.
I'm just wondering how OG are going to get themselves back into the round here. Another fresh smoke into tunnels. We've seen them favoring the B bomb sites a lot throughout regulation for OG. It's going to be a attempted mid to B. 9 do have 2 players rooted on that B bomb site though, so it's going to be difficult for OG to breach.
Kraken's got the nades, but it doesn't go deep enough, and there's a counter flash. But as you say, 2 players still on B, and it just works out. Rolls and BobXD both get their kills. 9 remain patient. OG never pressure Mantu outside of an incendiary, and that's enough to guarantee the fact that OG are going to go mid to B. Just didn't put enough pressure there.
Well, 9 are just going to be kicking themselves that they weren't able to do that in regulation, but they've got to keep their heads, and they've been able to do that. And like you say, Favin bringing that second AWP to the table here. I mean, he's normally the long/A player, so I guess it kind of makes sense in that regard, but you normally want your primary AWP on that angle. Having said that, it's not like OG have been favoring that A site a whole lot. Nice little obstruction of the smoke there for Mantu. Could give him a line of sight above that smoke.
Might have been hurt by the lower players. Yeah, you can see the molly in. Now they're boosting, just looking to short. They know that someone just messed with their util. Got to say, though, look, it's a really important round for 9 to get, because remember, this was 8-4 for both OG and 9 on that T side. So the fact you can steal 1 away in OT is already maybe enough.
It's the bare minimum. If they can get more, that gives them the edge. OG going to venture back in towards middle here. Spook on entry duties as usual.
It's so wild that they've not even pressured long once. Like, basically this whole half. Mantu.
Yeah, true.
Swinging onto Nikados. Nikados posted on the line. So Mantu's not going to take 1 step. He cannot misstep. Never mind. Nikados just moved away as I've said that. 2 players still reside on B. And with OG running the same round, Crizzen might even call, guys, they are going to be 2B again.
Well, here we go. He's going to try and be that active player once again, a little bit of a menace. He's going to be dropping through the smoke now into CT spawn, and there we go. Mantu is the player to fall. Now, there's still a job to be done here. It's still not like the round has been gifted to OG as a result of that kill. There's still more to be found. Crizzen's gone down. Kraken's traded. Okay, that could go away and opening up the B bomb site. BobXD, though, looking to swivel back, but Buzz has doubled down. That's the key. That's the difference maker here for OG.
Time? Yeah, okay. There is time. I was worried about that cross, but with Rolls finding a kill, Favin wanted to take that fight, but he's so far away. And Buzz has owned that round, and he's commanded OG into having this victory. The fact he gets 2 kills, the fact he's aware that BobXD is going to be there because he's been playing B so often, and he kills a guy that isn't BobXD. What a round from Buzz.
Yeah, I mean, he had to get all those kills as well, because he gets the first 2 frags to actually open up the B bomb site and enable the plant, but it's not like the job's done by any stretch of the imagination. He can't clock out. It's like, great, you've already done very well in the round, but I hate to say it, we need more. And he's like, cool, no problem, boss. I got it in me. That instantaneous kill in the player swinging window, that was a brilliant shot, and then a spam through the smoke to seal the deal. Like you referenced at the start of that round, it feels like OG need 2 here on their T side. And again, they've just been hammering home on that B bomb site. Do we see a change up in direction now? Fiku has changed up with that second AWP. Got a good spawn for long, I suppose. Maybe we'll finally get our wishes granted.
He's definitely seen 1 cross there. He might not have seen the second. Fiku will go for that shot. And he will get it on Favin. Mantu's still peeking. Mantu really want to get that trade back. And he does. He does get it on Nikados.
Brother.
Look at this push as well into B. Buzz is holding for the first. Is he ready for the second? No. Kraken will trade. So it's a 3v3 in a blink of an eye. And OG are going to reroute. They're going to take the space back away from Kraken and pop B.
I love this call here to head back into the B bomb site, because I don't think it's necessarily going to be too predictable. Still so much time left in the round. Nobody else was seen in tunnels for OG. And now they got all 3 players here. Kraken still has an incendiary at range with the Org right now. Perhaps that scoped up weapon could be the difference maker. It's going to be a flash over the top. The smoke could obscure the flash. No, it's actually a smoke for the doors. Great work from Kraken to hold down the line. A frag and a lot of damage.
Can Mantu break this smoke in time? Yes. And he swings, he doesn't get it. But he's done enough. He's put some utility down to disguise Rolls' footsteps. Smoke, brilliant. Well timed. Rolls is just going to walk through it. Rolls is going straight through this smoke. A fake out on the bomb. Fiku turns round but can't do it. And in the meanwhile, what on earth is that from Mantu? He's no-scoped and hit him through the wall. No bomb plant for you. 2 rounds for 9 on that CT side.
Oh, brilliant work there for 9 not to fall apart after the way the game was forced into overtime. They've kept their heads.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, all right. There we go. Love that. Very good work. And a lead now for 9 on the unfavored side of the map. Can they finish off the job on their T side? They did it convincingly in regulation.
And it was these 4-1s, right? It was the pack mentality out of 9. It was the fact that they weren't playing like OG. It's the fact that they weren't playing default. And it's one of those things that Crizzen has to realize. And it'd be interesting to see what matters he takes it into his hands here. And in the same vein, what's the call here for Rolls? We saw nothing from OG out long. If you're 9, you're having a lot of success out long when it comes to these entries. Get Kraken on the entry. Send him wherever he wants. I don't care where he goes. Just set him up for success because he was finding so many opening kills there in that first half.
Yeah, true. He certainly did do his best work on the T side here of Dust 2. If they can reinvigorate that form from him, then they should be able to get the job done from here. 1 round out of the 3 guarantees another set of overtime. You love it when that's the first round that you win. Because if OG win the first round of OT, it's like, damn, that scoreboard pressure just creeps up on 9. What a game here to open up the day. Our first quarterfinal. Plenty action lined up for the rest of the day as well. After this, we're going to have Ruby against Paravision, Thor against Ents, and then to round out the day, it's going to be Nemiga against ECSTATIC. Just a bunch of bangers across the board.
Sir. Yes.
Why watch PGL Astana when the quarterfinals of CCT are on, mate?
There's 4K viewers in here right now, so shout out to you. PGL have got nothing on us with their 68,000.
I mean, yeah, it's quite a number. It's a number. The number at the screen not ticking down though. God, good lord. We're gonna have to keep a counter. We're gonna have to keep a counter, and at the end of season 3, the amount of times I've done that, I owe you that many beers, maybe.
Oh no.
It's gonna be a lot of beers. It's like, I don't even know if you want to play that game, because it might work out against you one day. Like, when the day comes for me to pay the price, you're like, are you paying the price or am I paying the price? Because I'm not sure if I'll survive this.
Don't know. Well, the issue is not with Nikados. He's bought. In fact, the issue is now not with anyone. Everyone is good. The rifles are all invested in, Trav, and we're ready to go.
You missed it. You should have gone with Lucy there. Like, that would have been the funnier one. Come on. All right, here we go. First round in the second half of OT. And a bit of a change up in the approach from 9. We never really saw this throughout regulation.
A default.
Yeah, exactly.
I wonder if this plays more into... Yeah, I wonder if this plays more into OG's hands, though, because you kind of expect this. Oh, flashbang's brilliant to get Nikados off the angle. He falls back, and they don't push through it. His smoke is so well timed.
He has regained all that info as well. Pushed back into mid, clears out the cubby, knows that 9 haven't actually committed to taking the space. And now, they've just heavily bunkered down and they're prioritizing the bomb site. So 9 have a lot of space being afforded to them in middle. But when it comes to actually getting onto the bomb site itself, that's where there'll be a challenge.
this util from OG. The nade, the flash, the prevention. You can't go through. It's a break on the mid-smoke instead. Spook overwhelmed. Crizzen wants to take the fight, and it's a great flashbang to set him up for the kill. Fiku still here, but not for long.
Brilliant.
Amantu was always holding the line. It's great work out of 9, and you feel like now they've done enough to get map point again.
Well, Nemiga will definitely attempt this here. 1v2, trades the AWP for the M4. He's going to go the long way around as well. He has got a kit at his disposal, but Mantu's already set up for this preempting. He's got nowhere else to look, so he's going to patiently post up on the angle. This should be impossible for Nemiga to get past. And there we go. Mantu will indeed connect on the shot. And there's so many layers to that round there for 9 because they've got so many options. They've got mid to B, and they've got the push-up shorts onto the A sites available to them. And they fake as though they're going mid to B. They have that sort of elbow smoke in middle of the smoke here around Buzz. They've got CT smoked up. They break open the CT smoke to get that kill on the ramp player. And then that forces Crizzen's hand from Goose because he doesn't have a player to play off of anymore. And then they just remain calm, do 9. Even when they're trying to breach into that A bomb site, pushing through the smoke and they're getting taken down, they don't get disparaged and then fall back and pause and give OG an opportunity. They just commit wave after wave. Mantu posted on Goose was a really good little position from him to hold. And 9 are up to map points. Again, and Favin's found the opening pick. This could be where they get the job done.
Yeah, it really could be. And yeah, no, I'm there with you. Like, I really thought that after OG had blocked with smokes, they then blocked with a molly, then blocked with a flash, that it's going to completely fall on deaf ears and 9 won't be able to exec. But the immediate adjustment to break that smoke, get the kill on, I think it was either Crizzen or Spook. It was spectacular. Now Nemiga is playing back. He's now baiting in Fiku on a different angle this time in short. And it will find success. Rolls is now mollied. Fiku should be relatively unaffected. In fact, he just gets a little bit closer, relying so heavily on Nemiga. There's that swing. But Fiku gets absolutely nothing, but Nemiga gets 2. Crizzen wins his fight in mid. 3 versus 2. And OG looking to stay alive. 2 versus 2 for the map.
I mean, no, Nemiga has done everything he can there. Narrowly misses out on another kill. And again, it's going to be the long way around coming through. Buzz is going to try to take attention towards short. That's going to keep Mantu's focus. That's a free frag for Crizzen. Bobxd now committed to the side. Crizzen, does he want to go the entire way around here? I think this might just be overcooking a little bit.
No,
He's going to combine with his teammate, though. But, I mean, now BobXD can just remain committed behind cover.
Yeah, but Crizzen can go first, and then Buzz can trade. Look at how wide he goes. He commits to the fight. Oh, no. Yeah, you're right. Maybe he has overcooked it. Buzz hits the shot. BobXD just turns around for a moment, and there is enough time to get this defuse in. OG will see the last round of OT.
Oh, okay. I mean, it looked like that round was cooked at one point. I thought 9 were on the brink of getting the job done. I was turning my lights on, getting ready to go to cams, throw it across to John, but not just yet. There's still more juice left to the squeeze. And a timeout for OG. Are they going to frustrate 9 again here on 9's map pick? How much more can 9 suffer before they eventually break here?
Can they actually get it through? That's the thing. And again, it's another deviation away from the 4-1. I do like the way they play that. I think Crizzen does make completely the correct decision there.
Okay.
Re-swinging with Buzz, low HP, gives it a go.
Yeah, I guess Jules could have been isolated better for BobXD if he has to deal with 1 long and then 1 short. And he had just enough time because of how quickly he gets that kill on Mantu, and then he immediately makes the decision. There's no mucking about. There's no hesitation. 15-14. Double OT or bust for OG. Favin found an opening kill long last round. Not going to get that luxury this time round. Nearly.
Tell you what. Really close.
Yeah, he's using the flash as his cue because he knows the CTs are going to flash long before they retake control.
Look at this from Kraken. Look at how close Kraken is. BobXD's been removed over at tunnels, but are you ready for Kraken to be this close? Yes, Fiku is. So now 2 kills. And again, you've done this setup for OG where a rifle has baited in for Nemiga, or vice versa. Crizzen, now equipped with a secondary AWP. 25 kills, by the way. Now just breaks that smoke, sees no one in middle, and allows Nemiga to dunk this nade on all of the players of 9.
Spicy. Oh, is there any way back into the round off the back of all the damage that's been done? They're going to try their best here. Util raining in on the safe bomb site. Nemiga and Spook home right now. Have to extinguish the molly to give themselves a little bit of breathing room. Oh, does Spook catch a glimpse of the AWP? It doesn't look like it. Nemiga will venture back. That is a lightning quick shot coming through from him. Knows he has the player dead to rights on the bomb site, and that's double OT.
Insane. Insanely played just from all of OG, but it's the awareness. And this is just moving together as a unit. The fact that Crizin breaks the mid smoke, doesn't see anyone. After getting this kill on B, says to Nico, right, it's probably short, mate. And then he drops his utility. Everyone tucks in for OG. They lead with the AWP. They've got the rifles in close to be able to trade. They don't even need trades. An exceptional round of Counter-Strike for OG. They earn double overtime. And you said, how much punishment can 9 go through? Well, the next question is, can they actually get a round win now? Because it's been ages. And they keep having all these map points and they can't close.
Yeah.
You feel like the moment OG get series point, they're just going to take it.
That is the real concern here, because 9 have been in control throughout the entirety of the map so far. It's just been OG clawing their way back. 4 map points they had to fight back on regulation. 2 map points here in double OT on the unfavored side of the map. 9 have certainly had their chances, haven't been able to take advantage. And we run it back here between these two teams. Everybody negative right now for 9. Not a single player with a positive KD.
That's relevant. And also, again, you got to think that this impact Bob XD not really been here. Mantu doesn't even get a chance to fire off his AWP in this round. He just gets spammed out by Spook. This feels like maybe it's the change of guard here on Dust 2.
Oh, could be, hey. Could be a bit of a change in the wind. I'm kind of sensing it as well. I think 9 have been very good at finding opening kills on their T side and then riding that wave to convert the round as well. But rounds where they've lost the opening pick certainly haven't really looked as convincing, which I know is obviously how it's supposed to be. But I don't remember many 4v5s being converted here for 9.
There's just so many variations in this setup for OG, but it's also very familiar because you are playing standardized defaults. You're just adding a little sprinkle or something that is very different each and every round, but it's still enabling you to play the same macro. It's just with different micro. Good molly from 9. That's the first time they've thrown that. VQ fires off an AWP and he backs out. He's now got a rifle. He calls for a flashbang. Is there one that's going to come in? Yes, there is, but Favon isn't affected by it. There's a second player over there in Spook, and he is holding firm between him and Nikados. In fact, it's just Spook. Prison moves over from CT. There's Nikados striking with one more. And OG making it work. And notice how it is every single player now stepping up with a big moment.
Yeah, certainly, right? 9 barely even able to get themselves a foothold in the round there. Rotations on point from OG as well, combining brilliantly, all on the same page, playing off of each other, supporting each other in the fights as well, making sure there's never a moment where one could go down and there's no trade available. And they've got a lead here. When last, have OG led once throughout Dust 2?
No.
Yeah. I don't think so.
8-4. 12-8. 15-13.
13, yeah. Goodness. Kind of indicative of what we were saying. Like, feels like there could be a bit of a change in direction here on Dust 2. Kraken trying to change up the pace in the round.
It's actually crazy to me how close Nikados plays with AWP sometimes on short. I normally see most AWPers retreat to long there, and he's just on a weird little off angle, getting ready to go. JRT has just informed me that they did start to lead 2-0 because they won the pistol. That doesn't fit my narrative, sir. We're going to ignore it.
I'm surprised you even brought it up. I mean, come on. But yeah, in terms of the business end of the map, this is where you want to have the lead. That's almost superficial. Here we go, 9. It's going to be some misdirection. It's going to be a fake up short to then try and get in towards middle. That's a team flash onto Spook. There are 2 players here for the CT side.
Good catch
but no
Prison.
Immediate rotations. No one pressuring them from CT right now.
Oh, it might not even matter. Hang on a sec. Oh, Nikodos gets 2. Where has Nikodos found 2 kills from? In towards CT. He's killed the players crossing. Also, 1 player on site in Prison got rid of the guy close tunnels. 2v2. Fiku, this is
Good
ridiculous.
lord.
That is
no,
way too
they
much.
chained the mollies. Oh, yeah. Okay. 9 have done so well to maintain composure in this round. Nikodos has gotten 2 kills out of nowhere, but he's going to need 2 more. Impossible, surely. Walking into the angle, looking to path his way around without exposing himself to the platform. That's what it's about right now. Very good spatial awareness from Nikodos. With the Desert Eagle, finds a player in the corner of the bomb site, waiting to spot enough. He knows he has the other on the platform. Hits the shot on the first. Now going back, searching for Mantu. Quaking, quivering in the corner with the orb. Nico appears, hits the 1D, and wins the round out of nowhere for OG.
He runs around single-handedly. He gets those kills in towards CT. And as you say, the awareness, he's an AWPer himself, right? He knows the lines Mantu's going to take. And he pops up whack-a-mole for Nikodos. And take a bow. That's why they've signed him. 30 seconds to get the adrenaline drained from his system. That is insane. That is unbelievable. And that could be the round. That could be the clutch that get OG over the line in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I genuinely can't believe what we've just witnessed there from Nikodos. The awareness with the way that he had pictured and pieced that round together in his mind, and then the decision-making to complement what he had read, and then the mechanical ability. There's 3 stages there. The first is the read. The second is the way he navigates his way onto the sites. And then the third is just the mechanical prowess, because if he doesn't have any of those abilities, if he doesn't have any of those aspects to that clutch, he'll never win it. But he checks all the boxes to perfection. I mean, that's insane. That must be the best clutch I've seen in a while.
Oh, absolutely. Best clutch of CCT Season 3. There you go.
Easily.
Unreal.
Oh.
And now look at the aggression, not only from Spook, but also from Prison. That's 2 AWPs getting 2 kills.
And it's not even the AWPer.
Exactly.
Neither of them are from the normal AWPer.
There's a triple AWP. There's a triple AWP on the CT side.
As
That's
John
it.
has rightfully put in chat, back-breaking round there from Nikodos.
Ring the bell, mate. It is over.
I mean, even that little micro decision when he knows Mantu's on the platform to then just
So
walk
good.
back, hugging the wall, to then have the angle available to him. Just that micro... And the bomb's ticking away in the meantime, by the way. So he's got that pressure on him the entire time. Didn't look like it, though.
So good. Prison, can you get another AWP kill? No. That's why you're not the AWPer. Nikodos and Fiku push long, as they've been doing pretty much at all CT sides. They're so worried about CT. They're so worried about Nikodos. It's Buzz to jump spot. It's 9 to come through middle. All 3 of them try and take this bomb site by force. And Buzz will only get a dink, but it tries to set Spook up. He got a multi-kill on long, and now he's got a multi-kill on the B bomb site. No players shall pass. And Spook haunts 9. That is now 3 series points for OG lined up in the second stage of OT.
Oh, Spook haunting 9. That's a banger of a line and a bang of a round coming through from him as well. Just multifaceted display with the AWP and then the rifle. One side of the map and then the polar opposite. Impact equal. And 3 map and series points. Disaster for 9. Absolute calamity in the quarterfinal.
Look, I don't want to talk about previous rounds as well, but if Bob XD doesn't go for that ninja defuse, we're never in OT anyway. Like, that was a jump start to what was a 9 flatlining. That was a little disguise to paper over the cracks.
Over the cracks.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. There we go.
Now we're seeing it just completely descend into chaos.
Regress back to the mean, basically. And now OG are on their favored side of the map, 8-4 in regulation. Just get the 1 round in the first set of overtime out of the 3 on their T side. They need 1 of 3 here. And Nikodos has been electrifying. Again, this is a very similar sort of opening from 9. Have they run out of ideas? Mantu short, Favin posted long. 2 players committed to the B-bomb site.
What's a boost this time?
Yeah, true.
Oh, did Spook see his legs?
I think so.
I think so, yeah. I think they did. Mantu gets forced off the angle, but that just creates the space for Fiku to roam. Really good incendiary, but mid is the chasm here, if OG wish to take it. I remember they were doing that a lot in the first OT, so maybe it's just more conditioning. Look at Crizzen go around the side of the volley.
Okay, well, OG start to force the issue, start to press their way forward here, breach that minute mark. Gonna have to start to make some decisions. They've cleared the flank, and now they can shift their focus to getting onto a bomb site. Nine aren't going to make any moves here because they know their backs are against the wall. So no one wants to make a play that could give up an opening kill. OG should read into that, but they've really taken a lot of time here.
They're not even going mid. They're going to go all throughout B tunnels. This maybe is going to be heard by Kragan. So you've still got a lurk. Time's now ticking. 20 seconds to burst through this smoke and get the kills. The flashbangs are exceptional. Spook gets the trade immediately. You know Bob XD was in backside, and Crizzen now spots these players crossing through the smoke. They go. Time still a burden. Bomb needs to be planted. Look at Rolls. The in-game leader has done it. Surely is denied. Mantu doesn't need to peek. And Buzz still swings anyway. Buzz swings in time. And OG eject 9 out of CCT.
Oh, I can't believe they've gotten that kill just in time. There was less than a second on the clock left in the round. That is incredible. I mean, just catching our live reactions as well. What a display. OG have somehow been able to win on Dust 2. They were scraping by throughout the entirety of the map until we got into that second set of overtime, Brandon.
That was incredible. Absolutely incredible. The fact that, yeah, you've got a swing Mantu there. Literally said it in the play-by-play. Mantu can't swing. You feel like Rolls has done enough. He's denied it, but no. Buzz has just destroyed them. What a map from OG. That shows the level that they're at. That's why they're at the major. Be scared. Be very scared for people that are attending the major. My goodness me. We need to go to John. He needs to break this down. Mate, that was insane.
That was an absolutely unbelievable finish to a map that was kind of getting a little bit bog standard. Not kind of, a lot bog standard in that second half of action. I cannot believe the individual efforts that came through from OG at the end. We're going to break it all down, go round by round, but I mean, this is kind of how we were framing it from the beginning, right? You know, we talked about 9. They don't really have that individual star player that can step up to the plate and really shine for them. And we saw it throughout Dust 2. I mean, we even, in their score lines at the end, Hayes highlighted it. No one was above a KDR of 1. I think it was maybe Rawls who was sitting at 1 KDR for the entire map. But outside of that, there wasn't really much to speak of. And you never really had that impactful moment come through from the 9 side. Maybe, I mean, you could argue that the Ninja Defusal was that impact moment. But yeah, let's check out the highlights, guys. Let's bring them in for you. And we'll start at the beginning. Again, OG winning the pistol round. I think they won all the pistol rounds. Yeah, they won every single pistol round, and it ended up being really important for them. Despite that, you know, they got... After that, it was a great response from 9, right? They shut down everything. Kragan was flying at the beginning of this map. He was looking unstoppable on some of his entries. And, you know, you had that nice lead, and then the big back and forth that comes through. Round number 6 was really important, you felt like, for OG. And even round 8, you know, they kept bouncing back and forth. But then the impactful one is round number 9, where Kragan continues kind of rocking on through. He finally, he gets shot. Sorry, he got shut down. I correct myself. Kragan got shut down in his opening attempt, but 9 re-aggressed the site really effectively towards A. Fiku got a jumping AK frag to try and bring it back, but it was Rawls waiting over at Car that allowed them to get, and I think you might have seen it right there, but it allowed them to get that 5-4 lead and finally break the economy of OG. So you think, okay, 9 really starting to get that momentum. They increase the gap to 4 rounds at the end of the half, but then that pistol round comes through for OG. The back and forth starts, and OG really owned that second half. Let's be clear. The only reason that we ended up in OT is exactly how Brandon stated. It's because Babexti goes in and slips in for that Ninja Defusal, which was a very nice Ninja Defusal, one of the cleanest that we've seen for quite some time. But at the end of it, it was, you guys put it so well, just plaster over the cracks, really, for a very poor second half from 9. And then, they had 4 opportunities to close it out, but they couldn't. And you're going to see it here time and time again. There's just these crazy openers that are coming through on the side of OG and Nikodas. Even though in regulation, maybe didn't have that many moments, towards the latter part, as you get into that push to overtime, that's when he started to pop off. The thing is, and we have to remember, 9 had 2 more opportunities in overtime to close it out, and they couldn't do it again. And you want to know why? It's because they have that on OG's side, the individual efforts that can come through. And you see, as Brandon put it, the reason why Nikodas was picked up was for that star power, was for that ability to pop off in moments where it looks hopeless. It looked hopeless, right? A desperate last stand in round number 29 for Nikodas. He gets 2 frags and ends up being a 2v1 post plant. There were actually 2 nades. I don't know if we're going to see it. There were 2 nades that were available for OG, but they decided to just take the fights. If they had thrown the nades, then the round was already over. So it was actually a little risky, but Buzz gets the trade and it's all good. After that, it's OG completely to the finish line. One of the best clutches ever. Oh man, I might have missed it, but one of the best clutches I've possibly seen in a very, very long time, coming through from Nikodas. First of all, again, he's just round after round, getting 2Ks, popping off, getting the op frags. But going into that B site, which again is one of the most difficult sites to retake in Counter-Strike. Remember that. I'd say the other one is A site Inferno, but B site on Dust 2 in a 1v2 in that situation, oh my goodness. Deagle out, creeping up, gets the information on the player on site, looking for the other one that's probably holding the line towards tunnels, finds it, goes after the first that he already saw, and then is able to get the second one with time to spare on the defusal. What an individual effort. And again, I'm going to highlight that comes through from OG. And after that, it's Spook with a 3K on the B site when pressure was being applied from 9 and a chance for them to get back into it. They couldn't do it. So, I mean, it's quite clear, the difference that happened in this match. It's the individual prowess, the individual star power of Nikodas, and individual efforts that came through on the OG side that make the difference. And there was never really that response available on 9. I don't want to, gloss over Crizzen and Spook as well. Their performance here. Crizzen was really good when things weren't exactly looking great for their squad in that first half. And then he took over on this T side calling. Not only that, he's leading the charge. Everything Crizzen was doing was fantastic. It's just that Nikodas steals the show, as he often does with his entertaining play and ridiculous clutches that he is pulling off. So well done from OG. I think the MVP, we're going to bring that up in a bit, and I would be surprised. I think we have it, but I'd be surprised if it's not Nikodas, just because the numbers were there, the play was there, everything was phenomenal on his side. And if we don't have the graphic, guys, just trust me. Nikodas was unreal here in this series. So, yeah, I mean, I think that sums it up pretty well. OG heading into the major looked great. And, of course, they're not done here. They move on. And we'll see if they can close things out here. I mean, if you watch this one, you should be scared, honestly, as Brandon put it, even in this CCT series, because, wow, they are coming for you. Guys, we're going to hit the break. When we come back, we're going to have Paravision facing off against, oh my goodness, my brain is fried right now. Paravision again. Ruby. Oh, thank you, Brandon. Brandon saved me. Ruby, how could I forget? Because we're covering a ton of Ruby as of late. Guys, we'll hit that break. When we come back, we'll have that for you. Keep it locked here on CCT. All right, we're back and getting ready to head into Ruby versus Paravision, which I think should be an interesting matchup to say the least. Paravision looking all right as of late. I say all right. They've been doing pretty well. 3 wins in a row. And on the other side, Ruby's Ruby. You know, it's hard to tell what's going to come in night in and night out from them. But let's see here. Anyway, I've been blabbing on. I haven't even given you guys a chance to speak about it. Brandon, how do you feel about this matchup?
Must win for Paravision because they've actually been doing really poorly. Like, yeah, 3-match win streak, cool, but you failed to qualify. You lose the best of 5 against Bait in the grand final challenger. You bomb out the MRQ.
Yeah.
Like, you actually looked just so horrible in the major qualifiers. Like, what went wrong? Because this was not the same team that was being incredibly good in the first 3 months of the calendar year.
Yeah, I think that there is a bit of an improvement at the moment, a small improvement for Paravision, but you're right, like the season has been almost like a throwaway season for them. It's not like they have anything serious to look forward to. They're grinding these online competitions, but it's not like there's a LAN on the horizon for them. So from now, just towards the end of the season, it's almost just like, how much belief and faith do we have in this roster? Do we want to maybe look at making changes? As for Ruby, I just can't escape this team. I don't really mind it all that much because they're fun to watch, so I'm going to get another viewing of them.
Well, I mean, let's head into the rosters here, and I guess we'll start with Paravision, right? And oh, Ruby, never mind. We'll start with Ruby, as the team we'll be talking about. And I mean, there has been a relatively recent change, I guess, with Easy coming on the op to replace Moon, who was picked up by 9 Pandas, which doesn't exist anymore. Anyway, it doesn't matter. For Easy, it's good news for him joining up in this Ruby roster. I think he's had a good history for himself, and he's been making a difference here, Brandon.
Actually, I'm going to go against that. I think life has not been easy since he's joined the roster. I think he's been one of the most inconsistent players on this team, and he's been more often than not just bottom fragging, and it's a shame because he needs to step up. I'm sorry, John, I've literally just crapped all over your point. I just... Easy needs to step the hell up.
Yeah, I mean, that has been something we've been saying for a while with this Ruby roster, and I feel like if he can consistently step up, then this whole Ruby team would transcend to the next level, in my opinion. I think that they have the pieces. I don't look at this Ruby roster as one that's destined to just be picked apart by other teams. I think they can actually find some good success with this group of 5 players, but I think it's reliant on Easy having a return to form consistently.
Yeah, I guess it's more the inconsistency, of course, as it is with a lot of oppers, in CS2 right now. And I understand your perspective, Brandon. And I mean, the numbers don't really shine that much for him, but when he's on, things look really good for Ruby. It's just getting him to that point, I suppose, on a more consistent basis. I mean, any other players you want to highlight here on this roster, Brandon?
The fact that Cade is the in-game leader and he's like one of the best players on this team is absolutely exceptional. I think he's unbelievably good. I think Fossil's really been stepping up, and Hazanator is the same honestly conversation as Easy, except he's doing it and a little bit better in terms of his upswings and downswings. I feel like Hazanator's been a little bit more consistent, but Hazanator's got the capacity to take over games. The fact that Cade is outputting so much and this is the in-game leader of this team is the bonkers thing. He is a really cool prospect to keep your eye on, because if he keeps up this consistency over the next few months, expect a big team to come knocking for him.
All right. Well, all that being said, let's switch gears now and talk about Paravision. And you guys kind of set it up nicely. I think we expect more out of this Paravision squad, especially with the name recognition we have. James in particular coming onto this roster doesn't have to call anymore. Kickert's taking care of that. I'm sure James doing his fair share of mid-rounding, but overall is Kickert kind of taking the lead, and James can just focus on fragging, which overall I think hasn't gone badly, at least for James. I mean, he's sitting at the top of the team with a 1.19 rating. How are you feeling about this, Hayes?
First thing I want to say is I actually really like the Paravision jerseys. I know not at all what you were asking me, but I like the pink. I know. Listen, I'll get to the points and I will answer your question, but I just like the pink accent. Like, I feel like it just, accentuates the rest of the jersey. Anyway, James has been playing incredibly well. Actually, some of the best individual Counter-Strike we've seen from him in a long time since he's been relieved of his duties as IGL. Obviously, major winner as an IGL AWP. Kickert, now his major winning teammate back in the Outsiders days, is now calling. The problem for me with this Paravision team, it's 2 names. Travis has dropped off. I know he's not the guy you look at to be a consistent fragger, but you look at him to be a stable, reliable backbone player in Paravision, which he just hasn't been. He's been missing. So they've been losing some of their structure. And Belchanok's dropped off massively as well. well, man. In particular on the T side, he's just not finding the same sort of impact. He looks like he might be lacking confidence. He used to be just always keen to swing and fight and back his mechanical ability, but he's been playing more reserved lately, and it just doesn't really suit his style.
Oh, I got a hot take. Oh, I got a hot take, guys. It's not even that hot. However, I'm going to say it anyway. Kick it. Spend whatever money it is on getting Boomich in this team, and this becomes the best team in Tier 2 overnight.
I'm not sure if I feel that take.
It's a hot take. I'll give you that much.
Yes, it is. Yeah. Go for it, Hayes. Do you want to say something? Yeah.
I think that the Bet Boom team currently just clears Paravision the way that it is. I think he's got a better team with better pieces on it right now. I think you could upgrade that team to the next level way easier than you could this team.
I don't know. Yeah. I feel like that team needs multiple pieces to get better, whereas this one just needs Boomich.
Just minus Siren plus Perfecto, and you've got like a tier 1.5 team, if not tier 1.
I don't think Siren's the issue on that team. I think the thing is, the reason why I say this is because I think Boomich has obviously elevated Axile to the next level. I think he's done a really good job in also developing Siren and making him more consistent. I think Nota's been playing well enough on Paravision. I think you get Belchnock's level back and you get Travis's consistency back if Boomich is the in-game leader, because kick it ball ain't it.
All right, well, we could speculate for a while on what the changes might need to be made on Paravision, but they've got a match to play now, and Kickert is their IGL for the time being. I would imagine for the foreseeable future, but we say that the results haven't been there. I think that's quite clear. You guys highlighted the major, didn't make it. ECL playoffs got to the grand final, but lost to Bait, and it was, they got a couple of maps, but the losses were pretty convincing in the other direction. So, and that's kind of what you expect them to be winning with this type of roster. And now they're here in CCT. They won the first BO3, but they've got this one to face off against a Ruby squad that, yes, while, you're having your Opera with inconsistencies coming through, Cade's been incredible, so that's been helping. Let's check out the Veto and talk about the maps that we'll be seeing here. All right, we got the Mirage pick from Ruby, Dust 2 from Paravision, Ancient Decider. Any surprises here, Brendan?
Not really. I think Ruby's always going to pick Mirage. It's a good map for them. Paravision have not been good on it. Dust 2's always been the first pick for Paravision consistently, and no surprises there. And Ancient as a decider, it's the middle ground for both these teams. I think, Ruby's got the better of the Veto just because they can punish Paravision with this Mirage pick. And in a weird way, you want to say, okay, well, then all eyes on Dust 2 for Paravision, but I really don't think that's the case. I've watched a lot of Mirage, and I've watched a lot of Paravision Mirage, and all it is them making really silly decisions just right at the very end of rounds, and it's all on them. It really is self-inflicted, that stat line on Mirage. So I think they'll be fine. However, Ruby, in theory, have got the best out of the Veto here.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think that they could have had any improvements on the Veto here for Ruby. But I will say, although Paravision haven't been great on Mirage, it doesn't feel like it's completely unfathomable for them to just tighten some of those screws, Brandon. Some of those late round decisions that they could make that could then completely flip the map entirely. It feels like the B-bomb site defense is pretty weak. I think Kickert gets exposed there a lot. Belchnock has been playing Cat, and he also hasn't been playing well. So I think that's a big sort of problem for them on Mirage at the moment. But Dust 2, what a reliable map for Paravision, especially with Jamie in his current form. He's all over the map on Dust, guys, posting long on the little lip on short there, watching towards, or on catwalk looking towards short, mid doors, B-bomb side. He's just omnipresent, very difficult to play against because of how good his game sense is, just reading his opponents and knowing where to position himself. And Ancient, good map for both the teams. Paravision, it used to be great for them, maybe also dipped off a little, but this is conceivably upsettable for Ruby right now.
Yeah, I would say so. I think what we're going to see is potentially the op difference here between the two squads, especially on Mirage and Dust 2. And we've seen how good Jame has been. You guys highlighted, especially on Dust 2. Maybe it can help tilt Mirage in their favor as well. It depends on what Easy does, which I was highlighting before. When he's on, he can be very impactful. I mean, it's going to be tough going up against an opera like Jame, but still, I think Easy can have the impact he needs to. That being said, if he doesn't, that's where I feel like things could potentially slip on Mirage and Paravision, despite their lack of success on the map. I think they, against Ruby anyway, could have enough to pull that across the finish line. Then they get to Dust 2, and while there is still a good record for Ruby on Dust 2, and like you guys were saying, this is, I feel, a lean towards Ruby in terms of the veto, it's so good for Paravision. 26-6 over the last 3 months. They have been dominant in some of their wins. One of their biggest wins, 13-0 against Fireflux. So I mean, they're typically taking care of business on that map. So it could go to an Ancient Decider if Ruby's able to take Mirage. If Ruby doesn't take Mirage, my feeling is it's going to be a 2-0 in favor of Paravision. Actually, that's going to be my prediction, 2-0 in favor of Paravision. What's your prediction, Brandon?
3 maps. We're gonna go all the way. It's gonna be Paravision getting off to a really good start on Mirage. It's gonna look amazing, and then they're gonna lose. And then we're gonna go to D2. It's gonna be 13-11, paid by the round. You can kill the man on VP, but not the idea here in Paravision. And then Ancient's gonna be pretty back and forth, but I actually think Paravision should be winning that. However, if it's got to a third map, and if it does get scrappy, then I can definitely see Cade maybe just taking over a game with Hasinator.
So what's the end prediction?
Yeah.
2-1 Ruby. If
I also
no
want to.
ifs. Come on.
If they win Mirage, it's 2-1. If they don't win
Okay.
Mirage, it's 2-0 to Paravision.
All right. Well,
Okay.
you've covered some bases there. I don't know. Like, I've seen quite a lot of Paravision lately.
You've seen even more Ruby, mate.
I know that's true. I've actually seen a lot of both of these teams, and I'm kind of leaning in the direction of Ruby here. I know that there are significant underdogs coming into this matchup, but Paravision are so beatable right now. They really are. They are not playing nearly at close to their best as they could be. They're very beatable, and Ruby have heaps of firepower. So if Ruby come in at their best, which they have been doing, if Easy pitches up in particular, then yeah, Paravision will have a very tough time of it.
All right. Well, let's see. Did you make a prediction there, Hayes? Sorry.
Yeah, he wants Ruby to win.
I was
Okay.
I was kind of leaning into. I'd also go Ruby 2-1 here. I don't think they stand much of a chance on Dust 2, but I do think they stand a little bit of a chance. Yeah, I'll go 2-1 Ruby.
Okay, cool. So we got 2-2-1 Rubies. I'm going to say 2-0 Paravision. I'm sticking to it. I don't care. Let's check out the head-to-head and see the two players that are going to be highlighted here. I imagine one of them being Jame and the other one Cade. We already talked about both of them, but we'll bring up the head-to-head for you guys so you can have a look for yourselves. And yes, that is absolutely the case.
Oh, wow. Oh, surprised his rating's 1.16, because literally like last week it was like 1.4 or something ridiculous Cade had.
1.4.
Yeah, I think it's
Something like that, or like 1.34.
That's crazy.
It was ridiculous. And I didn't think he was the in-game leader, but he is.
I guess it wasn't so sustainable. We do have this head-to-head on our screen, but the head-to-head I'd love to highlight would actually be Jame and Easy, because you've got two players in completely different stages of their career that bring entirely different skill sets. You've got Jame, who's always reading the rounds, putting himself in the perfect place, game sense aplenty, experience out of the wazoo, fragging power as well. You got Easy, who's not in form right now, who's still finding his footing, is in the slump. Firepower, sure, but Jame will have a big edge, I reckon.
All right, well, we're jumping to the action here, guys. Let's see if Ruby can take the win against Paravision on Mirage. Take it away, guys.
Thank you. Let's go. And let's see Ruby execute into B. Travis looking immediately, pops his head up and takes the kill on Easy immediately. And James already on the run. Everyone is here for Paravision. The whole gang is here.
That is amazing. What a read. What a rotation. Ruby are running into the entire team of Paravision right now, and that's going to make life very difficult indeed. They've gotten to kill a little bit of damage, but this is just way too much. There's too many crossfires. There's no room. There's no space. Belchnock just has to stay alive. As soon as that smoke fades, these players will be easy to pick, and there we go. Paravision win the pistol.
There you go. Very clean. On towards that B bomb site. Travis gets the kill, and then suddenly everyone is just here. Like, how do you get space if you're Ruby? You literally can't.
Yeah. A name we didn't speak much about in the pregame for Paravision is Noto. I think.
Yeah, they are.
Evidently.
All right,
yeah.
they're winning. They're winning 2-0.
Okay, is that enough for you to just straight up swap your prediction?
Yep.
I mean, that's actually totally fair. And I think it's very recent, by the way. I don't think they've been on bootcamp for long.
Why were they not on boot? Were they on bootcamp for the MRQ? Should have been.
I mean, that would make sense, right? You know, kind of a bit of a saving grace for them is two of the teams they lost to in the MRQ went on to qualify for the major. If you want to try and put lipstick on a pig, this is a force buy. Oh, it's not. I lied. Okay. All right. That makes more sense. It was just an eco. Just Hasnator who spent. It's all good.
Lipstick on a pig.
Yeah? You like that one?
Yeah, I enjoyed that one. They went... Did Paravision go 0-3? I'm remembering that
but
right.
they lost to two teams that qualified. I think it was Bait and I can't remember who the other one was.
I don't care. Like,
okay.
I mean, it was they lost to Heroic, they lost to Astralis, they lost to Bait. Like, they did have a tough run, sure, but I don't know. Should have won that game against Bait, actually. I mean, I'm really happy for Bait, but they really should have won that game against Bait. They hard trolled that 0-2 game.
Oh, the actual MRQ matchup. Yeah, because they did the same thing in the ESL Pro League qualifier game as well. The ECL Season 49 EU final. Went in 0-1 disadvantage, went up 2-1, and should have won Inferno. They got destroyed on the last map. Or sorry, whatever the fourth map was, essentially Ancient.
13,
yeah, should have won that. Yeah.
Look at this, by the way, a little bait and switch.
Yeah.
Easy
Here
pickings.
comes the switch.
He ain't swinging this and clearing him. Oh my god, he does. Fair enough. Cade, this is why he's the in-game leader. Huge brain. And I love this top mid position as well, coming out of Fozil. Travis, none the wiser. Really great pickup.
So late in the round. That's what's caught Travis completely off guard. And look at how patient Ruby are as well. Not like, okay, we got in a kill. We have to now run to the bomb site. They're very poised.
Are they on boot camp? Look at Cade's got a monitor next to him.
I saw that. I did notice that as well.
Oh no, I don't know who's winning anymore. No, I'm joking. Kicker's got this. 30 seconds left. They're not clearing him. It's his time to strike. They're not coming CT, mate. They're in ramp. They're in Palace. Sawalio is going to swing at a moment's notice. Kicker makes his way behind the box. This is it. This is for the bomb denial. Kicker is going to bide his time. They're still not clearing him. They're still not looking at him. There's the swing out of Kicker, and that's the bomb down. And James hits the cross on Fozil. Kicker does it. The in-game leader keeps Paravision's slate clean.
Oh, that was just brilliant decision-making there from Kickit, man. The way that he nestles himself in behind triple, he has all the util raining in. He doesn't overswing, he doesn't overplay his hand. He waits for the perfect opportunity to pounce. And as soon as he kills the first player, that's the job done. Because even if the bomb planter gets off to get the trade, there wouldn't have been enough time for him to plant afterwards. And you even had James on Catwalk in the meantime, who also got in on the act. So, very good combination from them. Ruby have the rug pulled out from underneath.
Nice, we got a little webcams for this series as well.
I love webcams. Just adds to the occasion, just makes it more personal, getting to see the players' reactions as well. Judge their setups.
Yeah, I know it's annoying for the players, but I'd actually like webcams in like every game.
Oh, me too. What's up with Noita's chair though, Brandon? I mean, he's sitting very upright, so it's not like he's leaning back into it. Does he just want to rely on his own posture, not like have something propping him up?
I don't know. Like maybe he doesn't like by moving that bit back. I don't know. Loads of players do that sometimes, and I'm not sure why. I'm not even going to try and deep dive it. I got
He's
no
like
clue.
half JDM. He's just JD right now.
JD Sport.
Yeah, exactly. Locked in version of JDM, basically. I think.
This has been a brilliant start for Paravision in all seriousness. Not really had to face too much contention. This round, Cade's got the hero rifle. Everyone else just chilling. Oh, go get the webcams back.
They're like, haha, Brandon, you like that? Watch this.
I'm a masochist.
Yeah, exactly. Just love inflicting pain on people. Well, here we go. Ruby with the pistols, the hero AK on Cade.
Can they inflict some pain on
Nota? Good
Nota?
start. They'd love to. Might still be an opportunity. Gonna hang around here.
There.
Oh, wait. Nota, are you... Is this guy for real? Nah.
What are you doing?
Nah. That's not legit. He's just having a laugh. Straight up having a... That's just troll.
It's right, James here.
Yeah, but only James. Oh, okay, Belch knocks ramp, at least.
Oh, that's true. And Kickit's here. James gets a really sharp shot. Belchnok should be covering Palace. The stairs swing. Oh, isn't good enough, but there goes Belchnok activating from ramp, covering James off, and they've got no idea where he's gotten off to because of that silencer. Belchnok, you feel like, has done more than enough in this round. It looks scary, but it's not. Crisis averted for Paravision, despite Nota nodding off.
Yeah, just for a brief moment there. It's like, well, I want to watch this round from the bleachers, so I think I'll just commit myself and see what the boys do from here. Good lockdown on the A-bomb side. Looked like there was a moment where things could have gotten a little bit chaotic, but Paravision do keep it nice and tight on that A-bomb site, 4-0. And now this gun round actually carries a lot of weight for Ruby. Easy decides against buying the AWP here. A little bit disappointed by that. I think T-side Mirage has a lot going for an AWPer. Lots of long angles you can post up on if you can get in a good position.
Yeah, you got
punish players peeking, trying to get info. Yeah, true, but you're going to have to fight in the whole series.
That's what I'm saying. Like you want to fight him early with the AWP.
Oh yeah.
You need to make sure he doesn't get comfortable because he loves stuff like this. He's got free reign. Unreal out of James. He breaks the smoke. He takes the peek, and now he's moved over in towards B. Can you see his head? Yes, Kickit can. Yes. It's James that gets brought down to 2 HP. Back sight. Kickit will find the kill. Swallow at least gets the trade on the AWPer, and there is space in mid.
I like that from Swallow, just clearing the smoke open, getting a line of sight, then getting the kill as well. James never anticipating that, and fair enough. Oh, Kickit, be careful. Swallow is a headshot monster. You don't want to give this man opportunities in direct gunfights. I'm going to try and draw him into some uncomfortable territory, try and work him into a crossfire. 2 remaining players for Ruby, both in towards apartments right now. A bit of an unconventional smoke being thrown, and he's dropped down into it. Kickit gets the heads up. I don't really mind that from Swallow. A bit of a gamble, nearly worked out.
No, I rate it from Swallow. I just think it's even more troll for Kickit to throw that smoke. Nice shot out of Easy, and the spray transfer will work. Belchnok should get the kill here, which he does. It gets a little bit scary. You've got so much money, mate. James could buy an AWP. He's got 9k, and instead you drop your AK. That's the aura James has.
Yeah, James does actually have huge amounts of aura. That's very true. I've actually loved seeing him kind of relieve himself of duties as the IGL and just kind of step into his own as an AWPer. He does certainly call his own shots all the time, so he hasn't lost that sort of independence in the server.
Yeah, agreed.
And I think it's great he can just focus on his own game. And he's delivering, man. I mean, he's been all over the place on the CT side. Good opening kills found as well. He really is in the form of his career right now, I think. I mean, I know that they won the major. He was playing incredibly, but...
I was going to say... He has won a major. I understand what you're saying, though. Like, I could
the past few years, at least, you know.
Compared to what we saw him doing for VP, like, I'm actually excited watching James play now in Paravision.
Seems like he goes for way more opening kills as well, you know. He used to kind of have to, like, read the round out and then try and position himself where the action was going to go down. Takes more initiative from what I can tell.
He absolutely does. It's really fun to watch. Here's this good start I promised you for Mirage, for Paravision. Let's see if they can hold on to it and they don't troll. Paravision do love a bit of a troll.
Yeah, Ruby have gone for a bit of a half investment here, so they're light on utility, but they have got a smattering of firepower to work with.
Good adjective.
Edging their way in towards mid.
Little smattering in towards mid. Travis looking for the heads to go splat. Nice. Double headshot immediately. That fadeaway on Cade is nasty. In goes Belchnok. Mid is off limits, and so a round wins apparently for Ruby. 6-0, no contest right now.
Yeah, you're talking about money for Paravision. Their economy's been bolstered even further now. Best Ruby could do from here is a leveled up scoreline going into the second half. Now Easy does have the AWP, but he's light on util, so is Cade because of the fact that he bought up in the previous, so it's not even like they have everything they'd need right now.
He does that an awful lot, doesn't he, Cade? And yeah, later does back himself, which, you know, I don't hate it. It does leave him a little bit light.
Yeah, normally it's the IGL who'll sacrifice himself to make sure that he's got all the util that the team needs, not Cade, though. This is such an important round for Ruby. If they lose this, then the wheels have come off entirely.
Issue is, the only round that has been a real contest from what I can remember was the one where Kicker had to slide in and get that double kill from A. Aside from that, it's been smooth sailing. Nota, Travis, James all occupy mid. And James just breaks the smoke, and the gun is spotted by Nota. Oh, ooh, instant adjustment from him, and Travis is waiting in the wings to come and support, or at least he was. And now he moves back over to B, because that was a reaction from Ruby in the previous gun round. This time, no dice. They're all in mid.
And Nota's hanging around. Nota remains in position. That smoke soon to fade. There's going to be 2 players on the opposite side. Certainly going to be a boost here. That makes sense when you have 2 players under snipers at the stage of the round. Nade could have done so much more damage. Just a little tickle. While Nota continues to find impact. How do Ruby connect the dots here? I mean...
They don't.
You can't anymore. Now it's impossible. You've got a player Ramp who's been patiently waiting for his team to try and get their way through connector, but they've just been shut down. Oh goodness. Paravision are looking incredible right now.
Last time I saw Paravision with a lead like this, they were 11-1 up against Big, and then they lost in triple OT.
Oh my god.
That was in the CCT playoffs. Ruby are not big, is the difference here.
That's the anecdote. The caveat. I mean, these rounds have just not been inspiring at all. You know, look at the kills. 4, 7, 8, 9. 9 kills in 7 rounds for Ruby. That is... They just haven't pitched up in that department at all.
That's a really good point.
Certainly have.
Yeah, so then they have to go for an A exec, which I feel like should have come in maybe 3 rounds ago.
Yeah,
I feel like we were defaulting and then defaulting. It wasn't working. Oh, let's go for another default. Oh, we got no money. Oh, we'll still default. Here we go. Pop out with the Tech 9s. Oh, maybe it just doesn't matter. Maybe it doesn't matter what you do. James is finding kill after kill after kill. And even though Belchnok goes 1 for 1, it doesn't matter because you're still in a 4-on-2.
Can Ruby get a bomb plant at the bare minimum here? Give themselves some extra finances. It looks like they want to try and search for some kills before they commit to the plant. That's a good frag can't be paid, but Nota will find the trade and then some. Paravision keep themselves flawless here on their opponent's map pick. 8-0. As dominant as it gets.
And this is where the confidence is. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I do like the variation from Ruby to go for the AA exec against a team that are just battering and bullying you, because you can kind of negate that individual prowess and firepower by just completely blocking off a bomb site with smoke grenades.
This is why I was saying like, I needed that like 3 rounds earlier, because you could have stopped bleeding. But unfortunately, you decide to do it, or not even on a gun round, no less. It's with Tech 9. So that's another key indicator here. Furthermore, what I'm really liking is that Belchnok and Nota are just taking fights liberally.
And I was talking about in the pregame how Belchnok just hasn't been doing that lately. So it's fantastic to see that he has got that confidence about him right now. Maybe being on boot camp has just boosted him up a little bit. 12-2. What a way to open up. James 11-2. Another opening kill coming through from him. Preemptive smoke to extinguish the molly. Belchnok could now be anywhere. That's good. That's really good. Some explosivity. Here we go. Some impetus on display from Ruby.
That smoke was kind of cool. I think it was inadvertent. Oh, Travis. Never mind. Well, that smoke was cool. 3v2. Bomb now dropped in no man's land. Hassanator on the lurk in Con is being held by Travis. Fozil can grab this bomb. And he has been able to retrieve it. Did he spot Travis on that left-hand side? I think he did. Travis is now being allowed to also bait in James. Crossfire looks really good, and Kicker is just waiting to play. 35 seconds. James swings and gets that trade. So still keeps the advantage with Paravision.
And the immediate reposition, but he doesn't overcommit. Oh, Hassanator is going to kill all of this. Wait, James in the corner or pistol? Doesn't matter. Does not matter.
Bro. It's just men against boys.
It does look that way.
It's James' little
3 opening kills.
Oh.
That's 30% of the rounds, and they've all been with the AWP. So he has been so good in that department. Bang.
James Clinic. Yeah, I'll take another pause.
Fitting.
That's
As
such
Ruby could do with a doctor's visit right now.
That's such a tilting round to lose, man. That's such a tilting round. You finally get the A space, and then Travis gets a collapse spray, and then you think, oh yeah, I've got him in the corner, and then James just trades, and then whatever movement that is, I've never seen that in pro play before, but hey, he even hits the shot after.
It's like, he's like, is he jumping back? Because he's jumped out of snipers into mid, back into snipe. No, not into snipers, just in the corner. And Hasnates is like, what the hell is even going on there? Let me just have a little looky-loo. I'm horrible? Or James?
No, James.
Yeah, just like toying with them.
Oh, now you're going to take the fight,
when all else fails, gotta go for the big B pop.
God, that smoke's brilliant as well. Kick it. Oh, yeah. I love this. I love this angle out of Kicker. He gets 2.
Completely blind. Not even a single shot fired off. That's going to be a nice adjustment on the dink, but hang on. This is it for Ruby. They finally have everything that they need in the round. They've got the kill on James as well. Blink, you might have missed it. Ruby, welcome to the server.
That's the round they win. Like, a Kicker gets 2, he gets nothing. And then Ruby just light up the kill feed. That's actually amazing.
Yeah, ironic. The thing is, Kicker did hear the flash. He tried to turn away from it, but he turned back too soon. And then he just ate the flash.
Well, Ruby can get 3 rounds. They really need the 3 rounds. But the issue is that Paravision can just buy James back out with the AWP once more. I'll go for an opening pick in mid, and Ruby changed the pace. This is a good tempo on this round in towards Con, and they were consistently getting the Con space. Oh, well, they were, and then Nota gets 1. At least there's a trade.
Dink on Sawalio as well from Nota before he goes down. Travis can't afford to go down here either. Give up the space. Adjust elsewhere. Incendiary going to be making life uncomfortable for Sawalio. Belchnock back into connector. Man, they are just brimming with confidence right now, and he's going to take a step forward after that kill. Surely Easy gets the trade, right? Oh, it's the disaster. So much damage done to Hasnater as well. Oh, Easy has to get that kill, man.
Look at Fozzel. Is James... Oh, James worried about Con. So there's a time in here for Fozzel. Never mind. Kick It covers it. Everyone from Paravision is doing their job and then some. They are protecting every single player, making sure they don't get undone by a time-in. And now this smoke is horrible because, yeah, you've got to walk through one side or the other. And James just finishes what he started.
Yeah, Hasnater can't escape James in that connector mid-region. 10-1. We're thinking, oh, Ruby, they've won this half by. Maybe this can be the spark to ignite their campaign, and then just fall flat on their face immediately afterwards. I did like that they were playing on the front foot there, trying to take the fight to Paravision. Shows they still have some confidence about them, but man, 10 out of 11 going Paravision's way. Speed running this map right now. John's prediction of 2-0 looking like it could be on course.
Yeah, looking really good. And fair play to Paravision.
Oh, didn't he say Ruby 2-0? I think he said Ruby 2-0, right? That was... No, that I'm pretty sure. Well, you can't say anything, so yeah, Ruby 2-0, that was it.
No, we're not doing this. What is good for Paravision is that their good start is actually just a good map. I really like this mentality because so often, as we've been saying, for Paravision, is like, I love this team. Like, I really like this Paravision team. I really have enjoyed watching them over the first few months. It's why, like, I'm going a bit hard on them, where I'm saying, like, it's not good enough with Challenger League. It wasn't good enough with the MRQ. I really expect them to breeze through that major qualifier. I can't lie to you. So the fact that they are 0-3, and now here they come into this tournament, they're taking it so seriously because they want to get these invites. They've just had a look at PGL, seeing what NIP have just done. And NIP, by the way, who couldn't make it out of closed qualifiers in CCT, now make playoffs at PGL. This is what you're playing for.
Paravision were ahead of them. Paravision were the blueprints of how to make a team from scratch and then build their way up to VRS ranking. NIP have overtaken them. Oh, James won't be allowed to fall back. Good kill being found from Sawalio. Coming through from Palace. However, Nota gives his team a man advantage. Gonna get forced out though, and he will be able to get across safely. Now, this is where Ruby have to try and find the plant. Easy's the one with the bomb on his back right now. Travis would have been heard. Does Easy go searching all the way to support you for Travis? I love the way he's just bobbing and weaving around the corner. Baits the shot, gets the kill. Nota gets in on the act as well. And that is damn near flawless for Paravision on the half.
Brilliantly played. And he deliberately makes that audio cue to bait Easy into the shot. John's
I don't know about that.
John's put out a very damning stat, by the way. 0 bomb plants for Ruby, all half.
There was one where they came so close, where Easy got denied while planting the bomb. That's as close as they got, really. I guess 2 bomb plants were denied. The other round where Kick It swings from triple. Brilliant work from Paravision. Really just as good as it gets from start to finish. And it's not like it was easy for them. I mean, I know that they made it look easy, but Ruby was still getting like positional control in middle. They were still causing some chaos, wreaking some havoc in a few rounds. They had their chances, but Paravision were just better when it mattered. Imagine you've just joined and you've like wagered on Ruby. Oh yeah, 11-1 up, sick. This is oh no. There we go.
It just changed. This map has been running for 20 minutes. It might conclude very shortly. Paravision enter the slow creep. And hear the jump out of Easy. Did he see any of them? It looks like it. Cade's on 1 HP.
Oh, wow. And not for any longer. Nota finishes off what he started, and this is going to be the moment that they start to accelerate into the safe bomb side.
Nice shot. Is there any more? Remember, Easy was in jungle. Great flashbang. It doesn't get Easy all the way, but it's still enough for Belchnok to adjust on him. They know Swallow was in CT. Another player in at jungle. That's enough for Travis to get taken down at Palace. Jane will swing and spot, and now he's going to go all the way around the world, isn't he? He's going to be a naughty, horrible person again.
Oh, but the thing is, Nota's also making a play. I don't think Nota can afford to do this. Jane will get that backstab frag. Kind of realized he has to take what he can get and then hang around on the site. Yeah, and that enables Nota to make this big play. Belchnok finds his second. There is a smoke in the kit here for Swallow. Someone has to try and close the gap and get into that smoke with their knife out. That's exactly what Belchnok's going to do. Jane will join him. And Swallow now doesn't stand a chance.
No, they're mucking about. They don't care anymore.
Having a laugh.
A really nice little micro there from Jame as well, because as he kills Fozil, he goes back into jungle, and again, he does weird movements, but he's really loud about it, and it baits them straight into Belchnok. We'll see it on the replay in just a sec. This guy...
hunting for Jame.
Yeah, I don't know who it was that came around the corner, but he got owned. Here we go, Hassanator. He's like, oh, Jame? No, Belchnok.
Yeah, Belchnok was inevitable there in the pistol. 3 frags found from him, 18 and 6, a masterclass. Ruby have to spend all their money just to try and survive. 11 in a row is what's required to get this into overtime. And James should never have even gotten one, but he does. And Kick It could phase through the smoke catch. Hassanate's on the backtrack. No, he will successfully retreat.
Oh, Hassanate is dead. And now that gives even more room for Kick It, right? And they're even putting more utility in towards mid. They got no idea. There goes Kick It. Nice shot out of Easy. Is there going to be any more? No, it's actually really easy for Nota. 2 kills, and it's a 3v1 for Fozil. At least the first kill is his, but recovering this round is going to be tricky. At least Nota's low HP. Maybe that gives him something. No, just a one tap to the dome. Paravision make light work of Ruby. And Ruby's map pick, no less. It's 13-1 for Paravision.
On a map that Paravision have shown a lot of flaws lately. And now we go to their crown jewel of Dust 2. I very rarely say this, but I actually think it's an apt description. I think that was perfect from Paravision, Brandon. Yeah. I think that was actually a perfect game from them from start to finish and everything in between. That was a really good display.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. Look, they lost a Mac 10 rounds. Who cares, really? Like,
yeah.
You take a look at the gun rounds. Like, Ruby had like a couple of decent plays, but it was more like figuring it out way too late. And by that point, your mental's gone. You can't rebound back into the game. It's really tough. And what's also going to be tough is finding enough highlights to piece this together. But they're all going to be Paravisions, and they're all going to be broken down by John.
Thanks, Brandon. Yeah, that was an absolute slaughtering of Ruby by Paravision. I mean, you saw the first round there, that great read by Paravision. All 5 players on the B side, I guess they looked at the tape or knew what was coming their way, but they took down Ruby very easily on the pistol round. But like you highlighted, I think the most important round there in that first half was round number 3. Where it looked like for a moment Ruby were going to come through, and we'll check out the highlights when they're ready. They should be up in a moment, guys. But round number 3, Cade gets the 2K entry, and you're like, okay, this is where Ruby could start making some noise, could start getting some rounds. But Kickert, just the patience. This was the most that was asked of Paravision, by the way, for the entirety half. Kickert, great patience on the A side, waits, holds, pops around the corner, denies the bomb plant, and then gets a follow-up as well. It's just really well done from him, and that's the A site shut down. After that point, I don't think we saw anything, and I think it wasn't just because Ruby weren't really able to execute, but also the positioning was really solid, and Brandon said it. I mean, everyone was doing their job perfectly. Whenever there was one line that got passed, like James Falls or something like that, well, James falling after a 2K most of the time, but either way, James Falls, Nota was there over from Connector or Jungle to deliver a key frag, or Belchinok, who was playing so well off of James fragging with, I think he finished with 18 or 19 frags. Unbelievable work, and everyone was right there as like the second and third line of defense, and Ruby could never get past it. And the fact that they got 0 bomb plants, that does not happen often, folks. 0 bomb plants for Ruby. Even in the round they won that just off of getting frags. They didn't need to plant the bomb, but still crazy stuff. And that frag right there, I don't think I've ever seen a pro player holding that angle like Brandon was saying, and it's just the weirdest situation ever. But somehow, I would say 9 times out of 10, you're dead with a player peeking from con and looking in your direction there. But somehow Jay makes it work. Ridiculous stuff as we continue going through this. But yeah, there was that one highlight for Ruby where they just went fast into the B site. They were able to get around. You thought maybe that would be the start of a comeback. No, Jame is there. Jame was everywhere. And I talked about this in the pregame, right? Jame with the op up against Easy. I think he has the advantage in a significant way, and he showed it there. Easy didn't really do anything, which was really unfortunate for Ruby. He didn't have the op that much just because of the situation in the economy, right? I mean, you're not getting bomb plants, you're not getting additional $600, so you're stuck at that $3,400 loss bonus, meaning the op is very much out of reach, even when you're going with those eco rounds. And yes, he did get it a couple of times, but immediately either James there or a rifler get them. James was unbelievable. It's really, and like you guys were saying, it's a joy to watch him play on this Paravision roster because he's unleashed, right? He doesn't have to think about all of the calling, all the things that he needs to do. No, he's just playing, he's just opping, and it's really quite something. Yeah, not much more to say there, guys. I mean, it was a Paravision stomp. They go on to Dust 2, which is their home turf, their pick. It's not looking great for Ruby, I would say. So probably leaning, definitely still leaning towards that 2-0 for Paravision. We'll see if it comes through and if Ruby can get some life here in this BO3. Keep it locked here on CCT. All right, so absolute drubbing, let's say, by Paravision on map number 1 that Ruby are going to have to find a way to put behind them. The problem is, and I highlighted this before, Dust 2 and Mirage are Opper's maps, and if James keeps playing like that, I don't really know if Ruby are going to have a chance here, Brandon.
It's funny because off air we said, could it get worse for Ruby? Well, the only way it gets worse is 13-0.
Yeah.
That's a damning sentence, to be honest with you. And it was, I think I said it, like men against boys. Like it was Paravision playing some really good CS. It's Ruby not looking the way you'd expect them to. Maybe it's playoffs is too much of a jump for them, but they've been taking some good scalps, man. Like they've actually been playing some really good Counter-Strike recently.
Yeah.
So it makes me think, look, the game plan wasn't all there. Like that's apparent. It felt like Ruby felt like they could just play their own game, and it was evident that that was the case. They didn't really anti-strap Paravision because they defaulted all the damn time. When it didn't work, hey, we go for an A exec. So now on Dust 2, now I get to start looking and be like, all right, Cade, what's your plan in here? What's your design on D2? Because you had to have known that Dust 2 was coming in this veto.
I mean, it's a map that Ruby do play, and they've had some good success on as well. So it's not like it's a punish pick necessarily. It's just such a good map for Paravision. What I will say is, remember, guys, Ruby came all the way through from the closed qualifier to get to this point here in the playoffs, right? Then through the entirety of the Swiss stage, won their round of 16 playoff game against 500, in which they were the underdogs. So it's already been a hell of a journey for them. But the thing is, they don't want to bow out like this, where they get banged out of the server in the quarterfinal without putting up a fight, because they are way better than what we saw in Mirage.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're going to have a choice, to be honest with you, because of the way Paravision are playing. Like, they're bringing it to them. They need to have an answer. So I agree with you there, Hayes, that it's kind of in their court to have a response here. I would imagine that there's going to be a similar structure to Paravision's play once we get to Dust 2. A little bit of aggression sprinkled in here and there, and James really trying to have his way with them with the AWP. But it's going to be difficult. And you look at Paravision results over the last, well, it's 6 wins in a row for them. They had 2 losses against Spirit Academy, which has been a very tough customer for many teams. And then the other one was Gun 5. But since that point, Navi Jr., victory against them. Bait 500, the next level. You know, they've been taking care of business at the tier 2 level for sure. Have Paravision on this map, and you mentioned it on the other side. Yes, Ruby, you know, they're getting their wins. They had the win against 500. I think that was yesterday. Yeah, that was yesterday where they ended up getting the upset, like you said. But I don't know, like Paravision's on their game. I agree that they're hungry. They know that things have not been going their way. They want to try and bring it back, especially for the second half of the season. Once they get into that second major cycle, they're going to be trying to get as much momentum as they can going to that point. And a win here, and perhaps even throughout this CCT series, would be huge for them, Brandon.
Yeah, the thing I worry about with Ruby in this game is the fact that Hasanator was like 1-11 for like a big part of that game. I think he ended it on 4 kills. Easy ended it on 4 kills. Like your players that you need to do well just weren't doing well, and then that gives me like no confidence. And you're right, going back in line with what you're saying about Paravision, if they make this deep run, if they're able to win a CCT, would it give them confidence? Absolutely. Then where does it go there for Paravision? That's my next question, because they won a CCT before at the start of 2025, and then they couldn't replicate it. I actually feel like for Paravision, the bar is let's win a CCT, and let's win another CCT, and let's just actually be consistent in tier 2.
And I mean, it's probably not what the bar would have been with the formulation of this team, especially when they came together. They were actually looking really good, right? So yeah, it's not ideal, but it's where they are right now.
All right, pistols ready. Let's see if Ruby can get back into this one, guys.
I'm afraid that they can't, but I don't want to rule them out just yet. CT side for Ruby, Jame with the B spawn that you know he's absolutely not taking. Let's see what we've got cooking here for Paravision. There he goes. He runs straight past all of them.
The entire team is going to go B except him, the player who had the best B spawn. That is classic. All right. Well, he has dropped a smoke grenade across to Belchnok. Going to be thrown in towards mid door. Swalio has gone searching. Ruby looking to fight on the front foot here. Trying to take that fight to Paravision. Double flash committed. They're all in right now, our Ruby. And they look like they might actually have to fade away without having gotten anything from that excursion, which is not ideal with how much they committed.
That's not going to push here. Another smoke. Okay, intent is clear, even with that molly. All right, so now you're all into this BXX. You need to find something here. Can you get anything? Well, one's in tunnels. Now you know the other one's on site. That is outrageous from Nota. And then Travis got the advanced info that one player was pushing. 5v3, even with this kick at Lurk, holding for middle. Good luck, Ruby.
Yeah, this is closed up shop. Absolutely no way back into the round. Best you can do is save your Kevlar. Try and do something with the force bind the following. But Paravision have opened up here on Dust 2 where they left off on Mirage. Oh my goodness, why are they even taking these fights? It doesn't make any sense. You could have saved your Kevlar, guys. That's $650. That's a lot of money. Now they've just given up completely nonchalantly. And something I was going to say is the only way I think that Ruby could actually get back into this is if Paravision come into this with their heads dropped a little bit, because they can take it a little bit too lightly after having dominated the Mirage the way they did. But if Paravision just bring the same sort of impetus to Dust 2, then this one's as good as done already. That's the key, though. That's the test for Paravision, to keep their discipline. That's what I'm looking for now.
I agree. I think that's a really good point you bring up, because it's all about game management for Paravision. It's like, yes, you won 13-0. Yes, you just won the pistol. We know they're susceptible to losing leads, losing maps, maybe even losing series from positions you think are really just impossible to lose. But when Belchinok is in this form, that you got to give that a little bit of credence. Flashbang, brilliant out of kicker. James also found one on Hasanator. This round is over again, you feel.
Can I go off on a little bit of a rant here?
Yeah, go on.
And it annoys me so much that they just hung around for those fights with no reason at all, with 3 players that had Kevlar for them to just force buy in this next round anyway.
Yeah,
they could have had more util. They could have, you know, smoked off the long doors. They could have enabled themselves so much more. They just hung around, just took the fights at range. There was never a chance for them to win the round from where they were positioned. Why weren't they just knives out towards long and pit saving their Kevlar? Like, for me, are they already checked out? Because that is just awful decision making.
No, I'm right there with you. And even there, that long fight, like, yeah, it was a great flash out to kick it. But as soon as you lose the guy close long, do you really have to be trying to trade there with a 5.7 and an MP9?
No.
No. I feel like it's actually an interesting game state, because you've got Paravision who are going to be playing maybe a little bit extra safe to guarantee some of these round wins. But you've also got to have Ruby that have to play a little bit more riskier to feel like they need to control the game. Because one thing that Ruby love to do is try and control the game through aggression. They like to try and control the game through getting some nice little individual multi-kills sprinkled in. None of that happened on Mirage. Now you're going to see more of those individual plays being reached out from, especially on the CT side of Dust 2, where you try and break the norm so consistently. There'll be a lot of that from Ruby, trying to maintain some essence of control. It's going to be up to Paravision to disrupt that. And should they be able to, which, to be honest, I think they will be able to, this could be as quick as Mirage.
What a scary concept. Scary thought indeed. Ruby going to have to eco here. We're going to need a lot more out of the entirety of the team here for Ruby if they're going to stand any chance. And I actually think it's probably not ideal that they're starting in the defensive half of the map here. Now Paravision gets to dictate the pace of the game, continue to ride that wave of momentum from Mirage into D2. They're clearly galvanized so well at the moment. I think that it's going to make the defensive half a lot more difficult for Ruby. I think they would have been better off starting on the T side here and then trying to get momentum to carry into the second half instead. I know they didn't have that option because they had to pick halves before the series started, but I think this isn't ideal.
Oh, nice little leg shot coming out of Jame on Fozil. That's one of your... Well, actually, that's the MVP weapon, right? Like, your MP9. What a sentence that is.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking.
I'll tell you what, though. You're in the right place. Well, you were.
Are you?
They've moved back into mid. They're still really close.
Yeah, but really close isn't enough, I don't think, because that smoke grenade now is going to stop them completely. Oh, Kicker's blinded by his teammate's flash there. They will kill the player on the A bomb site, so that'll give them a lot of space to start to push forward. James Orp already get in on the action here, third round of the map.
Where's he got that from? Okay, he was holding the short guy. Jump up, finds nothing. And now you got Easy and Hassanator, who are probably going to try and get Kicket's gun, maybe. But Kicket died in CT, so that's pretty terrible in terms of trying to achieve that one. So you look for exits instead. Paravision 3-0. To be honest, there's not an awful lot you can break down from this, apart from Paravision are death ball in when it comes to the T side. They've already showed a couple of lurks here and there out of Jame, but I mean, he's not going to be doing that anymore because he's got the AWP, right? And now you're at a point where Ruby are going to be invested in. Easy will have the AWP. Please, Easy. We need an opening kill against Jame. Well, in fact, I'll take anyone.
Oh, man. I mean, Paravision just with some good reads, good moves being made in the round here. Little dink is nice, but nothing to write home about. I always wondered what that's saying. Is it nothing to write home about or nothing to ride home about?
Right, I thought it was in like pen, as in like you're writing something. I thought it was that.
But it could also be ride home though. Like I feel like that works too. You know,
It could.
like just
Yeah.
I've got to ride home and tell mom about this.
Twitch chat. Do your thing.
Let's start a poll. Can we start a poll and people can use their channel points to vote?
What a waste of channel points.
Okay. Last idea you're getting out of me. Yourself now.
The idiom, nothing to write home about, means not very good or ordinary.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to go with nothing to write home about. I'm going to just trademark it, my variation.
Where did it come from? The late 1800s. Possibly among troops stationed far from home in the war, so they can't. There's nothing to write home about. Okay, that makes more sense.
Or they're dead.
Yeah, like Foizel and Easy in this round.
Yeah.
B-bomb site, that was a no contest. I've just had a look at that definition. I've come back to look at Belchnok and Travis walk out of smoke with one flashbang, and Ruby not even shooting their weapons. Like, this is dire.
That was way too easy. Like that was made to look elementary for Paravision. Perfect entries, good shooting from Travis, sure, but oh, Ruby. I mean, they've even delayed the bomb plant, Brandon. They're literally delaying the bomb plant to try and hunt as much as they can. Gotta be careful. If these kills don't go their way, Nota gets traded, but James, they're all right. Now they'll commit to the plant. I love that. That is like just adding so much insult to injury.
Do you know what? It's so perfectly Jame because of how cringe it is.
Production, not yet. Too soon. Does
Did
James
Jame
die?
get the kill? I don't know. Well, this is fine. It's a cliffhanger.
Okay, that's true. Keeping him on the edge. Hang on. Oh, Sawalio.
He did die.
Got the kill on Jane, picked up the orb, got a second. Travis has actually been able to get past, though. Oh, but he stepped. He was hoping he could just step into the scope from the opposite side and catch Sawalio off guard.
This is a little mini game for Swalio because he can't win the round. So it's like, okay, well, can he hold on to the AWP for Easy? He's even going to fight. I love this out of Swalio. Travis shouldn't have him, and he doesn't. Swalio wins the battle, but Paravision win the round.
At least he's been able to keep an AWP in play. Do they decide to invest around this? Kate and Swalio can both get M4s.
Sorry, he wasn't there, and he just spawned in. He just reconnected to the server and appeared. That's why I was like, oh, there you go, there's the AWP.
Oh, goodness.
I'm tired, I'm sorry.
No, fair enough. Just popping up out of nowhere. Need that to happen for Ruby here in a round.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Easy has had that AWP recovered. He wouldn't have had the AWP otherwise. Let's see if he can put it to use here.
Cade up closer as well and towards the mid doors, and they're not even pushing. Instead, the fight comes out long. Sawalio gets dinked and dealt with. Cade also died in the mid doors. Look at this mid to B split out a kicker. This is acceleration that Ruby aren't ready for. A Belchanok, is he ready for the second player at long? Yes, he is. Oh, no.
These guys just have the Midas touch right now. Perfect read on all of these rounds. Fozel's been traded 5-0.
James,
about to come through.
James, I love you. I love you so much. It's a 4v1. The bomb site's been taken, and he throws the bomb in lower. He's like,
yeah, guys, come grab the bomb. Run from side to mid, and then back to. I'm hunting. I'm going hunting. That is the most James thing ever. I could only imagine someone like Blame F doing something similar, but
But the thing is, he'd get roasted for that, and yet James
Yeah,
does it,
true.
and we all love him and kiss his feet. So
It's the classic meme, like the secretary, someone
Yes,
call
yeah.
HR, or this guy's so cute.
hello, HR.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Oh, this is diabolical for Ruby.
If you want to make things worse, Matt, we can say that in the
Okay.
series score right now, it's 18-1 to Paravision.
It's like we're scrimming. Playing all the rounds.
Oh, no way.
They've
They're
got
just
to set
doing
up
everything.
towards tunnels. Can easy double? No. I thought maybe he might be able to get his gun out in time for that second shot, get the bullet in the chamber, but Nota will find both those kills. There's still Cade on the front lines on short right now. Not looking to concede the space.
You got to do something
Should he
together
extend
here.
forward, though? James watching for him.
He can extend forward only if Fozul flashes mid doors or high mid, or he just comes and swings with him. Otherwise, this is going to happen. Again, your kills are not tradable. You're bang on. The fact that James holding for him is brilliant, but the fact that Fozul isn't there to at least swing and maybe get a trade with him, the fact that Cade just goes alone, sure, Kickit gives up his life, but it doesn't matter because it's a 4v2. Shadow still spotted. Flashbang, good to get James off the angle. Can Fozul get a kill? No.
And the problem is, because he's been sucked into middle in the meantime, Nota's just taken B-side control. He's mollied off window. Fozel's trying to commit through the molly, but Nota has the orb scoped up on the angle. Bomb will eventually get across onto the site. This time, Paravision will actually have to commit to the plant.
It can get weird if Sawalio walks through the smoke, but I don't think he's going to.
Yeah, that window of opportunity would have had to kill Nota, and then maybe would have had a chance.
Time?
He stopped the bomb from getting out. Wait, Jay, why is... Bro, James was running away. James like, good luck, have fun. You guys lock it down there. I'm making sure he doesn't save.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you know, James could be out of position.
He could be. Sawalio, this would be a awesome clutch, and now he knows where Belchnok is, and he hits the shot. Now sees James on the jiggle. Lines up the molly, it's a swing. Sawalio has done it. That's how Ruby get back into the round. A ridiculous 1v3 that, let's be honest, should never have happened.
No, absolutely not. That is a big blunder from Paravision, the first of its kind here in the series. And that could be the way for Ruby to get back into this game. I mean, they don't have much money here, but that is a little glimmer of hope. Sawalio, we saw him with a lot of kills in sort of inconsequential fashion earlier on in the half, but man, these ones are of the highest impact. A 1v3 clutch. What was James doing, though? What is James even thinking? He just spotted him doors. The bomb wasn't even planted yet when he's already rotating off the site. Like, come on, that's a bit egregious.
That round is a classic Paravision drop the ball.
Special.
And they do it a remarkable amount, which is not ideal. Because, look, I understand that you're winning 18-1. And I understand that we are being a bit nitpicky here. But in the same breath, that is a 1v3 that you should never, ever, ever be giving up and giving over to Ruby. Because, hey, what if this gives them a little bit of belief?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Kind of ignite this game a little bit for Ruby. They win the round here. Not much money for Paravision. They force up, lose that 5-3, anti-eco 5-4. And that is plausible. That's realistic.
Yeah.
And that's what I was talking about earlier on with, hey, Paravision, are you going to start to become a bit ill-disciplined because you're dominating this game?
That's what I'm saying.
Could that
yeah.
allow Ruby back?
Yeah, you're bang on. You're bang on. You don't want to give chances to this team. Oh, yeah, 18-2. Sorry. Yeah, they got that round on just now.
Not a great look.
No.
And they're going to hammer home on this B-bomb side again. They've been incredible, impeccable with their entry prowess.
Yeah, this is the right call. Just keep bullying it. It makes so much sense here as well. Flashbang in towards mid. You've been conditioning mid so much. Fozul are on a really good angle. Are they going to swing out? Oh, yeah, they are. Travis certainly is. Nota will get the trades onto Belchanok, and then James will follow through on Fozul. Be open for business once more, but this time Ruby are nowhere near to respond.
Yeah, you can't even afford to. You can't even risk it because you've got nothing to work with in the following round if they all go down. And already, surprise, surprise, there's a hunt on the flank here. A hunt for the execills, rather. Looking to try and deny guns being carried over for Ruby. Good return to form for Paravision, just locking in after losing that 3v1 in the round prior. Making sure that they don't let that cascade out of control. Put Ruby back to square one.
I like the idea of the hunt here because it's not a full committal on the hunt. That timing's outrageous though. Kickit runs away as Easy walks over with the AWP. Travis blows up. Paravision bombard B. They keep
7 more
doing
rounds.
it again
That's all
and
they
again
need.
and again. I'm really surprised that we haven't seen that many long takes.
Well, I mean, considering how well the B hits have been working, it does make sense that, as you just mentioned, they
today,
would look
you
to
know?
bully it. Oh, yeah, fair. That's true. Definitely become less popular. I agree. I think it's just become quite tough as the T side to get out with how solid the util is from the CTs these days.
Yeah. Valid. I like this molly. Normally, I like to see that molly thrown top mid paired with a smoke because it just completely ruins mid aggression, and it makes you worry about what happens when you come out a lower. Here we go. Some long util, and it's brilliant. Never mind.
Bro.
What can you
Like,
do against that?
you
Like,
gotta
seriously,
keep
what can you
nothing.
do against that?
You've literally flashed him and you've swung him while he's blind, and he still gets the kill. While he's dabbing just to make matters worse. And now they're going to use that space that's been created and just group up with numbers.
That is prime Belchanok. I really want Belchanok to have a heater this next couple of months. Because, to be fair to Belchanok, he was the only one that was doing anything in the MRQs when I was watching. He was absolutely destroying bait, and he deserved to win that game for Paravision. He couldn't do it.
Yeah. I don't know if that had damaged his confidence. You know, 1.04 rating in the past month for him. Past 6 months, 1.14.
Oh, has he seen him? Has Hasinator seen Belchanok? It looks like it with Fozil
problem
swinging.
is-
Oh my god!
No.
Are you serious? Are you joking me? And Belchanok inadvertently has got Hasinator just running in his footsteps. Travis and James have now found kills on the site. Hasinator now confirms, hey, by the way, I'm on B. Belchanok has done everything in this round.
Without
can't
even
believe
knowing
it.
it, though. He didn't even know that he was doing so much because he was spotted by Hasinator. That's what drew Fozil back into the B bomb site, forced an extra rotation. It's Travis, excuse me, on the step out there will finish off the job. Oh my goodness. I mean, the fact that Fozil even dies to Belchanok feels, you know, awful because he knew he was coming. He could have hid and let the flank finish off the job. He wanted to try and get the kill himself. That's it from Belchanok's POV.
ridiculous.
I think, yeah, I don't know. I mean, Easy even here, you've got to be able to get that kill as the AWPer. Look at that from Travis, so much confidence in the step out. This is a runaway train now, I'm afraid. He's given up the fact that he's there. He's run through the molly. Okay, he's throwing support util for his teammates. I guess that's the plan.
Respect. Oh no.
None offered in this round, though. They both smoke off the tunnel.
Go on, Easy. Can you get Nota? Can you kill Nota? Can
No.
we get one kill back? Yeah, I think we can. No, we can't. He leaves. Belchanok's out long again. I would never fight long in my life if I died like that in the last round. Not PG.
Oh, yeah. I'm changing
again.
positions on the CT side of Dust 2 for the rest of my career.
Yeah.
I'm
Guys,
like,
you want to
screw
play
that.
sports? No. No, I
Yeah,
don't.
screw that. I'm not the long player anymore. I'm just going to anchor B. And then you have to run across double doors. You get off and you're like, Jesus Christ, man. Can we just veto this map?
I'm going to sit in CT, guys. I've got the rotate.
yeah. There we go.
Dwale is on a good angle to do damage. The issue is the rest of his team isn't there. So there's the one kill. Can he get the second? No, but Cade can through the smoke. This could be a round back here for Ruby. Sawale has found another one onto Travis. This is absurd. Impact out of the 5-7. Nota's on a mega flank, but the bomb is not in Paravision's possession. Nota will at least find one, but can't get by Cade. It's a Jane 1v2.
Good awareness there from Cade to be covering and looking back in towards CT. That's why he can get that trade so efficiently. And now he slides himself into Elevator. And he will be able to step out and finish off the job. Good work there from Ruby. Holding strong on that A bomb site. You mentioned it. Sawalio was in a very good position and he completely takes advantage of it. He gets so much work done. Not only just in terms of the kills that he finds, but even for as long as he stays alive. That's what allows Cade to get that kill through the smoke. This frag here, that was the key kill. All right, Ruby. How much more do you have in the tank? Because this isn't going to be a great investment for the T side.
That's right. James got his AWP. That's all you need. Oh, Oh, yeah, you kind of want to put Belchnock on an AK, but it's okay. Nota's still been doing some really good work. Caden towards the mid doors has played this a couple of times, so you feel like he is going to be cleared here. How's the shot out of Nota? Pretty damn good.
Oh, just all over the screen for Cade. He's so difficult to try and aim at. You know, steps out, steps back in, steps out again, commits, gets the kill. Like, it's so tough. Love that opening frag.
Yeah, it just goes back into what we were saying, though. Like, even at the start of this map, but even bleeding into Mirage a little bit, Ruby should be taking fights on their terms, but I feel like they've given up so much respect to Paravision. Obviously, this map more so than Mirage, but it feels like they're not even playing their own game into what's got them here in the quarterfinals so far. Yeah, and we can just see Paravision just completely laying waste to everything that Ruby wants to do. Double setup. Well, in fact, that was one player setup. In fact, there's no player setup. Good kill out of Sawalio, but traded immediately. Hasnate will at least finally find one back in towards CT, but James just removes him with a flick of the wrist. 1v3 for Fozil. Spots James. Knows Travis is on site, but where's Nota? He's over at long, and the timing just eludes Fozil. Paravision can keep winning rounds, and Ruby cannot go consecutive.
Oh, man. I just feel like Paravision have been so on point with their trading today. Ruby have never been able to get a kill and then just lock in an advantage. They've always been able to cut off one head of the Hydra and then two more just reappear immediately afterwards. Oh, man, from bad to worse. Every time Ruby have won a round in the series, they've lost the round straight afterwards. Not once throughout Mirage or Dust 2 have they won consecutive rounds. And I think I see why now Nota has his chair leaning back like that. Means he can just take a chill when there's a bit of a pause. Doesn't have to adjust the chair. And then he can lock in again. Nota's been really good for Paravision. I'm really impressed by him. I think he's got a bright future ahead of him. Enjoy watching him operate. Someone who's happy to kind of get his hands dirty, as we saw in that round. The guy's keen to go through the double doors, take that early fight, take the risk. Got the mechanical ability to back it up.
I tell you what is really good to see is that I completely agree with you. I'm really big on Nota stock, and he does get a little silly and goofy with it. Don't get me wrong, but I think that's all part of learning how to be the player he's going to become.
The X Factor player.
Absolutely.
Yeah, with more experience, it'll be better. But you are right.
He doesn't miss.
I love that he gets there so early on in the round, waits 10 or 15 seconds, and then steps out to catch anybody who may think it's clear and is just jiggling. Like, that's exactly what he's playing for. And you're right. He does not miss.
Go back into a mid to B, or maybe we're just going short. It doesn't matter. Paravision are still in this control. Easy is on car, so he can hold if Paravision goes short. But Jamer is still operating around B, which indicates to me that they're probably going to go mid to B. No, I'm completely wrong. They don't even know what they're doing. They don't really care what they're doing. They're just having fun.
As long as they do it with numbers. Easy, we haven't had a single memorable moment from him throughout this entire series. He's got the AWP here, he's flashed off the angle, goes for a pot shot, doesn't connect, and he's going to fall all the way back to long. At least Jane will be left exposed. So while Leo goes searching, he's going to get that kill back. So now, Ruby have a pretty good idea of what to expect into the retake, knowing long is completely clear.
Paravision just naded their own smoke. Yeah, this is a good plant as well for Paravision. They know they can just play short. That smoke lands to give them a little bit of wiggle room. Belchnock is missing, but he will connect. There's no kit here, and Belchnock has still got free reign. Hasnator trades out onto Travis. Player still tucked in at Gandalf. Kate swings on Nota. You know Belchnock is towards short, but where is Kicker? Kicker's on site, and he's completely uncleared and unchecked. They need to get on the bomb. They're trying to, but it's parted for short, not default. No time, no round, no dice for Ruby, and Paravision got up to 9.
Oh my goodness, the only guy to survive the round is the guy who took first contact as well. Easy with the Zorb, just showing how little impact he's even getting out of these rounds. He gets a parting frag. There was never any chance to win the round with the time left on the clock. Paravision, it wasn't an ideal post plan for them. It was actually a pretty good chance for Ruby on the retake because Sawalio kills James top middle and they know there won't be any late flanks coming through long that they have to worry about. They can just focus everybody coming through from CT and then through long to get back onto A. But Paravision are able to withstand the wave, get the job done, and they're in pursuit of double digits again here.
They're probably going to get it. It really just feels like nothing Ruby can do is going to earn them a round. Apart from this man, can Sawalio get the best of Nota? Not this time. Head ripped off. Hasanator next up to the chopping block. Needs to clear kick it. Can't do it. 5v3 in a blink of an eye.
Hasanator's just not been at the races today, I'm afraid. Like, this guy is really good individually, but he's got 3 kills here on the map. He ended Mirage with 4 frags. This is completely unlike the Hasanator I've seen. And I've seen a lot of Hasanator lately. So this is unequivocally, objectively, the worst performance I've seen from Ruby in recent weeks. Which is unfortunate here with it being in the quarterfinal. They've done so well to get to this point, Brandon, having come all the way from the closed qualifier. But they finally met far more than their match.
It's about to be 10-2, isn't it? I mean, you have to go for this retake. But Travis is even holding top middle. Like, why on earth would you expect a player there? It's just salt in the wound. It's just now a dejected Ruby getting destroyed by Paravision. 10-2, no contest. Time to go to school, guys.
Yeah, it does seem that way. Or they're at school already, being schooled by Paravision. And they're failing all of their exams. Well, I mean, this is devastating, unfortunately. 3 rounds is all they've managed across 2 maps so far. And Paravision are just 3 rounds away from locking themselves in a spot in the semi-final. And that'll be against OG as well, by the way, which is a
banger.
That would be a hell of a matchup. Yeah, straight fire.
It's that famous trick again where the viewer joins the stream. Ruby 10-2 up. No, that's
Don't
Paravision.
worry.
Ruby 1 map up. No, that's Paravision.
Yeah, that's
there we go.
That sucks. Reality drops. Your whole stomach sinks. And this game stinks for Ruby. Hopefully gonna be over soon. Put the dog down, man. All out towards long, and Paravision know exactly what's going on.
They do, but they're not going to be here in time.
Kick it has not moved as crosshair. 12 shots fired, nothing connects.
Nice little smoke play here. Look at the deep one that was thrown by Ruby. So they've got all space in towards sight, in towards long. And that's what the next point of contact is. Here goes James. But you know he's not going to play first.
No kit, by the way, so time is actually of the essence for the CT side here. Yeah, James going to try and leave his activation as late as possible as they now start to make their way up short onto the safe bomb side. Nothing on offer. Ooh, spots the top of the head there. Ruby are just playing this as safe and as late as they possibly can before they actually start to take the fights. But as soon as the fights get taken, they got one handsomely by this CT side. James, though, will get taken down by Kate. Someone's going to have to stick the 10-second defuse. Can Easy save the day? No. What a shot from Kickets and Travis to finish off the pistol.
They got it? Yeah. Wow. What a retake. What a retake. Because you're right, Ruby weren't peeking. And Belchdog and Nota coach, you know what? It's fine. We'll just come and swing you. And as soon as the first kill comes in, that's when the floodgates open. Oh my god. It's actually just, it's sick. It's sick and gross. And I couldn't be happier for Paravision. They are above this level. They can play well above this level. They just need to realize their potential.
Yeah, and we have seen it a lot, but they just haven't, unfortunately, delivered today.
They can't do anything wrong. They cannot do anything wrong. Cade just walks into top mid, gets met with a nade, and suddenly 40% of his health's gone.
Brutal.
Savage.
I'm not going to do it. I can't bring myself. Wrecked. Okay, there we go. That was hard. I had to. All right. Force buy for Ruby to try and keep themselves in at Paravision. Are they going to actually swing the issue here? They are. They're going to take the fight to Ruby, meet them on the front lines, and surprise, surprise, find more success. Oh, yummy.
Come on. Hell yeah. Can we get any more, Mr. Fozel?
I think so.
I
I
don't.
don't see why not. Come on. Got a little bit more.
They've got to get the bomb. That's the big danger here. Paravision know this, and they've just dropped another smoke in towards short. And now they're going to boost Travis up as well. I love this. James now making noise that he's running away. Oh, I've started on the steps, guys. Oh, you want another smoke? Yeah, come and get the bomb. You can't do it. And the Easy's jumping. He's not going to see Travis. They're all going to move through the smoke at once. And between James and Travis, they're going to clean up house. Ultimate punishment.
Very good teamwork, very good plans in place there from Paravision, just cycling through the smoke grenades, making that completely impossible for Ruby. Even the timing on the push forward here, they were waiting for Ruby to start to make their moves. They could catch them in transition. That was the intention, and it works out perfectly. 12-2. What a masterclass from Paravision right now. 10 map and series points to get themselves that date with OG tomorrow in the semi-final.
But not a split in the bill situation with Ruby. Paravision are alpha in them.
Normally that's a good thing, but
Ooh. I thought that was going to be...
This is like involuntary.
Yeah,
Ruby
no,
like, hey,
this
we'd love to split the bill with you, and Paravision are like, don't
No!
worry, little bro. Yeah, don't worry, little bro. I got this one.
Oh, look at it. The flashbangs are just...
Oh.
I cannot say anything more. I think we just shut up and we'll just watch Paravision win the series. There you go.
Easy as for Paravision. Oh man, I love that. We just sit there calmly watching them get the job done, and they finish it off in style, multi-kills throughout the entirety of the series. And I mean, you know, it's only fitting that we don't continue talking because there's no superlatives left, Brandon.
No, there isn't.
Are you going to stop talking there? Oh, all right. Bang. Boom. John, take it away.
Thank you guys for the absolutely entertaining commentary throughout both of those BO3s. We are going to be saying goodbye to B-Dog and Hayes into the next BO3, and we'll have some new commentators and a new analyst as well. But I mean, let's break it down, even though it's an absolute masterclass again from Paravision, 13-1 and 13-2. And I think the most important thing to highlight, as we'll bring the highlights in just a moment, guys, is that in the past, in a lot of BO3s, we see Paravision, they make those weird plays. And we saw another one coming through, and they were getting very lackadaisical. James throwing the bomb down at mid, you know, saying, oh, guys, grab the bomb, go plant B. I'm going to go hunt around for frags towards A. And then there was James going into those lower tunnels, expecting a save to come through immediately for Ruby, and it doesn't. That's the 1v3 for Sawalio in round number 7. But, you know, let's start with the pistol round. And you see that this is just a beautiful pistol round through and through, coming through from Paravision. You won't get the whole thing, but it was phenomenal. Even the second half was great as well. But yeah, they're just kind of farming away here, walking to the B side, having their way with Ruby. There was a point, and Brandon mentioned it, there's no shots fired really from Ruby in that round. They just got torn through onto B, and finally, you know, what it takes for them to activate, and we're going to get there as I was mentioning, it's the 1v3 for Sawalio, but it's almost Paravision giving that away. I say almost, it was. They got really lax. Jane goes into lower tunnels, and then you have the two players on the site that don't really have support from Tons anymore, so they have a lot more to think about as to what they need to do in order to defend the site. And great work from Sawalio. I don't want to take anything away from it, but James should have been there in order to support earlier, and then maybe Sawalio doesn't get anything done anyway. And he did spot him, as was mentioned on the cast. So yeah, after that, you know, sometimes you have to wonder though, what do you do if you're Ruby, right? Perfect flashbang thrown for long for Belchanok to be completely blinded. And Belchanok still gets that one. Then Belchanok goes to the B site, and he still manages to get Fozzel, who's watching from window, with Fozzel having the information that Belchanok is there. And there was a flank coming too, and Belchanok is just ahead of it enough to do the damage. Unbelievable. And the, you know, the coordination, the utility, everything was so good for Paravision that even when Ruby looked like things were trending well, looked like they might be able to get something done, it just falls by the wayside thanks to some beautiful stuff in terms of both the mechanics and the utility on Paravision's end. And you saw the highlights there. There's only so much to show because it's really a Paravision domination from beginning to end. But yeah, that's a tough one for Ruby. It's a tough way to go out. We were talking about this before we went into the match. They were really good, in the group stage and getting to this point and finding their way to this quarterfinal. But, falling short in a very significant way against the Paravision squad that just looks really, really strong. And I highlighted this before as well. The op duel between Easy and Jame, it wasn't really a duel. It was just Jame absolutely taking control of every single situation, and we didn't really get to see. I don't even know if Easy had an op frag. I think, no, that's not true. I'm being unfair. He did get some op frags here on Dust 2, but it was just Jame throwing his weight around and not really being challenged much at all. Very well done. I don't want to take anything away from Belchanok either, who I already highlighted is absolutely ludicrous when he's in form. Some crazy stuff. He's that good, guys. And that's why we expect more from Paravision. I think that's what Brandon was saying. Paravision is a team that we wanted to see make the major. We thought they had the tools and the pieces to do it. They didn't. You can see with the performance here, they were obviously disappointed in themselves, and they've taken a lot of steps to improve everything. It was very well constructed from beginning to end in terms of both of their performances on Mirage and Dust 2. That's going to cap off this series. As mentioned, myself, B-Dog, and Hayes are going to be heading off. CMD64, Over, and Vincent are going to be taking over for the final two BO3s of the day. It's going to be an extended break, though, guys. Just want to give you that heads up. About an hour and a half because of how fast that was from Paravision. But in that time, we will be back with the next BO3. Keep it locked here on CCT.
eventually everything must fade. Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Well, hello and welcome back to the playoffs here in CCT Europe, series number 1 here in season 3. My name's Vincent. I've got CMD and Over right next to me. I hope you folks are doing very, very well. We've had a little bit of a switch up here as we jump into the final couple of quarterfinals that we have. Already knocked off a couple of these. We had some exciting games earlier today, but the good news is I think they've saved the best for last. Paravision Ruby, you know, that was all right. OG9, it's good to see OG get a win again. But I think we've got the banger. Saw and Ince is what we've got first up, and then a little bit later on, Nemiga and ECSTATIC is what we'll be taking on as well. I'm excited. A lot of these teams that made it through the Swiss stage as well, having some opportunities. We said goodbye to Ruby, but ECSTATIC sticking around is an excitement. But I think first and foremost, CMD, this Saw team, man, they haven't gotten off to a rocky start. I feel like, even though they won, this was their first foray into online events over the last like 3 months, and it didn't look great yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, look, sometimes it doesn't really matter how you win the game as long as you do win the game, but I'm right there with you. Yeah, Fatbet were a team I kind of have in a similar spot with Ruby, actually, where I kind of looked at both these teams as making it to playoffs as that is a success in itself. For this roster, what we've been expecting, a couple of shaky results. Fatbet and Ruby, I kind of looked in that spot. I mean, Ruby actually did one better, making it to the quarters, but yeah, I'm right there with you, where I didn't think that game would nearly be as close. Fatbet, the fact they were able to take a map off Saw in really dominant fashion, and then a couple of the other maps in the series super close as well. Fatbet had the chance to actually eliminate this team, and I think that kind of emphasizes some of the issues that I think we've been seeing from Saw. They've had a few up and down results. Look, they have played in some super good teams within those results, so you can kind of excuse some of the losses. Like, they played against Spirit, they played against G2, this Gamer Legion. I mean, even Navi, which they got a win in Pro League a couple of months ago. You can excuse some of this, but it is just been the sort of addition of Kedjo and Azubu hasn't probably been working out exactly how they wanted it to right now. These are 2 younger guys, so you certainly need to give them time. But yeah, inconsistency certainly feels like the biggest issue with this team. And yeah, I'm right there with you, Vincent. It feels like a bit of rust definitely was shown yesterday.
Well, listen, that is fair, and maybe before we get like too deep into the weeds about, so I want to talk about the opposition of this too. For Ince,
oh yeah,
over Ince is up and down, kind of defines them, isn't it? Like these guys are in a position where I feel like there's a lot of really good pieces. This like team is built in a fashion that makes sense to me. Maybe some weaknesses, you know, we're talking about the AWP, but like you have 2 young riflers that have a very high ceiling, a lot of consistency when you're looking at SDY, and a very experienced leader with Glaive. Why is Ince having that up and down results? Why are they struggling like this, do you think?
Well, it could easily be said, yeah, sure, maybe Nature and Potty are not putting up those numbers, but if we look at their recent matches, if we look at their recent real numbers, yeah, there's been one or two matches where perhaps Nature hadn't had the show we'd expect out of him, but just a few days ago, 1.38, we've got a few good ones holding them up. Potty on the other side as well. They are going into the green, and I think this inconsistency is just a bit of this period that we see in each team when every player, every part of the team is kind of coming together the way it's supposed to be. And yes, they've been playing for about almost a year right now. There's going to be about a few more months and it's going to be a year. Yet even without too many big results just recently, I think they have a good chance to really kind of contend against the top, because you mentioned the man himself. I think the big brains of the whole organization here, Glaive. I mean, without his leadership, this team possibly could have had a quick rise, but a very quick fall as well. Here, they are kind of staying in this 30th, 40th place on the ranking and kind of battling their way back to the top potentially here.
Okay, so a little bit of a slower rise, hopefully that building into something with a firmer foundation, as opposed to, a stupendous rise that then gets cut off at the knees.
Pretty much.
I think that's a valid take. That's an interesting way to look at it. That being said, I think that we have seen some struggles from Potty in particular. I was really impressed with what he did yesterday in the round of 16. Had stepped up the game massively, and I've been a fan of what Kaspersky has been doing as a whole. Like even before this project, seeing him in Young Ninjas, that was a lot of fun to watch. So that in that aspect, this is a team that is definitely a lot of fun to look at. I want to go back over on the other side of this, the CMD. For you, what are your expectations of in this event? Like, how do you define success and failure for them?
Yeah, I actually think this is a really tricky spot now, where there's so many teams in a similar boat to Ents, in a similar boat to Saw as well, really, where it feels like a lot of different rosters have a lot of expectations to make it probably to that grand final, but there's only 2 spots that can take you there, and at the end of the day, some teams are going to be have to underwhelm to not actually achieve. I think Ents now, they are at a point where, yeah, these guys have been together for a decent bit of time. I certainly think they've got the firepower. It's just seeing if Glaive can get the best out of some of these players. Look, you've got individuals like Kaspersky, who, look, you understand, he's super young, still playing out of his mind, and people still do want a bit more. Same with a lot of the other players. I'm thinking for Ents, for me, I was expecting semi-finals at a minimum. I do think they've got a bit of a tough time at the bracket against Saw. But I feel like semi-finals have to be a minimum, and even then, I'm kind of looking for this roster. The pieces that they've had, this does feel like this is Glaive's baby now. Like, he got thrown into Ents in a bit of a messy time, really, where the team he joined basically got taken apart. It feels like this is his creation now. He's got so many brilliant pieces. We need to start seeing some evidence of it.
Well, I'm actually going to stick with ECMD, because if we could flip over to the Saw roster, I want to actually pose the same question, because I think that's the crux of the difficult issue here when you're talking about this matchup. Because for me, the expectations for both teams are like exactly the same. Both of them need to be ideally making a final. Semis is a requirement based on their previous their previous results, and especially for Saw. So I want to pose that same idea. Is that where you're at for Saw, or maybe is this the back end of that LAN tournament that they had invites to, and now they're having to chop and change here in the online space?
No, I am right there with you. I think they do have the same expectation, and like I said, I think there's a lot of teams that came into playoffs with that same expectation, but there's only so many spots up for grabs, and it's only going to be what we see on the server can actually prove it. Look, we've seen Saw add Kedge or Anazu, like we said. These guys, we've got glimpses of the players that they brought them in to be, but it has just been a bit shaky with the 2 young players. Like, I think Kedge got brought into the team at 17 years old. So not everyone's going to be sort of donk level, hit the ground running. You are going to need to give these guys some time. And it feels like Saw are more than willing to do that. And I am hoping we do get to see them stick with this. But at the end of the day, you only get this experience. You only get sort of this step up when you do make it deeper in events. And this is the perfect event for Saw to be able to do it. I don't want to say it's make or break for either team if they don't make it past this stage, but it is certainly a perfect opportunity for them to be able to prove a lot of people wrong on both sides.
Right there with you, man. I think as we kind of talk a little bit further about this Saw roster over, can you point out the brightest spot, like the point that you're most excited about with regard to this Saw team? Like, what does that look like for you?
I know it's gonna sound corny, and this is maybe
me.
because I've been watching them for such a long time, effectively since Mutiris first joined the squad. For me, it's always gonna be story in this team, and the hit on the nail here is also the fact that Sejet and Azubu are not putting up the numbers that they were brought in to do. Unfortunately, right now they're not hitting the marks, and Saw is on a dangerous path here to quickly start stumbling a little bit. And I think it's story and it is Mutiris both that have been kind of proving a bit of a different story, right? So I really do want to see this team succeed. I've always loved watching them, especially a Portuguese core, because I know the community is extremely, how to say this, passionate about their Counter-Strike and their players. And it bugs me to see them perhaps be shaken a little bit here. Though, you know, yesterday you both mentioned they did not have the greatest of shows, and today is going to have to be different. Against Ents, not only do you have a brilliant IGL, you have 4 different players that are hitting their marks on all occasions, and you have to contend against that. That's the bare minimum.
It's a valid point to make, and I think, you know, for Mutris, I was like both impressed and have been both impressed and disappointed with him moving into the in-game leadership too. I think that we've seen some like really good stuff, especially when I was watching them yesterday. I was like, some of these protocols are really good, and then like 2 rounds later, I'd be like, where are we at? It seems like we're entirely lost. Where was the team that I watched 2 rounds ago? It's like it's a whole different team all of a sudden. So it's about like figuring out how to make that happen every round. Over the next month or so as these guys get into more of these online games. Regardless, let's move on to the veto, because I think that it's an interesting veto, to be honest with you, right? Like the first round of bans is not that interesting, so I'm gonna kind of like zoom past this. But this is 2 teams that, listen, Saul's win rate don't look good on Train. They both love to play some Train. Ince has made this one of their home maps more recently, and this is cool to see them that have the opportunity to play against this Saul team on their best map of Nuke.
I love it. All I can say is I truly love it. Train, a tactical map, a map that has finally rejoined the competitive pool where we get to see it both in top tier events and on matchmaking. It's effectively the best map for me to play right now. And I love when teams pick it because it showcases they have an interest in changing up the game a little bit, being a bit more devious than just straightforward. So you said it yourself, Saw as well. We can see that rage still passions here or still burns. Train is going to be a map they play. It might be bad for them, but hey, they're going to chant it.
Timmy, what does this veto tell you? Where do you come out of this veto thinking that this series is going to go?
Honestly, I'm kind of coming out of this veto the way I wanted to, where I don't actually think any team's got a huge favourite. I think, look, stats can always be a bit up and down. We're in the playoffs now, we're in the quarterfinals. Sometimes you do have to just throw these stats out the window, because the amount of time we've been burned by looking at a team with like a 10% win rate on a map somehow still win it in like a dominant fashion. I do think this is where you are looking to the 2 in-game leaders on the other side and being like, it's going to mainly be down to what you can provide in the server, and if you can get your pieces and your players and your troops really rallied as quick as possible. I don't think any team's got a huge favour in this veto. I think every map's got the opportunity for both teams to sort of punish one another, and I think that third and final of Ancient is going to be really great. I mean, look, Ancient have a pretty huge amount of sample size. They've been playing tons of CS recently, so their stats are always, in terms of sort of pure reps, are a bit inflated. But yeah, I think both teams have a great opportunity to be able to take things here. And I really think it's going to be, what can we see on the server? Can we see one team sort of step up individually a bit quicker than the other? Maybe that could be a bit haunting. But I think, look, there's chances for teams to be able to steal away one another's map selection. So it leads me to a spot where I'd love to sort of propose we're going to get to that third and final. But I can even see a world where if one team sort of hits the ground running, we could even see a 2-0.
Okay, I feel like we haven't touched on the elephant in the room, and so I'm going to bring it up. And I'm going to actually toss this one out there. Either one of you can grab it. This is a bit of a rematch. We saw this matchup in the MRQ. Yeah. It was 2-0 to Ents in that they played Train and they played Ancient. Both of them quite close. Is that result in the past way on either of your shoulders when you're thinking about this matchup in particular?
Honestly, for me, no. Because Saw, I know that they have a routine. I know they know what to do about this, and their preparation is usually on point. So I'd imagine that this is a reason. There is a reason why we also see, Train being left as the big option here, because they could have easily taken a chance on Mirage otherwise. I know it's their permaban, but I've been talking a lot about the recent days how teams have to change up their approach in the Veto. You have to have most maps in the pool. I'm sorry about that. I didn't even notice we're going live. Vincent, love you, buddy. Thank you for that. We have to say goodbye to you as we are live. The pistol is here. CMG, how about this? It's a fast B take.
Yeah, and already what a take it is from Ents. Players. There is a fast flank, but only one kill was able to be found before the trades come through. And Ents, they knew exactly what they wanted to do in this round. And even though Saw seemingly had a good idea to counter it, the kills just were not going their way whatsoever. Azu's now finding himself in a 1 versus 4 where it feels like damage is the best case scenario. Maybe even look to save this Kevlar and a nade, because Ents, what a call and what a speedy approach to kick things off here on this series.
And it's something I wanted to touch upon a little bit as a subject of conversation as well, is Glaive being the IGL here also means you're now fighting against the ideology of Astralis of old. We got to keep that in mind, right? It's the 2017-18 ages where Train was still in play, and
yeah.
I mean, honestly, at this point, as Ents, you got to be a fearful opponent, because Saw, like Mutiris 5 years ago when he joined the team, I think Train was removed like a year or two later. I know Train was a lot of permaban, like it was a lot of times a permaban for quite a few teams. I don't recall if it was the same for Saw at the time with Mutiris joining, but irregardless, it's a difficult map to play, and as I said, your new players, Sejot and Azuvu, in my eyes, have to showcase themselves today beautifully. Azuvu had a lot of troublesome performances recently on Train. I believe out of 6 maps that he played since joining the squad on Train, he's only had 1 or maybe 2 maps with actual positive performances.
Yeah, and I think that all really gets emphasized when you think of some of the previous things that Glaive has done on this map, some of the insane calls in some of the biggest stages, major finals against versus Pro on this map comes to mind. Look, it's a slightly different map, but it's the same premise, isn't it? It's the same experience that you have, and this is one reason why I love this Ents team, and it's a little bit disappointed to see them not really getting the results that I feel like I want to see from this side, because there's so many brilliant pieces, and this honestly, to me, if Glaive can make this team work and make it a competitive tier 1 team, this honestly could overshadow anything he's done on Astralis, which might be the most crazy thing I've ever said.
That feels like a very far stretch. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, more in terms of the context, he's like,
yes,
he won that.
Yes.
They were a super team with all the pieces being all locked in, and this
yeah.
feels like the next challenge for this more experienced or seasoned player now.
I absolutely agree. I think this is not going to be a story of, okay, I want to become like Kerrigan and have a torch to bear for the next 10 years. But I think it's definitely, trying to reach new heights. And this is something I wanted to also touch about the map itself. That's why we see Train here today. It has changed since, the legends of old have dominated and perfected it. It has become relatively different to the one we used to know, because these days that pop dog position, that upper halls B position, is now easy for the takings, and we see a lot of changes from the CT specifically playing to take control of it. And I think if Saul have adjusted this reality to this new reality, I think we'll see perhaps even a great performance out of them. But right now, from what I can tell, we are having a little bit of a technical delay due to some issues from one of the players, aka Agil. He's going to be resetting his PC. Should be okay in a moment. And going off on a tangent, what I'm saying is Train, whilst the same, still different, and Saw might have a chance back in here. As we saw a month ago when they played this map, it was, 13-10, 13-11, I believe, to Ents.
Yeah, really close.
Which does indicate that if Saul have prepared for it, if they've done their homework, which I am sure they did, it's an important match nonetheless to prepare for. And after all, if we consider their rankings as well, they are not too far apart from each other. I believe ENCE is 35th and SAW is 25th. Something like this in that mark. I'll have to double check just to make sure I'm not mixing them up.
Yeah,
But-
I mean they are super close in the rankings. I think that's the thing with this map as well. You've seen a lot of teams these last few months, and it feels like it always tends to be the case when we see a new map being brought into the map rotation. You have a lot of teams that just
Yes.
neglect to even want to pick it up, and it kind of leaves you in a weird spot where if Vertigo wasn't your Instaman, you kind of have only a 5-map pool.
Yes.
And it really feels like you can see the big difference in teams that do look to adopt it early. For example, ECSTATIC. I mean, look how masterful they
I
are
love it.
playing this.
I love it.
And they look like they've got a free map win, basically, if you don't look to ban train. And their map was looking really strong. And then you see a lot of teams now starting to realize they probably need to adopt it slightly, start to need to bring it in. But they're already a few months behind some of the other teams.
Yes.
And look, we haven't seen a meta fully defined on this map. I can easily see this map changing a lot in the next 6 months or so. But I really do love watching teams look to play it, look to pick it, even if they're not great at that.
Yeah.
It always just gives you another sort of arrow to your quiver, really.
It's the experience you're after. Yeah, you might lose a few times, but how the hell will you learn otherwise? Yeah. And train, I think every team that picks it up is better for it. I am a firm believer that in 2025, rarely do you have a chance to even have a banned map, because you can have one permaban. Okay, let's say that's one. You can have the one. Even then, a lot of teams kind of have a lot, like they play the whole 7-map pool, like they go 7 maps deep, and they will ban the maps on occasion to their taste. Like they won't feel that map that day, okay, we'll ban it, we don't play it. And what I'm seeing here is SAW going out of that little bit of comfort zone. They do ban their Insta obviously, but nonetheless train is going to be difficult. They know it and they're ready for it. And this is the topic that I wanted to bring up as well. Within the new age of vetoes or maps, whatever you want to call it, a map pool, I think you have to play all 7. I think that's the reality of the current scene. Like, you have to be good on every map. You can have exceptions to the rule, but you do need to play every map on a very high level.
It felt like a 7-map pool used to be something you only saw with, and even then, only certain tier 1 teams. A good few years ago now, but yeah, it feels like the landscape shifted entirely. Tons of tier 2 teams now, tier 3 teams have this 7-map pool, and the thing is, what it does is, like you said, it does give you an advantage in a veto where you're not forced to permanently ban one map every time, where you can kind of dictate it. Me and Zola got to watch a game. It was Monty versus someone, I forgot who. Both teams have permaban Inferno. You can see Monty have evidently started preparing things behind the scene. And they ended up just picking it. They had a 0% win rate, a 0 maps played Inferno as their map selected, and they absolutely decimated their opponents. And that's just things you can do when you have so many maps in your pool that you can kind of control a veto. And Monty won the veto off that. And in my opinion, when you get yourself one map up in a series, what an advantage that is, basically for something you did outside of the server.
Yeah, I had the chance to cast Monty versus Nemiga in the round of 16, and honestly, it was definitely one of the better matches of the day. Like, legitimately, there were quite a few moments there where you genuinely thought that Nemiga are going to take it and just straight up lose it. And Monty, every single time, they made a valiant effort of a comeback. And in the last map, it even went to overtime on Anubis. So, as you said, the new up-and-coming teams, the youngsters, they are effectively looking to roar onto the stage, and they don't take chances with a map. They play all of them and just choose which one they don't feel on the day, and that's the one they ban. Or perhaps recent performances, but nonetheless, I believe we have to go to a now break because of a server change most likely. So, CMD, we'll be back right in a few moments, I hope. And we're back. We return live into the game. It's round 2. With me is CMD, with you is myself over, and it's going to be Ents taking the charades to the next level. Pistol is theirs, and now second round with the anti-eco, effectively. Will this be an entry or not? I don't see it here, CMD.
Yeah, I actually like the idea from sort of 2 players on the top, you've got 1 on the ramp. But we're not seeing that ramp player strike in the same way. A lot of damage has been dealt, but the trading game is good enough for Ents. And Azu, we saw him in a 1 versus 4 clutch on the pistol, finds himself in another 1 versus X clutch here. It's an easier case, and Iman's good for him. He might actually be able to sneak behind before they're out of pop. Casper still not left the position. Netu now, a Frenchman in the clutch of his own. This is a huge round for Saw to get on the board nice and early after getting stomped on that pistol round.
It's massive. The damage that they've already taken on Pawn Ents is pretty damn good. And right here, it could have been even worse. Nature has 2 HP remaining. It could have even been the round. Azu had more than plenty enough time. And then still get the second. I mean, it looks very iffy there in upper. I said how that is going to be a main part of this map. And we see already on the second round it is.
Yeah, you touched on the changes with Pop Dog and how it's become sort of this long hallway now rather than that ladder. That
Just don't
is
say
what
long
the
dog.
CT
Don't you dare say long dog.
Oh, boy, that's horrible. It's always Pop Dog. Yeah, and it's the fact that the CTs can fight it way easier than they could before. I mean, you see the difference in what it makes it around like that. It's not the full investment. Well, it is the full investment, but it's not the full buy, and still so much work was done. Even this round, which is just pistols, Saw still making things competitive.
Second kill. And 1 more left. Kaspersky, he's been the star of the team so far. Within especially the recent few games, mostly 1.5 or above ratings, which is amazing in itself, but it's going to be Agil. And unfortunately, without Kevlar, exposed and dead. Ents continue. A lot of loss, yet somehow persevere, man. I'm surprised that, as you said, that Saw are able to do this much within just mere seconds with near just pistols.
I mean, primed themselves perfectly to be able to take this round and reset the money off Ents, bring themselves straight into this game, force Ents perhaps into a force buy, perhaps into an eco, and instantly sort of close the gap on their opponents a little bit. They've done tons of damage. It's now time to see if they can finally convert something. But of course, Ents are on the T side, so we see them get a little bit out of control and Saw finding themselves losing a few too many rounds. That's where you can kind of think, Ents, what a start they've had.
Yeah, for sure. When we're going to get up to maybe that 8, 9, then absolutely we can have that conversation. Even then, if Saw is able to do damage, it's not going to matter much. But right now, there's a lot at stake, right? We have to mention Ents. They could easily be thwarted. All of that advantage lost within a blink of an eye. 1 mistake, 1 player down. All of a sudden, you find yourself in a bit of a negative space, and it's going to be hard to recuperate afterwards, especially with the current setup Saw is running. Very vigilant on B. Love the op posted towards heaven. It's a free kill every day of the week. Story ready.
And it's Netu, the B defender on this map, who normally has quite a masterclass in terms of how he can just get information and play really safe while still finding impact. But on this occasion, he's the first one to go down. And then they are slowly trying to make their way all around A from multiple different angles. But it's going to be mainly this A main control. But if this gets shut down by Kedshot, shut down the round entirely. SDY does fall on the lurk to Azu. Raids are coming through back and forth, but that initial advantage that Saw had is giving them a huge helping hand in this round. And Poddy, softened up by the nade, surely going to go down, and Saw, because of their first round, is going to be on the board. I'm happy to see Azu having a good start to this game here. We've already highlighted a couple of his up and down performances. He can have some really good games, don't get me wrong. Saw are playing against some very strong teams in this. Teams like Na'Vi, teams like G2. Besides that, Azu probably would never have played against in his career. And he only had games where he's got a good map in a series, but it's just rough for him to seemingly really find his footing start to finish of the series. So if he can do it here against Ents, that's exactly what Saw need, because we haven't even seen a single one of these Saw players with over a 1 HLTV rating in the last 3 months.
Well, there's the raw numbers, as you said them. Absolutely. Saw has been, like I said, in a bit of a weird state. They've been fluctuating up and down a bit. I feel like Azuvu and Sejot have to step in here and kind of pull the reins for a little bit. It's their opportunity. You said it yourself. This is possibly the best opportunity they'll ever get to play against some of the best teams in the world. Prove yourself against them. And Ents is definitely a tipping point in this direction, as SDY traded off, but it's a good start for Ents regardless. This is going to be pistols and, well, those many bought-up Galils and AK. Starts off pretty poorly for Kaspersky afterwards. Then it's Mr. Potty that comes in with the Galil, and Nachu, the Tech 9 in hand. It's too quick, it's too good. Potty with a second. It's Agile to remain, and I don't think he's got what it takes. It's a 1v3. Money's going to be tight. Saving is looking like a likely possibility. And to return to the point, I agree. Like, Saw do require these 3 individuals, shall we say. We didn't even count Agile in here, but let's say Sejot, Agile, and Azuvu to come out and play a little bit more ferociously.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, 100%. I mean, story even, there's a lot of younger players on this team, and we do need to see the best of it. There is actually still a rogue possibility. I like the trading idea that they're playing, but as soon as Glaive's been spotted, Potty's not accounted for, and Agile will walk into the crossfire of the 2 T's lurking and waiting. And what a response in that round from Ents. That was Saw's chance. That was the force buy that we imagined Ents were going to have to do. That was Saw's opportunity to level up this game if they won that round. Or at least you'd imagine they'd be at the best at eco. But instead, it's just a fast hit towards A. Nothing fancy, a bit of a standard of train. And Saw just couldn't seemingly handle it.
Too good. Too strong. Ents open up this map perfectly. It's a little bit of a thwarted attempt to keep it at a 5-0. But hey, they are 4-1 right now. They've got a bit of bank starting to be built. They have Saw on the ledge, effectively, and the only thing they need to do is tip them a little bit further. Like I said, Ents is the way forward for Saw, the way back in, perhaps, even for some Saw players. And they have to find a win in this round of 8. I don't see it any other way. Losing against Ents in CCT, you know, afterwards, perhaps further losses follow. Morale falls and everything kind of collapses. There's going to be many CCT series, of course, but the first one's the most important. How do you start your season? If it's not positively, you might not end it that way as well. Nachu. Traded off again. Sejot, quick. But look at the A site. It's empty. It's about to be taken from Bob Dog. This is a difficult defense. Story's too late. And a 4v3. CMD, it's looking like it could already be a save for Saw.
Yeah, I mean, what room did they have to breathe in? Agile tries to take an elevated angle, and Kaspersky rips him out the server. Tons of util damage was actually dealt to Story and Kedshot early, and you can see it just softening up these players to make it super easy. I like the call that the CTs have there to try to crunch onto that B upper, but it's only the 1 kill, and Ents, in the meantime, look to pounce on A, and they do it really swiftly. No messing around, no slowing things down, and just pick apart everyone on the Saw. And although the save call looked like a good idea, not a single CT is able to survive. 5-1, what a start.
It's a bit of a disaster as well, right? Saw just won a round, then lost one right after. It kind of destroys your economy completely, because that loss bonus is reset for 1 step lower, which means they are left with playing pistols, with water guns, really. I mean, yeah, there's a few deagles in there, but if Ents play their cards right, they shouldn't have too much of an issue clearing them out. And holy Kaspersky. Now, I know it was a good AC, but or AV, I guess, but damn, that good. Sejot finds 2. Again, close confrontation. Ents is once more in a tough spot. It's going to have to be up to Glaive and Potty, and the damage is decent, but somehow Potty wins the engagement. Sejot missing, 2 more shots afterwards? That is unlucky.
And we've seen a lot of clutch attempts from players like Azuru and Agile. And Agile once again finds himself in another one of them. Smoke is dropped at his feet, but looks like he's not going to slow things down at all. Pushing through, Glaive is holding in grey screen. The T has the advantage in Glaive. The leader comes out on top. But yeah, you highlighted it. Look, these rounds are being like insanely close. Even the weaker weapons are constantly bringing them down to the wire. But at the end of the day, the most important thing is the score at the top of your screen. And the team on the weaker side of this map are 6-1 up as things stand. Sure, this is their map selection, but this is a map that Saul also like to play. It doesn't look like it right now, though.
No, they're not having the time of day, really. I will say this. I said it, you know, ENCE won't care how many players they lose as long as they get up to 7-8 rounds, and right now they're on a good path to it. Saw, on the other hand, they'll have to counteract somehow. They'll have to do something. Get a little bit of counterbalance, perhaps. You know, pushing Ivy may be the call. Maybe trying to get an entry towards upper halls again. Trying to see if you can snuff around in A main. These days, like I said, the CTs have to adjust. You play more aggressively towards A main for sure. You play more aggro towards upper halls B and Pobdoc. Oh, Glaive! Close goal. He's still gonna get it. Nateju helps through con. It's a bit late and lights out. That's B. That's a save. Saw have to save, I think. They're already locked in through main, so they don't have a choice but to save. They have no positional advantage. That's why they do save. Otherwise, any team in the world would try this. Like, if they had players in Pobdoc or in upper, they could have easily tried this, but...
It does feel like Saul, they're not taking a lot of this space because in the past they've been bullied off of these angles, but you can't just sit on the bomb sites and play timidly and hope that your guns hit harder than theirs. That's where it feels like you really do play into someone like Glaive's playbook, really, and that's where things will fall apart for you. Azu takes a big fight onto SDY, good awareness, and probably keeps the rest of his team safe now. No chance any of these CTs will go down, but look, at least we get to see a save, at least we get to see another buyout for Saul, but the weapons don't really feel like they're making the difference here. When we're seeing the pistols do more damage than the weapons, it feels like we need to maybe have a tactical timeout, so discuss what's going on. Because right now, ENCE, they keep on just piling on the pressure round after round, and finally we do see that tactical pause. I'm honestly pretty surprised it's taken 8 rounds. You're 7-1 down now. This is something I probably would have, if I saw, I wouldn't have minded them making the decision after they were sort of 3-0 down or something.
Perhaps at 3-0 they didn't realize how deep the problem runs, but at 5-0 they were too shocked to do anything about it. And keep in mind, it was like, what, 3-0 and then 3-1?
Yeah.
Or 4-0 and then 4-1? And they got that mentality reset, right? They got a bit of adrenaline back, they got the blood pumping, but immediately stopped afterwards, and I think they were a bit too shocked to respond. They thought, okay, we got them, you know, it's just a fluke, let's try. And they tried twice, it failed twice, and now they're about to fail one more time. If they don't get their, let's say, eggs in a basket or their ducks straight, it's not going to be looking good. It's round 9. It's ENCE leading the way. Yeah, you said it yourself. It's their map pick, but surely you hope to contend somewhat. We see the counter molly towards main, trying to block off the potential smoke. None to come. That's a molly wasted. I like the read from Saw. I like that they're trying to prevent some of these things, though. Right here. Again, no aggression, no map control to be contested. Perhaps trying now.
Yeah, there comes the smoke, there comes the molly. Kaspersky knows what's about to come, so he just evades through the smoke. Will give up this A main control, but no one's directly taking it on Saw. I'll just hold in still passively. I'm surprised we're not having someone maybe just getting flashed in to clear this angle. Make ENCE paranoid about it in the future. Kaspersky is still remaining here, while now the main brunt of ENCE are looking towards B. We've got stories all posted.
Don't know about Story. He's been here a few times already. That bumper spot is pretty common.
$40 on the clock, and ENCE don't exactly seem like they have their end goal in sight just yet. Darting back between A and B, but with 35 seconds on the clock, it's going to be sooner rather than later.
Agil still has a molly. I'm assuming they're going to use it now. Oh, he wasted the molly in the smoke? Oh my goodness. No, Agil, what are you doing? He threw the molly into the smoke. Out A they go.
Yeah, this is never going to be exactly a great call. With one flashbang being right-clicked through a smoke, Glaive is actually still doing damage and giving a bit of a fighting chance, but as soon as Story finds Casper, Glaive's in a 1 versus 3. Does a decent bit of damage there actually finding Story's orb. But the round was never going to work. I'm just right-clicking a smoke. Right-clicking a flash through a smoke. When you got 3 players pushing out, there's really advanced positions from Saw because they haven't been forced off of any of them. Yeah, it felt like Insta were a little bit caught in between 2 minds as to where exactly to go, and they eventually looked at the time and realized, okay, we've just got to go towards A. Felt a little bit lackluster on that execute.
Underwhelming.
Yeah.
Definitely underwhelming. Well, let's see if perhaps they change it up a notch. We're going to be seeing a few utilities towards Pop and towards the crossing there, towards Sandwich. ENCE is looking to extend play again towards A with the lurk through Ivy. I like it. Pori solo on the op. He's going to be countered by Azubu. Mutiris takes the fight from deep end of the shed. It's Nature to reply, and it's still a 3-on-3. They don't have A control just yet. Sejot's behind the site. He's kind of tucked away in heaven. He might go there if he doesn't move on. As he replies, yeah, he moves into con, realizes he's in an endangered species, has to stay alive. They've got a big flank through Pop Dog. This could work magnificently, especially if they're given the opportunity. Agil is about to step out. Oh, he gets checked! It's Natu. He turns around, he gets him. And Sejot is now going the same way. Surely they'll expect another potentially. If one has made the journey, why not a second? But it's going to be Azubu and Sejot, and it's back to a 1v2. Kaspersky, we talked about him. His stats don't lie. Let's see if they really don't. Oh.
Two newest additions, 2 youngest players on the team, and they will pick up the slack in this round. 3 kills from Azubu. And Kedjot, yeah, they weren't expecting the second player to flank around, especially after seeing Kedjot already towards D. You found Agil on the flank through Pop. It's just the second player there that they don't expect at exactly the same time. Azu finds another kill. It's a tough clutch there for Kaspersky. When you are under heaven, so susceptible to HE grenades, to Molotovs, and just mainly to being cleared. That's exactly what we see there. Saw do battle their way back into this game, and now with money finally in a tough spot for ENCE, you can see they are very much at the precipice of being broken, and with only 2 more rounds left of this half, Saw have a real chance to actually make it a 7-5. Still not ideal for the CT side, but at least gives you a bit of a fighting chance.
Oh, I think it definitely changes the trajectory we're heading in otherwise. I mean, we were potentially looking at a 9-2 or potentially 9-3 at most at one point. Or 10-2 and 9-3. But ENCE, they've still got a bit of bank. They'll try again. They've done it before. They'll try B. They know about Story. He's going to be checked, but Story is faster. Pori is speaking that corner a little bit too cute and just not working out. Kaspersky, meanwhile, ordains an entry on A. Could be a second. I think he might. Yeah, I think he definitely spotted Azubu. Now he knows the confirmation. Even saw him jump left. The info available. ENCE is now pouring onto A. They've got a deep flank in the terms of Materis, but missed shots, mistakes. Kaspersky double. He just lets loose a spray and 2 click out. And now they know about the flank. They've been heard. SDY takes the shot. Yeah, misses, but the info's there, and that's number 8. ENCE, I was talking about 9. I was maybe joking, but they weren't. They were looking like they want to take it.
Yeah, and it's the young Pole with the rifle. Just sends himself alone. We see Story towards the B-bomb site, find Potty, and it feels like ENCE's gonna have a tough time now playing this one disadvantaged, but no, just send out Kaspersky. Tell him to go kill, and he will.
The age-old meme that somehow still works, doesn't it?
Exactly. Used to be sort of a device to pre-go kill. Now Glaive's changed it slightly.
Yeah, just adjusted himself to the new reality, and somehow it works, yeah.
Fair enough that the rifle can be bought over. I suppose it's at least something else to be able to contend with. I think there will be enough money for a buy, but how was this double coming through? Story, you understand, he missed an ult shot. That's kind of your punishment for missing that. I cannot believe Kaspersky's able to find Agil there as well.
Yeah. It really is a crazy thing, to say the least. He's done it again. He's out main. He's done it again. How the hell has he passed here with not being noticed? Nature takes a bit of a fight, finds the kill on Agil. And we're going to be seeing Ents effectively once again control the dictate the pace of the game. The tempo is in their hands, and surely a check Electro here. Though if some noise is to be made towards main, Sejot might think, okay, he's not passed out. I might have a chance still. Meanwhile, hello, Kaspersky is clearing out a few viruses, and it's looking easy, though Sejot seems to be the tough one. The one on the USB still. Let's see if Sejot gets it. Azuvo on SDY, back to back. Let's get Pori.
Yeah, competitive round here, but Nechu's taking a lot of space out towards B. It's going to be how long can he defend for before Glaive can arrive. As Azu and Kedjo are both going to be pushing towards his position. The Molly's going to help out Nechu slightly as he's taking this deep stance towards CT. Kedjo seems aware. Will he clear this angle? He will do so. The Frenchman comes out on top, and the trading's good enough for Ents to be able to secure that 9th. What a first half on Train. What a first half on the T side of Train. And I don't know about you, Oba, but this one feels like a near impossible comeback now. Just naturally being on this unfavored side, especially if this pistol round doesn't go the way of Saw. I just don't see what they have to fight with.
I could not agree more. And not to mention, Glaive is having a field day. Dude, he is 11-6 right now. He is truly enjoying life and owning noobs on the server. I mean, least deaths as well as most kills almost. Nature on 13 instead. 2 above. Yeah, this is as good as it gets, Ents. And if they continue this performance on Nuke, I mean, it's a surefire way to get into the semifinals.
Oh, 100% does feel like that. And when you consider as well, SDY, who's been playing immense level of individual performance recently, and he's quiet, and it doesn't make a difference. This is what I do love about this Ents team. There's so many different pieces who can pick up the slack. Don't get me wrong, it always feels a little bit tougher for Niche on the CT side. Plays a lot of anchor roles.
The thing is...
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I just wanted to mention, this is where SDY will have a chance to prove himself.
Yeah.
Or not prove, but rather showcase himself.
But the fact that he is playing pretty quietly and it doesn't seem like it makes a difference does just show how stacked this Ents roster is, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You got so many pieces that can have a great game. I mean, it's great to see Glaive up there alongside the other two as well, but Kaspersky finds the first kill. Nechu not fully giving up any sort of fights towards B, just making sure he got this info. And Kaspersky by himself, look at him, on the lone wolf on a mission just to eradicate any Saw players. Hunting for everything. A story will find Glaive though, and B will be entered upon. 3v3. Kaspersky's low, which means this should be a potential take for Saw. We'll change the names on top in a moment here as Sejot finds 2, and it will be Saw to take the number 4 potentially now. It's Kaspersky's low, and yeah, he's gonna be caught. Damn, a quick recovery as it is the side of Saw that take the pistol. I'll be surprised if they'll be taken down before the gun round. So yeah, force buy. I'm not happy to see a force buy. Not gonna lie, CMD. I would have preferred to see Ents on a full eco. I think in the long run, it's better off for them. Yeah, I was speaking about this with Zola and Hayes actually, saying it does feel like a lot of teams go for force buys now. And look, I love a force buy, but there's situations like where entering, you're so heavily in the lead. What's the point of potentially just giving up another round to your opponents?
Exactly. That's the exact mentality I think every team should have when you're trying to be the very best. And Saw, if they win here, they have an opportunity to close the gap down to 3 rounds. That's immense compared to the fact that just 1 round ago there were 6 rounds in between them.
We have seen some utter madness though on Train. Perhaps these pistols can deliver again. The call feels good. Looking to exploit Nechu. Just has a Molotov and by himself towards B. So this could be a perfect decision to look to hit here. Molly is actually going to delay quite heavily. No one rotating though on Ents, thinking potentially it is all a ruse. Nechu goes down and this feels like Ents to save.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And that's it. That's number 5. Number 6 to be potentially taken as well. I just hope ENCE don't go the step further and buy again something crazy for Nature.
Yeah, that would be quite concerning if we
That
ended up
would
seeing
be questionable to say the least. Because you know what gets me is I've seen Passion, for example. They forced up like for the final 5 rounds of the game. They were forcing up like crazy every single map. Nemiga as well. They've had some crazy forces, though much less than perhaps a team like ECSTATIC. And that's what I'm also looking forward to is the second match of the day. I think is going to be a very interesting one and quite a potentially enjoyable one, hopefully, if both squads decide to play up. It is a bit of a coin flip between a 2-0 or a 2-1, though I'd linger towards the 2-1 for the second match today. Here, though, saw an ENCE. I think I said my piece. I believe I saw ENCE, or rather, I believe I see ENCE winning. We'll see if that's going to come true or not. But Saw can definitely contend. Absolutely, without doubt. They can be a big thorn in the side and could potentially even get to the semis. There are a few factors that need to play into it. Azula and Sejad being 2.
I was a little bit concerned after we initially saw the start. I mean, even just the 9-3 scoreline on the T side says it all, I think. That we potentially could have just seen Saw check out a little bit on map number 1 and just sort of prepare for Nuke already. And I think in a series like this, where you don't really want to get it blown out of the water on any map, and you want to at least get your individuals stepping up and showing us what they can do. We didn't really have any of that, but look, now we're starting to see Saw mount a few rounds. Hopefully that is going to be a chance for players like Agile, for Story to be able to just warm themselves up into what could potentially be a pretty long series here between them. But I'm happy that the 2 new additions have made definitely had a few bright sparks on what had been a bit of a tough first portion of this map, but it is obviously still the safe weapons of ENCE. Saw still got to be careful to contend with this. We're going to see a bit of an upper aggression, a bit of a team nade there onto Sejad.
I like the idea. They do have decent control. Oh, Mutiris is sleeping. Oh no, Mutiris completely forgot about this. As Port against Sejad, he does not steal away a rifle, luckily. Saw can be... Oh, Glaive does, though. Oh no, Saw, what have you done? What has happened? How did Mutiris not react? This could be disastrous. This could very well be the end. Azuwan Story, let's see what you got, boys. We're gonna have to sing some good songs in order to convince me otherwise.
I mean, that's full on in-game leader cam there, where you're trying to sort of place your pieces in the right spots. You're staring at the mini-map, seeing where your team are, looking at utility, and you just don't realize that someone's peeked in your screen, getting caught out, and that would be a disastrous way if you...
this angle is so good for Glaive. If he times it well, I think he knows. I think he heard them. He's gonna get the first, at least damage him up, soften him up, and Porty will take them. Oh no, Saw, what has just happened? Oh...
Well, I said they mount a bit of a comeback. The comeback's pretty quickly stopped by a huge mistake in that round. That is a devastating one for Saw to handle, and this tactical timeout is probably Mutiris saying, yeah, sorry lads, I was staring at my radar. Because that's not how you want to start off what is going to need to be a really hard-fought comeback if there's any chance you making it back into this on the T side of train as well. And it's, look, they were getting a bye regardless if they win or lose that round, just due to the loss bonus. The fact that they do it with the weaker weapons, you can see certain players, Kaspersky, Glaive, have money in the reserve. You've got Poddy on the AWP as well for utility, everything the CTs could possibly hope for. Same can't necessarily be said on Saw, as we see a decent amount of Galils in play.
This is going to be a tough one. They gotta win. It's as simple as that, or this map is done for. The prediction here is if ENCE take the round, it's 12-5, and then Saw have barely anything to show for. If Saw win, maybe there's a chance of a return. Glaive gets caught, not thinking about a player pushing out main already. Kaspersky! Oh! What? Kaspersky? What? With a Galil? No way! 35 bullets! My man just went and said whack to the whole 3. Oh no. Oh, Saw, that's the end, I'm afraid.
And it definitely does feel like that. 17-9. I mean, the man can't be stopped right now, and he's definitely not the only player putting up numbers on Ents. What a way to sort in their tracks. And again, another really challenging 2 versus X. Another really tough clutch attempt we need to see from Saw. Both players are split. Feels like they're going to get picked apart across the map. And what are Saw going to have to fight with? They've got no money in the reserve. It's going to be 11-5 for Ents. I think there's going to be pack up train and get ready to leave.
You know what really gets me is that we don't get to see Kaspersky's triple, but you know it was brutal just from the setup of it. And SDY does get caught. It's a 3v2. I'm not saying it's improbable. No, it's looking like a very unlikely scenario as Azumu is now left alone. He will find Kaspersky, but it's still Porty and Nature to deal with. They're hunting actively. They've got the kit. Bomb is a little bit over, almost halfway. Oh, this is going to be a good one, isn't it? Yeah. There it goes. 11-5. Saw will rebuy. I think Saw buys here. I think they tried to stop them going to 12.
I think with a bomb plant, with them doing a decent bit of damage there from Azumu at the end. I mean, nice attempt from Azumu, bringing Netu down to 9 points of health. You're up against the AWP body as well. I believe he switched to the pistol there. There's a real chance if Netu does go down. But not to be, I think, yeah, sure, they have to go for full investment. What chance do you have, really, of being able to make your comeback from 12-5 down? You've got to play flawless CS on the T side of trade. I think you've got to give yourself at least that bit of a buffer. But even then, chances are extremely slim. We see the AK bought out, dropped across actually from Azu.
Yeah, to Sejot. I mean, they understand their conundrum. Materis makes the call, and I like it. Get 2 rifles out, get Sejot on Kevlar. What? Why does Sejot not have Kevlar? Hold up. Hold up. Don't tell me this. Oh, no.
I'm hoping he's going to drop this over to Azu, perhaps, and...
Or to Agil, whoever has Kevlar, or to Story even, but oh no. Sejot, surely you don't play without a Kevlar here. No way. Come on, he bought Galil for Materis and then got an AK himself, or vice versa. Okay. So yeah, like the force buy is a must, absolutely. And I guess I understand why no Kevlar, because it's the only weapon that it can get an insta-kill, but that's also what instantly happens. So that's the AK lost in main.
I think it has to be a mistake. I don't believe there's
that
any
has
world
to.
where
What?
yeah,
Wait,
no
wait, he ran out A main? What? That's insane. I'm sorry, that's insanity right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we're witnessing there. It feels like the Technoline could do the same work. If you had armor, you could probably survive the onslaught of utility that naturally comes towards A main.
Why does the rest of the team not follow? I don't get it. That's the only AK you have. What the actual F happened right there?
I mean, you do see a couple of teams on like a full buy on this T side sort of send someone out and hope that they can find one
entries.
or two.
I know, but that's a wild assumption to make a man without Kevlar running out A main. Like,
yeah.
It's like trying to outrace a sports car on a donkey. Like, I don't know. Like, what the hell are you trying to say? Like, what is this?
I mean, in particular, because A main, you see so many HE grenades and mollies thrown towards there early that I don't even think Kedra have much of a chance to survive, regardless of Glade's bullets or not. But Glade is just playing this masterfully, not giving up any gunfights, and in fact cleans things up with Casper by his side. And Story in the 1 versus 3, quickly dispatched by the AWP of Potty. And sure, I would love to be able to pick their brain in terms of what that round was and what the decision making was.
That was one of the worst things I've seen in a very long time. I cannot lie. Like, that genuinely disappoints me. I don't know why would you waste an opportunity like that. Even just playing slow about it would have been better. To have him just kind of lurk through main out with support around him, that I could see. But just running out, nobody else with him, it feels like it's a crazy call. It really is. It's like I'm not seeing the structure here. Besides the glory of, you know, getting 3 kills without being spotted somehow or killed somehow. I guess that's the only thing I could see there. But again, that's just... Just thinking about it gives me a heartache, let alone trying it actually against a team that's leading you, what, 11-5? Come on, let's be serious.
We just appreciate if it did work, though.
Yeah, I mean,
what the madness we would have seen.
It would have been the most absurd round to ever have been played, and I'd given it credit for it, but it still would have been a very bad decision.
Yeah, I don't know
regardless.
if I would have given it credit. I would have been like, what a ridiculous call. Fair enough that it worked, but... Oh, and Casper again with a double towards Pop Dog, ripping all the chances that Saul have away by himself. Definitely surpassed anyone else on his team. It's definitely surpassed anyone else on the server. 21-10. Finally does get silenced by Story, but this one's over. This map is over, and Saul fall very flat here on the opening map of this series.
This is sour disappointment in my eyes. I expected more. I really did. I thought Saul would have done a better job on their homework. Maybe, you know, prepared themselves a bit more. And whilst we see some moments where that could be true, unfortunately for the most part, it just falls apart. And that is going to be our first map done. Just like that. It's easy. It's quick. It's simple. It's so disappointing. Nothing else.
Yeah, it seems like that trend from Saw against Favbet yesterday in that map, we saw a really close series apart from Train, which Favbet absolutely stumped them on and just didn't give them any wiggle room. Also, we just seen the exact same thing, but this time enters the team, just swap those team names out, and yeah, I'm not sure what it was from Saw, but they just looked really underwhelming. Their T-side a bit unimaginative at times, but I suppose actually very imaginative, because I definitely wasn't expecting any team to pull off the unarmored AK out towards A play. But yeah, really underwhelming. Individuals weren't able to really compete. I don't know how much you can blame on them, though, but it does feel like the structure around it, that's the basics. They're the things that you should be able to do reliably. Sure, occasionally you might have players not be able to hit their shots as quick as the others, but it feels like the structure has to be there, and it felt like that was thrown out the window a little bit.
And I'm very worried about Nuke, and hopefully it's going to be Vincent at least taking us through Train one more time to at least see what they can fix or what actually ends it perfectly. Vincent, take it away.
Well, thank you so much, guys. Yeah, this is the same type of problems that I saw both on the CT side and the T side for Saul with regard to what I watched against Favbet just yesterday. They had consistent issues with actually taking space on the CT side. It was uninspired and really one-dimensional. Yeah, they have that pop crunch play that has some success occasionally, and I think that it's not bad. The problem is that's kind of like the only thing they have. There's no mid-round Ivy. There's really not a lot of pressure towards T-Con at all. I think that there's a couple of times that they'd like to play towards the upper take, but that's really only in coordination with the pop crunch. So I think that they are left in a position where otherwise, unless they're taking one of those positions or using the story op in an aggressive position, they're really readable. They never are. There's never any question mark about how Saul want to approach their CT side, even though they had some good stuff. I mean, just to kind of touch on some positives, right? Consistent damage when they're on pistols. This Saul team loves to force buy. I mean, watching them against Favbet the other day, they played an Inferno. It was 13-10, and I think total, but over the entire map with both teams, they had 3 total save rounds, and it didn't happen until round 17. That's how much this Saul team does not like to save. They will force, and they will continue to force, even on the CT side. And that wasn't like an inherent problem for them here or anything like that. But I think that it creates a consistent difficulty when they are often forcing, and especially in this game, doing damage but still losing. So if that's the outcome of all these force buys, then they're just going to be in trouble. That's just the reality of the situation. And so they were in big trouble. That whole CT side, uninspired, is the takeaway. That's the defining word for it. Now on the inside, just to talk about like some positives, right? This was not all Saul just like floundering. A huge victory in the pistol. That fast B hit was super successful for ENCE. And then in round 2, this is where I'm talking about those force buys maybe having some effectiveness. It's got to be Natu down into the 1v1, big win though. And even though the next round they lose 3 players to the Pistols, they still take the victory. Ints were a little bit more shaky in those first 5 rounds despite the score line, but once they hit their groove, once Kaspersky hit his groove, that's really more of what it was. They were all smooth sailing from there. The last 2 rounds of the half just sort of defined for me the entire game, because it continued onto the CT side for Ints. Kaspersky triple entry A, and that's after Story took the opening duel against Potty and won it. So from a 4-on-5, Ints just letting Kaspersky get in there, and then the same thing happens, a double entry on the A site for Kaspersky in round 12. So I think, like, as a whole, we saw some of the best of what Ints had to offer on that T side when Kaspersky is playing out of his mind. But fantastic trading as well. I think Glaive did a great job. Like, the trade frags from Glaive in particular were really impressive. You swip over to the CT side, and unfortunately, it doesn't really ever get off the ground for Saw. They win the pistol, but then they lose to a force buy. Really unfortunate the way that Mutris gets caught out there. I don't even really blame him. I just think that that'll happen when you're in game leading. That is the sad reality. The bad news is that you couldn't afford a loss at that time in the game. You flip over to the next round, and Kaspersky's getting a triple kill with the Galil as they jump through the smoke. That's the other thing for Saw that I continue to see on this T side. They struggle with anything that's not their B default and then B hit. Everything else is pretty bad. Just honest and truthfully, even though we didn't get to see very much of the Saw T side, that's a consistent factor that they stuck into force buys, often are a team that really need their utility. They like to play a little bit of a slower type of round, and if they can't do that, if they're not effective in their B default, then they don't get any map control, and it all falls apart from there. So bad news for Saw. I think that they really need to rethink whether or not this is a map they want in their pool. After seeing, I was willing to kind of sweep aside some of the losses that they had over the last couple of months, because there's so many big teams that they lost to. I was like, okay, well, this is fair enough. This isn't that crazy. Just talking about their loss to Ints. That's one of Ints' best maps. Understandable. We just saw why. A loss to Bet Boom that's a little bit more questionable, but then they lose to Gamer Legion, or they beat Gamer Legion and lose to Spirit. And with a big win at Heroic at Pro League, I'm like, okay, this is something that I could get behind. Unfortunately, it feels like Saw have just fallen behind on the meta of this map and how to approach it. A lot of details missing. So bad news for them. The good news is they got at least one more map to jump into, and that's Nuke. That is the best map in their pool, and it's not particularly close. So excited to see what Saw can bring up against Ints, but a bit of a struggle to start. We'll take a break, and when we return, we'll jump into Nuke.
And we are live, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be going straight to game, straight into the second pistol. It's Nuke 2, or it's Nuke as the second map. My name's Over, joined by CMD, and we're going to be jumping into ENCE versus Saw once again. And already Saw is losing players and potentially the round.
Yeah, 20 seconds into the round, and already stories in a 1 versus 3. Seems like ENCE carried on that momentum that they had in map number 1 and not eased off the pressure whatsoever. Story, so much work to be done here. Let's get the dink onto Potty. Casper not shying away from a gunfight, though, and you can see why. 3 kills from him. And what a clean and quick round it was. So looking to probe towards A, but ENCE just had such a strong defense. There's so many bodies, and the kills coming through. Casper in particular with the dual barrettas. What a map number 1 he had, and what a series he could be having as well.
Fantastic show, for real. Yeah, it's been one of a kind, and hopefully it's going to continue to be one. The same for Saw as well, because otherwise it is going to be a one of a kind ending as well. Full eco, I respect that. As we talked about it earlier, right? A lot of teams these days like to force up regardless T or CT side. And it's in fact a bigger rarity these days to actually have an eco in our midst for a change.
Yeah, it does feel like it's becoming a dying breed, a team that goes for an eco on a second round now. I do love a force buy though, it does keep things entertaining, but yeah, there are certainly a couple of situations where you're like, yeah, that feels like a really foolish decision. That's all. They want to get on the weapons. They want to be able to make their mark on Nuke at ASAP, really. And you can't blame them for that after a bit of an underwhelming map number 1. Get the AKs out, get your plans in motion, and show us why you picked this map, because Train was a domination. Show us what you can bring. Show us why you deserve that spot in the semi-finals. Because look, both these teams, we feel like expectations should be semi-finals at a minimum. And really clean up here on this anti-eco. Not a point of damage taken at all on anyone on ENCE. Did a decent job as well to keep hold of their util, not just throwing it out for the sake of it. So not a huge amount of reinvestment needed in this one.
And I think the weight of this game also kind of bears on the shoulders of Saw, how this is actually the first time that Saw has not forced after losing a pistol within the last 2 days. Thank you, Vincent, for that little fun fact. Because it is. It is a rarity. It's as rare as we say it is. And right now, for Saw, I think it's also a logical decision. You need those AKs, you need whatever util you can muster to counteract ENCE's aggression, and even their SMGs at the end of the day, as we're going to begin once again. Outside control contested. CMD, I gotta be honest with you, they seem to be putting only one man on the job, or rather he puts himself. It's Mutiris, and if he fails, that's the whole of Saw again locked in place in lobby. Walking out Squeak, perhaps, could be the call. As it is, but noticed by Kaspersky, 2 for him. Sejot returns, still a 3-on-3. Potty's yet to even been seen in Garage. It is going to be a retake nonetheless.
Yeah, a huge double from Sejot to be able to bring this game, bring this round back to a competitive state. SDY and Netu grouped up towards lobby on the flank. The MP9 goes in first. SDY does get the initial kill, but Sejot there with his 3rd in the round. And SDY yet to strike. There is a defuse kit that's now being retrieved, so there is still a bit of time for ENCE to play with, but they've got to start finding these kills sooner rather than later, and Sejot is doing so much work in this round. 4 kills from him, he's on for the ace. Don't know if Potty's going to give it to him. Fancy Mutirus to take it away, but what a good round from Saw to start things off. Don't get me wrong, I don't necessarily think it's part of the game plan how they exactly expected that to go down, losing the first 2 kills early, but you had Sejot there as that contingency just in case, got the trade, and very quickly we saw the Portuguese core make their way onto the A-bomb site and just get set up for a strong post plant.
Oh, absolutely, you're right on the money there. Important moments happening in front of our very eyes. ENCE right now, they will rebuy, so another great round potentially for them. Glaive is pushing through the smoke. He's expecting oppression or regression, but it seems like it's rather the first, as Zazuwu finds Netu, and it will be pretty much round done. I mean, it's not over. No, not by a long shot still, obviously. SDY, if he wins his duel, all of a sudden we're back-to-back 3-on-3. And it could very well still turn the other way. Saw, though, they need to be very careful what happens here. Kaspersky's on the hunt, and he will be found. Story does react in time.
Body's positioning could be great, and Aga was actually going to give him a 1v1 hit under heaven.
Oh, spotted. Oh, no.
Yeah, soldiers aren't really grouping anywhere until finally they've decided to do so now, but it's a little late. There's a lot of angles to clear out, and you can see Saul maybe not necessarily feeling comfortable after finding that man advantage early doors to just back up and hit towards A in case there's a big stack there. But in doing so, it's a 2-in-2 now, but Story wins out versus SDY. Potty through the smoke. Does get one, and now he's in a headset duel against the Zulu, and the Finn strikes, and he strikes true. 3 rounds on the board, French. I mean, what a strange round we had there. Saw giving up a lot of gunfights. The Ents just about managed to keep on winning, to keep that round competitive, but Potty 1 versus 2. That was a big advantage there.
It was. Saw had all the right pieces in place. They even got SDY on the flank. It went their way until it didn't. Potty, the fact that he's able to find this duel 1v1 against Azubu so easily and Story beforehand is fantastic. It brings Ents right back into the fray. They might have lost one, but this is exactly what happened on map 1, if you recall. It went, what, 6-0, 4-0, like something... No, what was the result? I'm trying to recall.
3-0, 4-0 before Saw responded, but instantly, Ents battled back. And it seems like, it is a very similar story here.
Oof. Poldy, though, not quick enough, though. Sejot, good recovery. They could even get the AWP in the hands of Story. That'd be fantastic if they can.
And this is something I would have preferred to see in the last round when Saw had the advantage, just looking to group and hit somewhere together rather than splitting your players off, searching for space themselves. They are just here as a bit more of a pack towards the lower side. Glaive surely goes down to Sedjot. I don't think there's a lot of chance in this round for Ents. No defuse kill on any of these 3 remaining players. It feels like just keep these guns alive. I don't know if they'll be allowed to have this AWP. I don't even think they'll be inquisitive enough to look and search for it. Just keep the weapons strong. Be able to battle back in the next. But some really good entries there from Cedra. Again, feels like can't get this this man out. This man's name off my mind right now. Not in that way. But yeah, such a good start from him for a player who has had inconsistencies. Similar with Azu, who had some big moments on map number 1. He's the one that seems to be spearheading anything that Saul are showing us here. You see the initial find from Potty. He looks back away, reposition before peeking, but it's this instant trade here.
Yeah. It really works, doesn't it? Saw, important recovery again, like I said. The fact they're able to get this round is huge, and they keep a decent chunk of money in the bank. Though Ents have yet to be fully thwarted, they are still running hot with the guns. Potty Glaive might be downgraded to a degree, but nothing bad about them either in certain scenarios. I think the only thing they really would want to have is that up, but Potty did die on ramp previously after 1 kill. Couldn't evade death further, and... What? SD, how? You just run out secret staircase and you find 2 kills like that. I mean... How do you allow something like that to transpire, Saw? I gotta ask myself, what happened?
Yeah, I think as soon as the molly dropped, just players' heads dropped towards that position as well. Assuming no one's going to be able to push through, no one's going to take that risk, but SDY does exactly that. 2 kills found. Gives the advantage to the CTs now. And so much space being taken. Have a look at the mini-map. 2 flanks through. But he's flanking all the way through outside. It feels like Agil's guaranteed going to be going down here. I mean, I would have loved to see the knife kill, but probably way too big a risk in a series like this.
Don't want to risk it, exactly. You want to keep this as clean as possible. Minimal losses also guarantee you a good amount of bank to reply on, or rather kind of get yourself on in case everything goes to hell. Glaive prevents the bomb plant likewise, which is extra lost money for the T side, which means should be another... Well, I think it's a force buy, actually. It's 1.7 on Sejot, right? If I saw correctly, because it's 1.4 loss bonus. So, yeah, this is horrendous in terms of actual economy for Saw. Now they are effectively in another force buy scenario with, again, 1 or 2 rifles and a few pistols. No Kevlar. Well, will they buy Kevlar or Zuva in Story is the question, surely, right? Yeah, there it goes. An AK for Story. It has to be.
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting spot. I always look at teams where they do have one player who can't buy, because that is what it is. It is just Sejot who can't buy in the next. I'm curious for your thoughts on this. Do you not just think it's worth going for the eco and having 4 players with a perfect buy, and then Sejot maybe playing with Galoo in the next, or maybe a Mac 10, which I still think is going to be great on a map like Nuke. You can look to get down vents, secret very quickly. Do you not think that's worth it, rather than kind of forcing your hand into fully investing here, where it's not a great buy? You'll lose it, you've got a bad buy in the next 4 before you even get your weapons back out. I mean, what would you rather see?
Oh, I kind of have to go with you here, yeah.
I mean, maybe they can prove me wrong and make this force buy work out without any real issues.
Look, maybe they can, but regardless, it does work. Though, regardless, I think I have to agree. I would prefer not to see it. Maybe, you know, sticking to the big guns later down the line is safer. Though they do get the entries, so all of that discussion all of a sudden doesn't matter. Pody and Kaspersky's already saving, so it's 4-3. Yet, what concerns me a bit is how tough it actually is. Saw is, yeah, they get a few rounds, but they still seem to lose one too many too quickly. It's more the way they lose than the way they win than anything else. It's a bit too easy.
Yeah, at times it definitely does give off that air that at times, yeah, you can lose a couple of bodies just in quite a cheap fashion, but at the end of the day, they are just 1 round behind their opponents. They are on the T side of Nuke. If they can just keep this first half competitive and keep themselves sort of as close to their opponent's scoreline as possible, you think they'd give them a really strong platform to show us what they can do on that CT side. And the question is now thrown back over towards Zents. What was a pretty one-sided start to this game is shaped up to become pretty back and forth here, as neither team really wanted to let up.
Yeah, and it does feel that perhaps ENCE is a little bit too egregious in their own mistakes here and there, but somehow they're managing the economy perfectly. They're yet to have a proper full eco once. Like, again, it's the AWP out, it's the M4s out. Look at the aggression, they're continuous. And SDY, he just keeps on pressuring them. Kaspersky runs in through the smoke and Squeaky. That is insanity. That is the entry secured. This is what I'm talking about. Some of these rounds are so egregiously like amazing or bad, depending what context you're looking from it. Works out. Saw, they have 2 players alive. They don't even know how to take the bomb back. Azul was expecting somebody, yeah, but like, how the hell do you win this duel? The answer is you don't. Body's waiting. There's Nachu. It's a clean round. It's amazing. It's unbelievable how quickly it can fall apart, and that's what gets me every single time for Saw.
Yeah, I think we're going to need to have a look at this again. I mean, the spray transfer is so quick, but I think even if it wasn't that sharp, good chance he's still finding both anyway. It's just these bold calls like this, and yeah, they're completely catching Saw off guard. The lobby aggression, a perfect call on a decision like that. I mean, don't get me wrong, you can easily see it at the other side of things. If Casper pushes through that smoke, someone's holding, gets taken down, it looks a bit cheap on the side of ENCE, but it feels like they make these plays at seemingly the perfect time. And I'm never really getting punished for them themselves. And ENCE deny Saw leveling up this game, and they're the ones who reclaim even more of a lead as they have 2 rounds on their opponents. Both teams' money is really sort of shaky these last couple of rounds, and both teams have been so close to sort of breaking the finances of either side. This is ENCE's chance to do so to Saw now. And probably bring us a bit more normality on Nuke.
Perhaps a bit more normality, but... oh, That's the difficulty about this map, right? It's such an unexpected Okay.
And there's
Kaspersky.
the flip side, isn't it? You see
Yeah,
the aggression there just gets completely shut down and punished. But Poddy's, he's actually gone a bit under the radar this game. I think Kaspersky's been in the limelight for some of the heroics that he's pulled off. But Poddy, a consistent piece, and finding a kill back there with the AWP towards outside. Needed a
Oh, you're definitely
smoke.
right on the money.
Or Glaive actually would have spotted, but seemingly not. 3 players able to cross down towards Secret.
But they have a good idea, I think, at least. They've already got SDY down below, looking to get into control room, maybe just post himself behind the actual reactor core. Oh, this is going to be fun, isn't it? SDY. He needs to stay alive. He's going to get 1. That's not a decent trade, but it's enough to keep it at a 3-on-3. And 2 players from ramp, 1 coming out from Vance? No, he's still on A. What? He's still in lobby. What the hell? Oh, Glaive. Agil. Gonna go through Vance, and Glaive gonna join them on ramp. So basically what happens here is the defense is kind of lining up, and same as the offense. And here we go. It's going to be a 3-on-3 retake. It absolutely will be. The fuse kits is still available, and so are the mollies and the smokes. It's going to be Nature on Sedgel. That's the first corner cleared. Behind the side, behind the boxes, there's a player to be checked. Surely to be seen. Agil will be spotted on Story, and the timing is right. The diffuser will not be able to get it. Poddy's too far away. They make the classic mistake of leaving 1 man behind. It costs them the round. They don't check the corner, and it's sought to steal it right back. They pay a high price, but they are back in it at 4.
Yeah, and you can see rounds like that, you have a slower played retake. I've got no issues with something like that, but 1 overlooked angle, 1 position not cleared, finds everything. Finds the first player, there's a smoke drop down on the bomb site, no easy trade can come through, and there's a point where you realise, I'm just going to stick this bomb and somehow hope this team misses every single bullet on me in the smoke, and it's not the case. Poddy was tasked with holding of the decomposition or anyone emerging from control. He's completely out of the round. So a round stolen away there from the Story, just in positioning alone, and a round to keep Saw on this first half as competitive as they can.
Honestly, keep them alive for the series. Let's be fair. I mean, if Ents run away with this first half, we're likely looking at a repeat of Train to a degree. Nature going to be checked and dead now. Good control here coming out from Saul. They have recognition of the classic positions Ents would be able to take. I'm not sure why you boost a player without support from Secret or from Hell, but sure, it's going to be SDY. 2 for him. That's easy. That's 3-on-3 again. Every single time Ents have a chance. You're being given these chances by the individuals. That's why they're so scary. That's why SDY is so good. His performance an unbeatable 1 almost compared to Kaspersky as well. Oh, this is going to be a tough one, though. Game with the what Story? Game with the doors, I wanted to say, but it seems like there's no game. It's just a straightforward execution. Second player spotted behind site. The first one on ramp. Oh no, the molly! Ay, 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 ay. That was very, very, very bad to look at. Uncoordinated Ents and well thought out plan by Saw.
Yeah, that's definitely the optimal word there. And that round was actually so pivotal in terms of both teams had no money in the reserve. And you can see what happens here now that Ents have lost it. They're the ones who are broken financially. Saw can look to take the lead in this series now. Well, definitely not in this series, but on this map at least. And maybe
perhaps
allow
the
them
series,
to bring things back. Yeah, you never know. And Nuke has to be the map for them to do so. There's no second chance. There's already a map down. Ents kind of falling apart here towards the end of the first half.
They certainly have the hand in the cookie jar. The thing is, they weren't caught until the last round. Now they pay the price. The belt is singing, and Saw is looking for 6, maybe even 7. Money's going to be tight. Yeah, they're going to try and rebuy, sure. Last round coming up and all that. But there's going to be very little money of anything left for Ents. Like their economy, I think, what, 2.4 loss bonus? Yeah, 2.4 loss bonus, I think, is what they get. Could be 2.9 if I'm miscalculating, but regardless, 6-6 would be okay, I think acceptable for Saw. 7-5 is perfect. Better than you could ever think, considering how you started. On the other hand, ENCE, I think, is disappointed regardless if we go 7-5 or 6-6. They will be very mad that this is how poorly it ends for them.
Yeah, I mean, both teams had that opportunity in the middle of the game to punish their opponents, but we just had sort of 7 rounds back-to-back where neither team could get 2 in a row, and it was just back and forth trades. Flash comes through from Glaive, but even while blinded, game later on, Saw finds the kill. Missed shot from Story would have been a great way to find a 2-man advantage, but instead it's potting outside. Eventually does get that trade and avenges Glaive's death.
First heat. He's dead. He's dead before he's able to respond. Bad positioning, bad prediction, and round is effectively done. Unless the 2 players from ramp are able to wreak havoc, this is going to be a done deal. Like, we're going to be seeing Saw go back up towards A. They needed to hunt them down. They don't. And A is lost. Retake on A. Good luck with 3. No heaven position. No side position. No main position. I think we're going 7-5. This is a perfect ending for Saw.
Exactly what they needed. Final 4 rounds of the half going their way, alongside a few in the middle as well. Yeah, this is a perfect opportunity for them to go on to take Nuke. Now, we're going to need to see an electric T-side French, I think, to battle things back. I think the pistol round's going to be holding a lot of weight, whether that comeback's even going to be allowed to happen. Netu is able to get 1 before getting eventually taken down by Sedjot, but Sword, indeed, 7-5. What looked a little bit dicey at the start there. They were 3-1 down. It looked like they picked up the pieces. And looked like they were going to continue on from their success. But yeah, a couple of really close rounds back and forth. I mean, great rounds from both teams. But the issue is when you're the CT side, you do need to get more than just one-off good-looking round. You need to have something more stable, more solid, more concrete. And it just didn't seemingly work with that. And when you're the T side on Nuke, your map, and you're showing stuff like that, this makes me believe that a third map is on the horizon.
Absolutely. I mean, when they played Nuke last time, which was a month ago, right? No, that was Ancient and Train. Never mind, they didn't play Nuke. Regardless, Nuke is a great map for Saw, statistically and otherwise. It seems like everybody's kind of enjoying themselves. We can see that the whole team is playing well. Sedjot especially, big ups to him. Early on, he was the reason why they were able to catch up to Saw in the first place. Otherwise, we could have seen a reverse sweep here. But ENCE, it's 5 on their side and 7 for Saw's side. We'll switch the names on top in a second or two. But we are going to be going into round 13. Second pistol is live. Now it's down to the players themselves. They have to make the difference. They have to make the play happen here. The pistol for ENCE must succeed, or they are going to be in the gutter.
This round holds so much weight. Flashbang and Kaspersky, only bit of utility that ENCE do have, and they're just using it to allow SDY to cross into Secret. I do actually believe he was spotted there.
It should be the case.
But in the meantime, Ramp is getting pressured and getting tested. Netu tries to crunch on the Story, but in fact it's actually Azuu who swings first, and Netu 180 turns to find him. Just the overwhelming power of the Glocks swarming towards Ramp. They do find a 2-man advantage. Kaspersky doesn't even really need to take any fights towards outside here. Just operate as this lurk, catching anyone rotating down towards Secret.
Control Secret, right? That's the name of the game. They are yet to clear it fully, and SDY is ready, but Sedjot with dualies replies. Saw still on potentially the winning side. If they get a few more, though, with materials falling, things start to fall into place for ENCE themselves. They look to be going for that 6th round for them, as Kaspersky finally takes down Agil, and Sedjot, well, I think it's safe to say he is looking to keep this Kevlar and dualies. It's number 6 on the board. It should be 7 after. A full eco for ENCE is a must. I'm having a hard time seeing how he doesn't come out with that Kevlar, but how is he still alive? Like, how is it like?
I'm impressed he's able to take down the player under heaven there in hell
Yeah.
with the Jollies at that range. But seemingly does it without any issues. 3 kills from him. So actually, you can see kill reward on Central is pretty good. People at 9k can technically invest in an M4. We could actually see Saw go for a force buy here.
That's actually true. Yeah, look at that. The M4, I mean, absolutely you buy it, right? Yep. It's going to be Sejot on it. He's having a great time, so why not? Maybe he gets a double, even a triple if he's lucky. And ends, whilst they win the pistol, they're still 1 round away from a tie, so let's see if they can break even, maybe even take the lead afterwards. It's going to be Saw to stand in the way. They want to defend number 7. They want to go up to 8. We'll change the name on top in a moment. Hopefully sooner rather than later, as SDY is caught, but it's the entry that guarantees them ace. Nature finds Agile. The M4 comes into play. It's Motiris. It's a 3-on-3. Now those pistols have to collide well here. Saw need luck. They are not accompanied by it, though. It's Kaspersky to find Story. Azubu with the 5-7. Holds up. He gets into Hut. Takes the fight. Finds Pori. That may be it. Glaive. 1v2. And he knows where Azubu is, or at least heard him. But the fight, the wide angle, Glaive just walks into it. It's done. It's Saw to defend and get number 8.
Madness here in the second round of the second half on the second map between these two teams. Cedric goes down early as well. That's the M4 sort of taken out of the equation. I thought, okay, sure, they can maybe find a few kills here or there, make it competitive, but no. The pistols kept on fighting, but it's in that disadvantage 2 versus 3 that Saw really stepped up. Azubu's had a bit of a slow start here on Nuke. Finds a kill with a pistol, retrieves the AK, instantly swings out, and then puts himself in the 1 versus 1 against Glaive, and still comes out on top with this retrieved AK. What a response from Saw. And now Ents have to go for a force buy of their own just to try to keep things interesting here on Nuke. Potentially even just to try to keep themselves in Nuke.
I think it's more the latter, honestly. I think this is where Ents decided, okay, we make a comeback right here, right now, or we might as well forgive ourselves for the loss already, because it's coming. Saw, we know how good of a team they are. We know how much they can, you know, outperform any team they play against. And if we see these players tonight at full strength, then Ents could have a very bad thing coming. Scheduled on 16 already. Now we need Azubu to stand up. We need Story to show up. And we might just have a proper series on our hands yet as, oh, good me. Oh, goodness me. Oh, wow. That is a nasty shot with the scout. You don't get to see it often, and it's ported to make it look easy. Force buy starts well.
To get the opening kill. Always feels like these force buys do need just that early success to be able to give them some belief. The need of the smoke headshot. Spamming through, does a little bit of damage to body. But the T's have been able to sneak their way down towards Secret, and this is a bit different. This is all of them.
5-man entry, let's go. I like it. Send the Tech 9, the Deagle first. Let the Galils refrag. You're golden. You're ready. Somebody controls vents, possibly somebody just for info. Here it comes through short. This is going to be a tight corner to entry from, but they spill on like a flood. It's Story to find 2. Do they check Azubu? The answer is no, it's too late. He's got 2 already, and that's going to be it. Saw, secure, number 9. Looking solid here for real, and should be 10 easy. I think map 3 is now unavoidable anymore.
It looked good there initially from Ents as they made it down towards Secret, but everyone opted to go towards Decon, apart from sort of the Scout. And Azuru's position above there was so strong. You had Story on the mini ramp. The fact he's able to find 2 and it takes so long for any trades to come through that Kedjot's actually able to rotate down after they've pushed out and still find that impact while he's alive. It's a little slow there. I feel like after you've got 5 players down towards the lower site, that's where you look to use.
You need to explode.
Yeah, you need to explode out. Explode from different positions as well. Out from the double or out from Decon. Have one in control, but it all just looked a little bit one-dimensional from there from Ents, and if we're being honest, a bit too easy.
Yeah, they wanted to, or rather they made it look like they were invisible till the very end, right? Until they actually got out of Squeak, and that's it. or short rather. But this is not exactly what we love to see. This eco should fail momentarily, and they get one down B, though he's not going to get very far. The M4 is waiting, and yeah, not even the M4. Cleaned up.
Zeus at least. Maybe we can see the Zeus find anything.
Oh,
Body
wall banged.
does miss his chance as well. And sure, it feels like they're on their victory lap now of Nuke, if we're being honest. They've hit double digits. Sure, there's only 4 rounds that separates these two teams, but it's the fact that Saw have come into their own in the later portions of this map. Just 3 rounds needed to bring us onto Ancient, and the fact they're on this favored side as well. Feels like all the signs are pointing towards this one going to that third map. I'd love for Ents to prove us wrong, though. But it's all going to come from this. No second.
I wouldn't mind it, because it will take a great deal of individual prowess and skill to do so, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. I honestly don't see them winning this, because they just lost one too many rounds to where they were supposed to already win. And the dominance of Saw is apparent right now. They are just playing better CS currently. As Kaspersky's going to try to be the hero. He definitely was the reason for Train to go as well as it did. We're missing, I think we're missing both Nachu and Glaive. Like, they were both so good on Train. And here on Nuke, much less so.
Oh, I was going to say, now that Ents have a disadvantage, what are they going to be to show us? But Glaive will quickly grab one back onto his in-game leading counterpart. But falls himself as well to Sedjot. Well, Ents are still looking to set themselves up towards a hit towards ramp. You've got Kaspersky in the vent, so this ramp hit has to be really on point, and there's only 2 players, so there's not much room for error.
Ooh, Kaspersky, important kill on Sedjot. It might draw the attention of the offer on ramp. That's a little bit too much. Kaspersky finds another. Azubo tries to take a fight towards one way, but unfortunately exposes himself towards both. In the end, gets caught in the crossfire. Agil, can he open doors and prevent the bomb plant? The answer is no, because it's Mr. Kaspersky. I said that this guy has to show up. He has to pull the moves we saw from him on Train, and that's exactly what happens. Ends. That is a saving grace right there if I've ever seen one. That's an angel from the sky almost. When you lose the first player, it's SDY, right? I think he got killed first, yeah. So when you lose SDY, you already lost one of your, let's say, core tenants, right? And all of a sudden you lose a little bit of that extra firepower, that surprise. Saw is getting comfortable. They're starting to set up positions that are going to catch you off guard regardless. Glaive somehow manages to get a free kill, which is amazing, especially towards Hell. I believe it was towards Locker Room. Gets immediately refragged, and Ents once again find themselves on the losing end. And then Kaspersky is sent into the fray, and he just delivers a hat trick like no other. And right here we see Glaive finding the kill. Oh, we don't catch the refrag. But Kaspersky's hat trick is what gets them to this W easily. And yeah, second timeout. Saw, they got to talk about this. It shouldn't be that simple for Ents to gain a round after losing 2 like such.
Yeah, I mean, all the way of that round was on Kaspersky. Look, we have the 2 players towards ramp. I think if any of them go down, chances are the second one falls as well. The 2 defenders towards ramp, but it's just Kaspersky constantly going for this backstab and finding the 2 towards the lower site to allow his teammates to rotate on in. Yeah, a bit fortunate there, and I don't think that's an easy round to be able to replicate without getting punished. So Ents might need to go back to the drawing board and actually show us a bit more of their game plan from start to finish, and actually hope it does work out on this occasion. Still 3 rounds behind. Money is pretty damn close to being broken for Saw, so Ents, this is their chance to get a bit more of a foothold on this game.
Let's see if they do. Ents, how do they play? How do they work this one out? Outside control definitely going to be a part of their strategy. It always is. And I'm expecting some sort of fast incursion into secret eventually. They'll have another smoke up within the few seconds up. SDY crosses safely. There should be the smoke clearing in a moment. And yeah, you gotta pass. And they don't need to smoke. That's interesting. Nobody takes the shot. I don't know if Story spotted that or not. But they're seemingly becoming aware of the B incursion, though they're very slow to respond. Where's the B players? Where are the rotations? Story alongside his teammate on ramp. They're not even switching to rotate B. They're just switching positions. Now, finally, they realize it. Okay, Azua and Story both pulling back B again. Okay, surely this has to be a jest, yes? This has to be a jest. There's nobody watching B.
Yeah, and yet ends seemingly
Oh my.
paranoid. They are
What
pushing
are
up
we-
towards the upper bomb site. A couple of kills do come back through. We are in a 3-on-3 in what is a super messy round between both sides. 2 versus 2 now. And SD Wi-Fi and Azul is all on Story and his AWP.
He's making a lot of noise, I think. No, yeah, there's the nade. This is going to be the most vital of retakes for Story and his team of Saw. If he can't get it, it's going to be a problem, and it is a problem. SDY secures the kill, make it double in the round, and then somehow recover after having B-side control almost already established. They don't push onto site, yet they go back up through vents, get caught in that rotation, yet still persevere, get the bomb down, and win the 1v2. Or 2v1, excuse me. 8 to 10, Saw have to eco, there's no other choice. This is becoming apparent. Ents have yet to say their last.
Yeah, that was a round that it kind of felt like Saw were going to watch the demo and
Hit themselves over the head, for
yeah,
sure.
because that's a round that Ents didn't deserve to win. Just
No,
the
absolutely
calling
not.
alone, they pushed into the heavier stacked bomb site while leaving the undefended one. And still, somehow, just the gunfights came out on top. Don't get me wrong, Saw did find a 2-man advantage, but it was quick trades that made it even again. Yeah, Ents got to be thanking their lucky stars, because right now their T side,
Absolutely.
I haven't been too impressed by it, but they're
Nope.
still somehow managing to keep themselves alive.
It's been more disappointing than it has been great, but somehow, as you said, they are persistent. And they're individuals good enough to keep them above water level, right?
That's the thing, isn't it? You could easily win a map without necessarily playing well and just sort of relying on individuals.
Yeah.
You can't do it consistently,
Oh,
but if you can win a map, you certainly can. This is the round that USP's winning.
Oh, no way. Come on, please don't tell me that's a round we see here. I'd hate to see that. I really... Oh, my goodness. A lot of chaos, a lot of confusion, and a lot of deaths that somehow still don't go in the way for Saw, but... As you said yourself, this game, it might as well be an individual one, because Ents are relying upon some of their own just to make sure these rounds go their way.
I mean, it's a close scoreline now between these two teams. Just one round separates them.
Do we say it? Like, if Saw lose this round, it's 11-10, what then?
I mean, it definitely gets scary. That's where you really have the pressure. You didn't really feel like you saw necessarily feeling the pressure at this point, because they found 10 pretty quickly. Ents didn't really have a response for any of it, but next thing you know, a couple of rounds that felt like they shouldn't have gone the way. Kaspersky down towards the lower side, backstabbing 2, a round where Ents rotate into a stacked bomb site and still win. They sort of had their chances, and this is where, look, they're going to look at this and say, okay, we're now losing this game, or we're now tying up this game. We should have closed this out probably already.
By all accounts, I absolutely agree with you. And that should have been the case, but it's not. And Ents are still in it to win it. Same for Saw, though. How long they can sustain this, I know not. Sejot, 23rd kill for the man. What more do you want from an individual? He's on 34 HP. We complained a little bit about his numbers before the game started. He had a very slow train game, not the best one. And now he's gonna have to have a live game itself. Story is on 9 kills, excuse me. He is underwhelming to say the least. The AWP is lost. The Zubu is gonna be checked in hell, and Kaspersky's gonna win the duel. It's his second. It's his 21st. It's absolutely insane. Ents is getting free kills for days. What is this? Argil walks out of heaven, doesn't check underneath, gets one, but is traded off again. The advantage still for Ents. And now it's down to Sejot once more, and Mutiris, and Sejot is about to fall.
Kaspersky on for the ace in this round. I mean, it feels like it's a bit of a bout between Kaspersky and Sejot across the map.
Yeah.
Two
Guaranteed
young
it is.
stars, both 18 years old, just showing us what they can do. Look at the time. Look at the time. Surely not. Allows the bomb
Waited
to
too
go
long.
down. Oh, you could see a world where the door opens up.
Yeah,
He finds the
yeah,
bomb and is able to
yeah.
back away into safety, but Futurist not taking that time in and doesn't have the opportunity to a leveled up game 10-10, but none of these rounds are convincing. Super scrappy from both these teams, but ENCE have got to thank God that they've been able to sign Kaspersky. What an individual moment from him again.
This has been like what, the fifth round we see from Kaspersky, just on nuke that goes his way because of him. Not to mention how many times it had gone the way for on train. And yeah, definitely they have to be counting their lucky stars, because this is a team that, as you said, you know, they might not reach that same greatness, or Glaive might never get those same results as ones before, but the idea of it, the potential of it definitely exists, and growing into something more is always the dream come true. As ENCE, this is a great game to showcase how they can defeat a team that is technically 10 levels above them.
I want to say this should be an easier round for ENCE, and a round where they might be able to take a bit more of a sigh of relief. But I think what we've seen from Nuke so far, we know what's happening. 5 finds the first kill. The trade does come through the wall, but still a 4 versus 4 as the clock starts to whittle down. 45 seconds remain.
As soon as you said it, I was like, oh boy, it's going to happen, isn't it? And it's going to happen. I think it's going to happen. I think ENCE are about to lose this round. It's 37 seconds. The pistols, we know how good they are, and this crossfire on ramp is steady. Oh, steady, I wanted to say, but it's not ready. Oh, yeah, never mind. I might have counter-jinxed you there. Sorry, Saw. Nature finds 2, and that's number 11 to ENCE. I think we do have the power of the jinx, though. I'm not going to lie. Like casters, we say some pretty absurd stuff, and then it happens. That's the crazy part.
Yeah, and actually you have another ideas on this one, though. Yeah, it was a good ramp setup. You easily see, and you see it plenty of times, just those 5-7s, those deagles in these tighter spots, just causing absolute rampage and carnage. But not on this one. The Frenchman with 2 really key openings.
Am I too bold to assume that if Saw had pushed ramp, they possibly would have won the round because they surprised Porty and whoever is there with them holding?
Oh, there's definitely a chance of it.
Because that's what I was immediately anticipating after the free entry into Hut. Like I was thinking that Saw will try to seize the opportunity and pounce on that target, right? If you find 2 more, that's all of a sudden a 2v5. How the hell do you play there as ENCE? And they still get Nature, they still steal an AK, that's fine. Sejot on 24, that's completely fine. ENCE don't care, they're on 11. They're on the train ride to victory, and let's see if they can get another one here, as Saw is now slowly but surely running out of supplies, running out of rounds. This is potentially going 2-0.
Yeah, and the worst thing, it looks like they're running out of steam as well. Team's been sitting on 10 rounds for quite a while now and just can't seem to find the 11th. That saved AK for Kezhot. It's actually quite nice, able to drop over the Optus story, allow him to have a full belt of util alongside the big green. As well as importantly, Kezhot have the one weapon guy. How is Kaspersky finding that kill? He's got a chance to find another outside. He's not chased. No, the missed shot!
Story not like this!
And it's the man advantage still, but maybe more chaos to happen in a round like this, as it's a 3-on-3. I mean, what have we just witnessed? Kaspersky dropping from the heavens onto Kezhot's head, and then the missed AWP shot on someone back turned. It's the man advantage still. Body could get caught off. Missed AWP shot there, and look how low Glaive and Kaspersky are. But look at the positioning.
Oh, they can go heaven. He goes heaven here, right? He goes heaven. Drops down into site A, gets the bomb plant, has a molly for heaven itself. A silent drop, perfect. Yeah, this is absolute perfection right now. ENCE 2v2, they might be low HP, but they have the positions for this. Counter util is good though, the nades could fly. This
all
is
depends
such
on this shot.
Yeah, it is. All depends on the heaven shot, absolutely. That's it.
Found the Glaive, surely not. Made me believe that Agil, who's had a bit of a slow start here and a bit of a slow game on Nuke, what a heroic round from him. 4 kills, but a round that
never should have been. Never should have been.
I mean, I think thankfully for Story, we don't get to see the replay of that shot, because that's one that he wants to forget, and that would have been a horrendous one. I mean, imagine if that's what gives ENCE 12 If that
boy.
what propels
Yeah.
them to take this series, that will be one that certainly will haunt a
What-
couple of players' nightmares.
Yeah. What is concerning also is the fact that Saw might have won, but they've got a worse buy than before for it.
Yeah.
And this is just the tragic reality of the current economy situation in Counter-Strike. It's quite bad. The CTs are in a very bad way. Alas, Saw might be able to recover, right? I mean, it comes down to the individuals. Glaive could have easily still won the duel if Agil had not been quick enough, and Kaspersky could have gotten his own kill. The HP difference was what mattered in the end, and it was the reason why Saw get 11. Man, I didn't anticipate such a close game. I didn't think ENCE will make the comeback. They do, and now Saw in the final moments, in the last gasps, they're riding the wave again. They're trying to get back on track, and they might just be able to. Let's see this duel.
I think regardless of what happens here on Nuke, at least, yeah, we've been gifted with a competitive one towards the end. And that's something we couldn't really say for Train.
No,
Nuke's
absolutely.
certainly been a thrill to watch. Had some crazy moments, and I don't necessarily think excellently played CS, but certainly excellent individual form on display, that's for sure.
Absolutely. He's going to take a chance. I like the idea. Nobody's on silo, though. It's ENCE that's not taking the opportunity to try and be something more heroic. Good flash. Mutiri's still staying in the corner itself. He's not going to risk it. Pull the biscuit. Down B. This is where the mind games begin, right? This is where now ENCE have a chance to play on the nerves of Saw.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we know how much of this CT side depends on rotations. That feels like the most optimal word on the CT side of Nuke in general is how can Saw put together the puzzle of what ENCE have done and set their pieces on the right side of the map. But right now we are having gunfights. Azu and Kezhot finding the kills. Glaive gets one in response. But Kaspersky strikes to make it a 3 versus 3. There's still a lot of bodies here towards Ramp on the CT side, though all three of them remain. Glaive can't get the trade, and it's all on Body now, who gets taken down. Sort find 12 and prime themselves to take this series in round number 24 and keep things alive and bring us to that third and final of Ancient.
Another very slow round from ENCE, though. They had 20 seconds to go. I'm not sure why they took this long to slow walk it all the way to site. In the end, they give enough time for Saw to rotate over and have the defense ready. Good response. It costs them a little bit, but they are on 12. They've got the chance for overtime, or at the very least for a win and Ancient. Let's see how it's going to go. ENCE now have barely anything to show, and I'm thinking the same strategy won't work twice here. You cannot be playing that slow approach, hoping that till 20 seconds nothing happens, and you won't just die straight out. ENCE, they're going to go A. They have to go A. And this is going to be the toughest defense Saw yet, especially with the current setup being built and those mech 10s going close and personal.
Magnus finally the early kill, but of course, who else but Kezhot to find two to give the advantage back. Mutaris towards Heart, desperately spamming away, hoping something connects. Rotations in Azuru have come from heaven. The bomb's still not down. There's no need for Saw to rush anything just yet.
Does give away the heaven spot. They know there was one main. They know one was now heaven. They will both join forces, though it seems like Mutiris is going to go the long way around. And heaven player is just buying time here. He's just biding his time, making sure ENCE don't consider other positions, though surely they'll start to think on it. It's been so long since Mutiris has signaled in from main that now you have to suspect that there has to be foul play. Somebody else somewhere else says now they're going to try to plant the bomb from the safety of heaven, and they do get it. SDY secures overtime with Pody finding Mutiris, and ENCE will attempt this once more. They've got 3 more chances T-side. If they make it clean, it's going to be perfect. And Saw, like I said, they secured overtime as well, right? They keep the chance to go to Ancient.
Yeah, somehow more action to be had here. And it feels like overtime gives both teams a second opportunity and a second chance to right some of the wrongs that they made in regulation. ENCE, their poor CT side, they've got a chance to try to reverse that as well as Saw. I mean, look, their CT sub was good initially, but then somehow they allowed ENCE to go on a big streak of rounds without any sort of response. We saw Saw sitting on double digits, sitting on 10 for such a long period before they could finally break it with 11. Both teams have a chance to try to rectify this, but I'm just happy that we actually get to see more of this this nuke, and we're not all done just yet.
What does concern me a bit, and I won't lie, is the fact that Story's having a tough time like this. As an opper, he should be shining like a star. At the very least, near what Pori has in terms of kills, should be up there on 16 or above. Yet he is having a tough time even reaching 10 itself. ENCE now pushed it into overtime. Let's see what they muster up as we kick off round number 30. Excuse me, 26. No, 25. Sorry, 25. Yeah. Okay, I'm getting myself caught up in maths there. Yeah. Oh, SDY. Oh, SDY. He is so dead.
Oh!
Never mind. Sacrifices Pori, but gets the reply on Sejot. The best of the best when you talk about players on Saw.
Even that might just be a worthy trade, getting Sejot out of the round.
Yeah, exactly. I think it is. Any day of the week to get rid of the heavy hitter. Story missed a shot. Are we surprised? And he dies. We're definitely not surprised.
Yeah, he's had a very difficult time, and that's one thing that we have to say about Pori. He's always been consistent here.
Oh no, Azuvu dropped down. Oh, Azuvu.
Has to
around,
start
brother.
to consider it.
Surely. Oh no.
Oh!
That was a close call. Kaspersky barely survives, but he's alive nonetheless. Bomb planted. Now Agil and Mutiris against 3. Not sure where the third player is from the T side, though. Where is he hiding? I don't even see him. Is he coming... Is he in lobby?
Like... Yeah, late towards the lobby, so Agil could have actually slipped in
he's
there,
deep lobby.
Has strike. Kaspersky surely going to find the lobby place, but just turns his back. Ready to help his team take down Agil as all of the in-game leader. 2 kills already, not ready for Glaze reposition, though. And ENCE win the first round of overtime.
Such an important round. It kind of dictates the pace of the game here. And this is Hayes' law not coming to fruition. I think Hayes is going to be a little bit mad, but generally speaking, unfortunately, Saw don't get the first round of overtime even after being in the chance to win the map before overtime. But in any case, it's going to be round 2, and their first is their own. Let's see how many more they get. Story, he needs to wake up. He is a centerpiece of the squad, and without him, things are going to be much tougher. Oh, Story does get the second shot in, though, and the damage is severe, sure, but he is still breathing for the moment. Somehow still alive, still surviving. Not for long. Sejot as well had to pull back. He's low. Spotting the player in the smoke, which I believe should be Mutiris, the IGL. Taking a fight against an AWP, though, and not getting the headshot in is a problem, and he loses his life, as Agil now has to take the mantle of defense outside. Azuvu on ramp. Sejot hiding in the smoke somewhere in lobby.
In the space, this is a really valuable bit of real estate here, but I don't know if they're just going to expect Netu already down here into the vent. If anyone tries to rotate, that's where it feels like the Frenchman's got them dead to the right. Oh, Netu, timing's really good.
Perfect.
Onto Agil. And it's a 2-man advantage now. ENCE just need to play the basics. Play the fundamentals. Don't overcomplicate anything. But Netu wins the round by himself. 2 kills found there. Sejot has to try to peek. Find a lot of successes. But too many targets. And he falls at the first hurdle of Kaspersky. 2 rounds now out of the 3 secured for ENCE. And still the final one up for grabs. Yeah, this was unfortunate for Mutiris because Pori wasn't exactly looking too sharp there towards Silo. Opportunities definitely given up, but Pori's still able to readjust, able to find the kill in the nick of time before getting punished himself. I don't know about you, but it feels like Saw at least need one of these rounds.
Yeah, I'm kind of right there with you, brother. I don't think we even need to ask ourselves that. Honestly, at this point, Saw, they need this one and then some more, and quite a few more. In fact, I'd say every single left on the board, they need it. 16, 14, or if ENCE get to 15, Saw is in dire straits. D-side for ENCE was troublesome, though. Let's not forget, right? What, the half ended at 5-6? Excuse me, 5-7. Yeah, so 5 rounds for ENCE. it's not like it was impossible. It's not like it was the worst. There were a few mistakes. We had a great individual, prowess from Sejot, especially in that first half, if we recall. But let's see how it goes. It's our second half. First to 16. Last round for ends on the T side. Or first overtime. That's what I meant, first half. Damn. It's getting crazy. Kaspersky finds another. This is looking too easy almost. Enter B, this time delaying no further. They find Matiri. Story might have replied. Sejot doesn't get anything. This is 15, guaranteed.
And it looks like Ents have actually stepped up in overtime, whereas Saw have just... It feels like they've just run out of gas in the tank slightly. Feels like it's taking everything out of them just to bring it to OT. And whereas Ents feel like they're thriving in this pressure, it doesn't feel like the same case for Saw. 2 players to find Ents that 15. And it's just a matter of time now. It's taking kind of Glaive to do it as Agil desperately sprays in the smoke.
Oh, no.
We've all been there, but not in this much of a pressure situation. Need a flawless T side from Saw. And yeah, look, you touched on into CT side. You have to remember, they won both the pistols in this game, technically.
That's fair.
In the first half, 2 of their 5 rounds came from the pistol. They only won 5 rounds individually. Hello, Vincent.
We're not
done
at
yet.
Vincent yet. We still have a few more rounds to go.
Action.
Yeah.
Because... Love to see him.
Obviously, I was about to say, I love the fact that Vincent is looking like he's super hyped in, because we all are, because that's exactly what you need to be here, because that's what's coming afterwards as well. Him kind of giving us the breakdown of what went wrong in the end for Saw. Oh my goodness, this is gonna be one of the possibly worst case scenarios for Saw I'd ever seen.
I mean, look, they had opportunities, but we have to say, in that second half, we touched on already a lot of the mistakes that I felt like Ents made that they just did not get punished for at all. So regardless of what happens here, whether they win this map or not, it feels like that's going to be something you watch in the demo review and really milk as much out of it as you can, because too many mistakes made there. That certainly feel costly. Glaive deep towards outside. In-game leader versus in-game leader, but Glaive comes out on top.
All the info. They know. They have all the info. They have all the info. They know what's coming. Ents have all the information they need. They know ramp is going to be lost. They know. Because Glaive had seen outside control from red. He'd seen nobody be there. Nature's on B side already. He's getting to spray down 2. 1 is low, the other dead. And it's a 4v3. DMD, this could be it. Perhaps Ents finish it right here and right now on a perfect streak in overtime.
Kaspersky is quite out there, and SDY tries to look for a fight, loses so much damage dealt to some of these players. The issue is when you got Poppy on the AWP and Glaive softened up himself. It's not going to be an easy one for Ents to be able to win, but it started off really promisingly. When he goes down, Glaive will get one in response, but Sejot gets his 31st kill and secures Saw live to fight another day. 2 more rounds needed. No mistakes within them, but yeah, this looked like a great opportunity. Just a couple of gunfights that Saw took completely caught offense. In particular, the one from Agil there through the flames, taking down Kaspersky, able to back away without the trade coming through, just not ready for someone to peek into the Molotov. Of course, why would you be? But they're the plays that Saw need to make.
And the fact that Nature isn't allowed to take a multi-frag, that would have been devastating. And right here we see again it's going to be action towards A site. Saw know that they have to commit to this a bit more on the strong side. They have the utility to execute. They should be doing so momentarily. Agil tagged already so heavily. And here we go. The execution begins. Kaspersky still steals away 1, steals 2. Glaive finds another. This is disastrous. Saw are falling apart in front of our very eyes. Matiri's can't even react. He's not even in place. I think it's over. I think it's done for. I don't think Matiri's got what it takes. I'm sad to say the IGL here, he's just a little bit too weakened for his own good.
At least does have time to play with. The CTs are a little split as for now, so might have a world we could look to isolate some duels, but that's not the case. SDY takes the fight and ends. They are the ones to progress through, and what a showing it was. I mean, very scrappy CS, but at the end of the day, for me, that's always been the most entertaining CS to watch. I definitely think Ents have a lot to work on there, but as do Saw, they had so many chances to be able to win it in regulation on that second half, but just fell too flat. And that's where certain individuals felt like Kaspersky, people like that, just completely dug Ents out of so many trenches.
I feel like that's absolutely a factor, but also the other factor has to be the individuals that didn't show up, the individuals that we needed to see, like Story. He needed to give his best on those individual duels, one of them being the prime example, the 1v1 he had in the back of, I don't know who it was, might have been Kaspersky, towards Hell, right, towards outside Hell. And if he had not, if he had not missed there, maybe we're looking at a different ending to regulation already. Instead, it's over. It's 4 straight rounds coming out, or actually no, it's 3 straight rounds, 1 lost, and then 1 right back to Ents, and they win the series. It's 2-0. They eliminate Saw from the playoffs. And TMD, I think with that, we give it to Vincent to break it down in detail and tell us why Ents got to a 2-0.
Thanks so much, guys. Appreciate it. And yeah, a bit of a banger, to be honest. Unexpected after the first map, the way that it goes down so dominant in Ints' fashion. The fact remains, though, that Ints almost looked like they were going to start running away with things at the very beginning of this map themselves. They get into a position where they finally able to bring things back, Saw, in a solid fashion, too. I was impressed. I love the decision. I was on board with both Over and CMD to see that there was no force buy on the second round there for Saul. I think a lot of times they can kind of get stuck in that process. I've been talking about a lot how they are very consistent in the way that they try and go towards those force buys, and it's also an individual moment, right? Round 3 where Sejat picks up the 4K on the A attack, and that's after Kaspersky already got the 2 kills from Mini, excuse me. The fact that they were able to bring that back, that they get into a position where they're then able to win that round, it's beautiful. It's fantastic to see. But this kind of goes back to what I had been describing previously, what I felt like on Dust 2 actually yesterday for Saw. You go from like some really good moments to some really puzzling moments as well. In the very next round, after Sejat gets that 4K, they're super disjointed. Everyone's taking individual duels. They had a 4-on-3 advantage in round 4, and they still, unfortunately, lost out to it. And it felt like they just didn't quite have the ability to work together in that one. It still ends up right, though. 7-5 at half for the T side, a phenomenal recovery. And on the other side of things, I want to talk about maybe the CT side a little bit. These guys on Ents were so interested in WQA. They literally would absolutely take every fight you would expect and not expect them to take. Pretty much any time that happened, it was a mixed bag in success rate. We saw a lot of good stuff from Kaspersky. Some rounds they just went off the back of those aggressive pushes, but on the other hand, at times they were losing the opening fight, and then SDY would bail them out in a big way. The fact that they were in all those CT rounds despite the losing of the opening duels is actually really impressive. Big fan of what that looked like. So as we saw over the second half, it was a decent showing from Saw. I was happy with where they're at. I thought Ints could have a comeback that could make a step forward if they really were off to the races, but they weren't. Saw immediately right back in the mix, and then the problems start because Ints, I think I'm in disagreement with the caster desk, because I think that this T side from Ints was actually really good. Were they helped out by Kaspersky being so incredible? Yes, that definitely helped them a lot. But I think the key pieces that I thought were good was how measured Ints were, how they continued to play a patient game. They were really, I think the calling was actually very solid from Glaive. They made sure that they were able to kind of take advantage of these moments where Saul were unsure of themselves, and then allowed Kaspersky to really shine through when they needed those more aggressive strategies. I think Glaive had a couple of really punchy calls. His fast pace changes, it's like a classic Glaive type of call. These all very successful. You see one right now, the final round of regulation, where they had not hit the upper sight once. They had hit it late one time, never fast off the rip, and it's a huge success with the Knack 10s in the mix. I was really impressed with that, and he got another one into overtime. It was a fast ramp hit as well that was super surprising. It caught Saw off guard, which I think kind of comes down to the issues that Saw had on their CT side. A lot of this slow play was was kind of not easily answered by what I felt for Saul was really lethargic rotations. They didn't have a lot of answers at times, and they finally corrected that later into the half in regulation. Had some good moments early into the half too, so it wasn't all bad. But it comes back to the same storyline that I keep touching on. It's a mixed bag with Saul. From one round, I'm really impressed. The next round, I'm once again lost at what even the thought process was or how they get to these points. And all of that underscored by the fact that, man, Story just having a stinker. I know that, you know, we were hearing a lot about that in on the casting desk, and I think that they nail it with regard to that. He can't have 9 frags at the end of regulation. That cannot happen. That's, you know, one of your more experienced players on this roster. You know, I'm more willing to let it slide when we see a missing game from a Zuu, who's also like relatively aggressive roles as well, like on the T side especially. So you can kind of forgive that to a certain degree, especially when Sajod is playing so well. I think Agil also had a bit of a stinker. He redeemed himself with a massive 4K into, I think it was just at the beginning of overtime. Actually, excuse me, it was 11 to push them to 11 to 10 to take back that lead and give them a chance to close. He kind of did the crazy hero moment Kaspersky did, the funny Robs maneuver off into Mini, and Agil able to clutch up and find the win with 4 kills. But as a whole, yeah, these missing pieces are a problem. These missing pieces are going to be an issue, and they continue to be an issue for Saw. We saw it in their game against Favbet, and against Ince, it was even more apparent. So definitely problems are brewing. I think Ince playing a very good game, though. That T side I was a big fan of. I think as this team has continued to build, I'm more and more a fan of, I feel like Glaive is returning to form in his calling. I feel like there's just a lot of buy-in from every piece of this team, and I don't know that we really saw that in previous iterations of Glaive-led Ints. So I'm happy about that. I think it's partially and probably mostly to do with the fact that this is such a young team outside of him. You know, that, you know, you have a little bit more of an experienced piece in SDY, but otherwise these are all very young players that are getting their first opportunity at this level. So all of that to say, a solid victory there for Ints, 2-0 in that fashion. You love to see that, and it moves them on into the semifinals. What that leaves us with is one more quarter to get settled up. ECSTATIC and Nemiga will be coming up, but we're gonna have to take a break before we get there. So stick around, and we'll be back in just a bit.
Nice stuff, bro.
Alright. We have like 35 minutes.
Yeah, we got a bit of a break. I think probably when we're live, it might be more like 30 minutes. Like the pre-show. Yeah, not sure, but yeah, I'll catch you in a bit, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna rustle up some food.
Chill, what's the FA Cup final? So I'll speak to you in a bit. Cheers.
See you.
So as we jump into this one, I'm happy to be back here with you fine folks. I'm actually want to first and foremost ask you what your expectations of this one are, CMD. Where are you at with ECSTATIC and Nemiga?
Yeah, this is a strange one. It's been a little while since I've actually got to watch Nemiga play. They've taken a bit of a hit in the VRS rankings, so they're actually a bit lower than ECSTATIC as things currently stand. By a decent bit, by about 13 places or something in those Valve rankings. So I think this is really important for Nemiga, who have had a bit of a hindrance in terms of form as of late. This is a huge event for them to start racking up some points and start pushing themselves higher up the rankings. Because look, they've taken a big hit. This is time for them to start to take some of these teams down, make some deep runs, and show us what they can do. But I'm excited about this one. I think it's going to be a 3-mapper, but I'm also very positive and very much on the hype train of ECSTATIC right now.
Yeah, I feel like if you aren't like a close watcher of the 2-2 space, you might not necessarily know what ECSTATIC have been up to. But are you in the same spot? Like, do you agree with these take on these two teams and kind of where they're at before we jump into the roster conversation?
I'm near that. I think we pretty much approach a similar kind of ideology in both. And honestly, I think ECSTATIC is far more scary than that of Nemiga. I think ECSTATIC have brought up this talent a bit more fervently, if I want to say, like, if I can say it like that. Like they seem to have more drive behind them, if that makes more sense. And I've seen Nemiga, I've seen ECSTATIC both. They've had great show-ins in the round of 16. For Nemiga especially, Zwei has been the instrument as well as Khan. But I feel like this is where ECSTATIC probably showcase what they're made of, really.
I mean, a 2-1 over Monty in the round of 16, certainly a strong showing. Nemiga getting the playoff invite nod as well. So ECSTATIC had to make their way through the Swiss stage, though that was no issue. It would have been 3-0 if it weren't for a forfeit in there. I think a scheduling issue causing them to have to take that one. But otherwise, I won't say like free and easy. Every single one of their wins, ECSTATIC, over the course of that Swiss stage and into the round of 16 against Betboom, were all 3-map series. So it sort of doesn't seem to matter like who they're playing. Like regardless of the strength of team, a lot of times that they have a little bit of struggles like finding dominant victories. But at the end of the day, a win is a win, and I think that's all that matters. I just think it's funny considering this is a team with such like a wide map pool. Regardless, let's jump into the talk about this actual roster themselves, because I think that you look at the roster and it's somewhat unassuming. Mostly because you got a lot of young pieces here under the tutelage of TMB, and I think TMB is sort of like come out and really proven once again that he can coordinate a very strong team, a measured team. This is the definition for me of a team that's greater than the sum of their parts individually. So I think for me, CMD, that's where I see this ECSTATIC roster. Talk to me about the brightest spots, though. Where do you see them actually shine?
Yeah, it's interesting because I think for the longest time I was kind of in the same spot as you, where I felt like as a team they're really well structured and oiled, and sometimes you look past the players, but I feel like as of late, I feel like there's been certainly some bright sparks that have stepped up and sort of taken games by storm themselves. I really feared for this team, if I'm being honest, when Towson left, and I thought, where does this team go from here? It felt like they lost a really key piece. Then they bought in TMB. Then they bought in Sierra a little later down the line. And I don't think they could have made two better signings if they tried, really. I think Sierra is the player that we have to talk about. I think he's probably going to have a bit of a heads-up duel with Zwei in terms of the roles they play, in terms of sort of space taking, and as well as how insane these guys are individually. So young still as Sierra. Sure, most of us remember him on Mouse NXT, his short time on TSM as well, but here on ECSTATIC, he feels like he's really made this place his home, and is basically the player I'm looking at in most of these series for ECSTATIC. But by no means is he the lone wolf in this team. And Lele as well, he's had a really huge upturn in form, being one of the core members, and it feels like since TMB's come in, we've seen the best out of Van Lele as well. These are two guys I'm looking at, as well as Nut, who's a bit more of your solid anchor player. I mean, on Vertigo, he was an absolute demon, so sadly we can't get to watch him as much there anymore. But Christu's always been this sort of solid part on the up. And it does feel like this team combined, they've got the perfect blend of players and play styles to make this team work. But I'm definitely looking at Siran and Lele as the two brightest sparks for me, at least.
It's another W in the win column, I think, for TMB as a leader, too. When you talk about the fact that under his leadership, you're seeing sort of the best from all these different pieces that maybe we hadn't quite seen the same level from previously. All of that though, I think painting a good picture about what we know about ECSTATIC, about where they're at. I want to flip the script though, talk to you over about Nemiga, and this is a team that I'll be honest, I feel like they really fly under the radar. So, but they've made it to some big moments there, some like qualifications to some significant events over the last year. This is a team that has so much upset potential. Where is it that they find that upset potential? Talk details.
Yeah, I mean, when we go over Nemiga, we first start at the very top, which is Khan. He's the man that kind of brings it all together. One of the fastest AWP players I've seen within the last 5 to 6 years, really. I mean, ever since Kenny got nerfed, we haven't seen likes since. I mean, Monesi comes to mind. Truly, Khan is just that quick. He really is. You'll see it for yourself, and trust me, you won't believe it till you see it. And then for me, Zwei is really the centerpiece of Nemiga's gameplay. He's kind of the team member that you want to have, but likewise you're afraid from having him, because he just steals all the kills. Like when he's having a good day, I believe he's 17 currently. This man is on fire. Like whenever he plays, he's performing above and beyond. Statistically speaking, one of the strongest in the tournament. Definitely rounding up numbers that we have yet to see so far from almost anyone here. I mean, just against Monty, he pulled a 207 and a 118. Beforehand against Navi Jr., 125. Against Partizan, 208. Just many numbers go his way. And what I'm saying is not to be messed around with. Sway knows what he's doing truly, and under good leadership, the team of Nemiga is hard to handle one. The bigger talking points here for me will be the weak links, because there are weak links.
I mean, I think that's definitely been clear, right? Some of these games that we've seen from these guys previously, unfortunately, like when you don't have I'm going to say like game winning type of performance from Zwei or from Khan, I think Risky Bob has had some moments where it's been a little bit more questionable. You kind of maybe give Lear a bit more of a break, but despite the break that I would tend to give that direction, some of these performances that I've seen over the last 3 months have been a bit troubling. But I think ultimately, CMD, it's not a big surprise to see yet another younger squad coming out of the CIS region, finding wins, finding upsets. The fact that they've consistently been sitting around here within the top 50, it's got to be good news, in general for this team, right?
I mean, look, the most positive thing that we can say that's happened for them recently is obviously what happened in the MRQs. Look, being one of the teams to progress through there. They looked really sharp there, taking down some solid teams as well in very dominant fashion. But yeah, I don't exactly know why it is that this team can occasionally go into an event where it feels like they look unstoppable. They took down BetBoom 13-4 there, Gamer Legion 13-7, 2-0 versus Big. There's some really big results there, and then not long later, they can just lose and get kind of dominated by guns. And it's a bit of a strange team who, it feels like on the day, they can beat anyone. They've got the individuals to back it up. They've got the experience from players like Lear leading the lines. And then you also see them have the ability to also lose to anyone, which is a bit of a strange spot. Maybe it is just because there are some younger players. Like you said, there's a lot of younger CIS teams, and it feels like it's hard not to have a younger CIS team when there's so much raw talent coming out of that region that it feels like just build teams around them. And maybe there is just the sort of some sort of kinks in the armor, some things that we need to have ironed out for Nemiga to really be able to progress slightly further. But right now, it feels like they're on an interesting part of form. I feel like just their win rate says that all, 56.4% in the last 3 months. You look at the flip side for ECSTATIC, who are on almost 80% win rate in the last 3 months. That, yeah, it's a strange matchup for me because I really like this Nemiga roster, but it also feels like ECSTATIC, the hot form they're coming on right now, it feels really tough for me to sort of bet against them, you know?
It is. I just look at their last 4 or 5 weeks of play. I think they have 3 series losses over the last 4 weeks or something along those lines. It's a bit absurd, and that's not suggesting that they don't play a lot of games. ECSTATIC play a lot of games, and they continue to find wins. Go ahead, Over.
They're on a 6-match win streak. I think that speaks for itself. As you said, the amount of losses they have is negligible to the amount of games they played. So it really is insane how consistent they have been recently. And Nemiga right now are up against one of the scarier teams that we have in the playoffs, honestly.
And that leads us into, I think, a Veto that gets even scarier if you're Nemiga. I kind of highlighted at the very beginning of this that it's difficult to have like a very super favorable Veto against ECSTATIC because they have such a strong map pool. They have a 7-map pool. Now, there's weaknesses there. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they don't have any of those weaknesses, but the reality is that they can be comfortable in basically any map, and they're willing to play just about any map. Dust 2 is certainly one of their worst. They banned that away, nukes the perma for Nemiga, so there's no surprises in this first round of Vetoes. But that leads us into an Anubis that I think Nemiga has shown some of their better work on. Like, I've been a big fan outside of their Dust 2 games about with what Nemiga shows us on Anubis. But the fact that Inferno is ECSTATIC's pick, and that is a map that we've seen Nemiga play well on more recently, it's an interesting one. I think that Nemiga have gotten a position in this Veto where they might actually be happy with it, huh?
Honestly, I think they should be happy with it. Yeah, like, I think this is where Nemiga do shine. Against ECSTATIC's map Veto, this is a pretty good outcome, I would say, against what you would usually deal with against ECSTATIC, right? The fact that they just have such a deep map core.
So I think going into this, as we kind of wrap things up a little bit, we got a fantastic Veto, a fantastic series, and a fantastic game that you guys will be taking away.
Yes, I only think the Veto gives both teams a real opportunity to show us their best. I don't think there's any side who exactly have a map that they're going to be abysmal on, and I think that's what we want to see in our final quarter-final here, but ECSTATIC kick things off with real vigor, finding a couple of kills before Risky actually behind the pillar gets a double back.
Fantastic start. It looks like ECSTATIC will still get the bomb down, but it's going to be a tough one because there's going to be a few players against him, and Lele and Crispy still reply, and it's now down to Xanter. He's been a centerpiece of the last series I've watched with Nemiga, and certainly seems to be so again as he finds a hat trick. The dualies collide with their targets, and that is enough for the round to come apart in the end. That is going to be all there is to it. ECSTATIC not going to be able to win the pistol. That hurts. That has to hurt. It's down to Xanter, who, again, as I said, for the side of Nemiga, without him, it would be very hard to win the previous games they played, specifically the round of 16.
Yeah, I mean, definitely opportunities given up. Xanter looking for that fight for quite a while with the dualies, but ECSTATIC just couldn't seemingly connect the bullets onto him. The round does just about slip away, despite them starting it with that 2-man advantage. Xanter is the one to win the 1 versus 2 clutch at the end, and ECSTATIC forcing back into this. I mean, look, I like force buys like this. This is a good-looking buy. You got 3 Tech 9s, a couple of Galils, plenty of utility. With Calm,
Does look good.
Solid's been already on the AWP. I don't even know how I didn't spot that.
Oof. Khan, as I said, lightning fast. Good connection. With the mollies out, ECSTATIC locked in place, cannot move towards main. Have to fall back, play it safe. Don't have a choice.
No way they're anticipating a naught posted up at that angle. Not on round number 2 at least. B bomb site is actually open for the taking as it stands, but ECSTATIC still not maneuvering out just yet.
There's a little bit too much for them, yeah.
DT's happy enough to get here, but way here's this all. Doesn't find anything TMB softened up, but still the kill goes his way. Lear rotates in, and Risky combined for 1 apiece.
This is going to be tough because Lear gonna have to check his left corner. Low HP on TMB means he cannot take an aggressive fight. The FAMAS will rip right through him. The bomb plant prevented. He sees the corner itself. TMB exposed. The IGL will finish the job here to make sure Nemiga continue. And speaking of the IGL, I have to mention Lear, the last series that we'd watched of him, it was a little bit questionable. There were quite a few mistakes he'd individually do, let's say, more exactly. losing against Monty was at one point a real possibility. Like, legitimately, they were a few rounds away from, instead of winning, losing itself, and that would have been devastating. So Nemiga, they have a lot to answer for today. The players have to be awake and ready to bring their A game. Like I said, ECSTATIC, they're going to be one of the hardest nuts to crack for them, I think, because the structure that they bring, as well as a little bit of that chaos of Andale and Sira, by the way, who I think is a silent workhorse of ECSTATIC. Sira, that is.
Oh, like such a talent.
Really is.
One of the brightest sparks, I think, to come out of Denmark these last few years. And just to be able to watch his progress from Mouse and NXT, I mean, to be able to watch all of them, look, we got to have a bit of a reunion tour, it seems, watching Netu in the first series as well, watching Sierra here, and just seeing how these individuals have progressed. And sure, that roster's got picked apart, but it feels like every piece of that team's moved on to sort of bigger and better things. And I mean, it's always great seeing these players that you've watched sort of the last few years and just watching as their career does start to take off and still so young.
Really, like it's an interesting thing that's happening within this decade. You know, from 2020 onward, the era of CS, I think, brought an unprecedented amount of talent on the board that beforehand nobody had ever seen or heard about. And that's the beauty of, you know, bringing together almost the entire community of Counter-Strike and just seeing, you know, what each individual community produces. And so far there have been some amazing, you know, mind-breaking players that really just go above and beyond what was technically believed before. I mean, you know, talking about Donk, surely he's not going to be the only prodigy within the next few years, but we see it in players like Zwei as well. I mean, what I'd seen, 30-something plus kills within 20-something rounds, even less. I believe 16 rounds were played at one point, and he pulled up a 32, 33 bomb. Yeah, like, Nemiga have those starters. They have those fire starters. They just have to utilize them well. ECSTATIC, meanwhile, this is the round that we need to see them perform in, or they could be down 5-0 before things really heat up.
Yeah, and of course, starting on that T side, this round gone against them. Force by not working out is that 3-0 start for Nemiga, but I'm right here with you. I think ECSTATIC do need to show us what they can do on this round, just to get things going sooner rather than later. Do lose the early kill, but Sierra gets one back. Sierra's actually taking a lot of space with Christu getting that pick there onto
That's
the way.
massive.
Sierra could be caught off. Oh, Khan actually. I thought he was going to be on the being caught off by a deep angle. Xanta just swinging into the rogue orb.
With a Galil, brother. He peaked with a Galil.
I wish I had the confidence of players like this to make plays like that. I mean, insanity how quick they are. And Lele finds himself in a 1 versus 3 with 15 seconds on the clock.
This is going to be a near impossibility given that there's 2 players nearby. There's already the contact, and Khan just says, nah, brother, you ain't getting close. And beauty about Khan is, like, he really shoots so fast. Like, we have to at one point observe his reaction, because it's insanely good. Like, my man's got some robotic reactions, I'll tell you that much. Like, he's a Terminator with that op. So ECSTATIC, not only do they need Christu, right? They need their own opper to try and counter this, but they'll need the rest of the team as well. Sira has to perform. We have to have Anlele on his top game and not having to be his best when it comes to support and later on anchorage. TMB, we can expect the best. We don't know what we'll get. Usually it's okay. So, you know, I'm thinking he's going to probably give us a show tonight, at the very least on one map. Might as well be here. But that infamous 5-0 is looking like a reality soon, because we in an eco round. And ECSTATIC, not much you can do about it, really. They'll try, though.
Yeah, not even actually a lot of Kevlar invested. Normally rounds like this, when the loss bonus is high, you see sort of everyone with Kevlar and armor, with a couple of upgraded pistols, maybe with the exception of Europa. But No, seemingly ECSTATIC want to keep their funds as high as possible. Want to make sure they've got no issues in the next, but it does mean a round like this is going to come down to seeing what this one smoke grenade can block off and see if you can try to overwhelm someone like Khan on that B-bomb site. He is with the AWP. A push through the smoke here would be timed insanely
Good
well.
bait. Very good bait by TMB. He's the reason there's not a single defender on B itself. Now Sway has to support Khan, but he loses his first battle. Sway is tagged at the hint. He's about to be bagged. This is a 4v4 that ECSTATIC have full control of B with. It's perfect. Utility-wise, it's a problem for Nemiga even. They've got very little to work with. Though Xanter's given a free kill. The AWP misses its first shot. Christu, you gotta be accurate here, buddy. And the left finds Xanter, and here it's gonna be the fight against first Jail. It's gonna be Sira to be put down. Krista and Anlele deliver, but it's a 1v1. There's a kit, but there's not a lot of time nor HP. Anlele cannot lose this duel. He cannot afford it to lose it, and he will not. Anlele secures the hat trick, and with that, ECSTATIC at least get themselves #1 on the board. Deny the 5-0. Well played. I thought it's gonna go worse off, but the bait was real. TMB working its hat off.
I think the most impressive thing as well is there was next to no utility for the T's. It purely was, like you said, just off of that pressure and presence that TMB made. Drawing one rotation away, can't have the AWP. We know how tough B can be sometimes, but so many players are pushing towards you. He was even a bit caught out, forced to swap to the Deagle, but finding nothing. And it was Anlele with the triple. That was the difference maker in that one. And finally, ECSTATIC on the board. Money still good enough for a buyout for Nemiga. Ristu going searching with this door, but the jiggle good enough to bait out the AWP shot.
And again, these duels, vital, man. I can't go. Oh no way! What?
Why take a heads-up
Surely-
duel when you can get it through the smoke?
Surely he had seen a glimpse of him, right? Just as the smoke was clearing up. Surely that must have been the case, because otherwise I don't see how the hell he was able to aim that clearly. But Xanter, oof, Khan this time. He's quick, but he's not accurate. It gets him killed. TMB, great entry. It's exactly what the doctor ordered. ECSTATIC, they're going to be pressuring A main, and they're going to be getting something away with it as Xanter finds another. The kills are mounting up on the side of Nemiga, though. And they're losing players left and right, leaving with Sway only. And he was the reason why we saw such an easy win over Monty on map 1 by Nemiga. His individual glory was too much for anyone to handle. The dude pulled up like a hat trick after a hat trick after a hat trick. Let's see if he does it again. First one is his. 0 damage to him. He reads it well. Goes B.
Yeah, timing was really well there for his way onto TMB. Just as he backs away, that's when he emerged out middle. TMB not realizing he's that close, and still though 2 players behind. He's got the heavy hitters on ECSTATIC, and the trading game was the play, but Sira does it alone. 6 kills for him in the early portion of this one, and that is going to be the round that breaks the finances of Nemiga. So ECSTATIC can pretty quickly, after that 4-0 down deficit, bring themselves within 1 round of their opponent. I mean, unless we see any sort of fancy force from Nemiga, which you can't imagine they're going to pull out.
They were pretty careful with their money last time, so I'm imagining this is going to be the same scenario here. You know, playing it smart, not throwing away anything into the wind needlessly. Nemiga, smart team. Good calls by Lear. You know, have the gall to try some crazy pulls. I think that's the best thing about them. Make it at least interesting, if not even a bit more fun. This eco, stack on mid, get a kill. Yeah, you know, who cares? It's an eco. 4-3, we go to a tie potentially. Let's see what Khan does. Gets the op, actually. I'd love to see his perspective a bit more now, because he has to be the aggro, the aggressor here. He needs to go in first for Nemiga and find an entry. Secure that instability for ECSTATIC. Make them a bit weaker on their own side. See if he can shake those foundations.
Yeah, CT side of Anubis can actually be pretty brutal in terms of taking aggression. You don't necessarily take space like you do on other maps in the most traditional of sense. It's more going for these early pops before backing away. And they've done so to find an early kill, but Christo spotting Risky Bob can just get posted up and wait for him to move. And that's exactly what happens, and Lele takes space in the meantime.
That's round. Unless Xanter goes huge.
Does he read this here? It's
I
gonna
don't
be
think he
such
checks.
a tough one.
Yeah.
No, goes down. And Lit, he wants to help himself, isn't interested in
save.
pushing through that smoke.
At this point, Khan should not even be here. There is no point in dying with the op. You've got too much money on you. There's too much at stake. You need that economy for the later down the line. And honestly, I mean, this map is, I believe, statistically 56% in favor of T side and 44 CT. So nonetheless, ECSTATIC, you know, they are on the favorite side. I'm not surprised this is what's happening. They choose to start T side to keep you guys informed. This is not a mistake. It's intentional. And Nemiga, I think if they get upwards between 5 and 6 rounds, so either a 50-50 halftime or let's say 5 just to make it a little bit better for themselves, you know, if they get that, they'll be happy. And 4 already to open up, we can't deny it's good news for them.
Yeah, I always feel like maps like Nuke, maps like Train, maps like Anubis, where there is a bit more of a side in favor. If you are the team to start on that weaker side, the pistol round is so valuable.
Yeah.
And that's what we see from Nemiga, isn't it? Look, they win the pistol. We see ECSTATIC go for the force and not successful. Even take away the full buy into account. Nemiga already 3 rounds secured on this weaker side. And it gives you such a good buffer to be able to play with it. Even if your CT side is a little weak, 3 rounds early, if you can cobble together a couple more, that's still a decent half. But the fact that they found 4, there's still plenty of chances for them to get even more on the board. Yeah, things are looking very good for Nemiga, and it always feels like if you're in ECSTATIC's position, you can't take your foot off the gas for a second.
No,
that's
no.
where next thing you know, Nemiga, they've got an even half. They've got a lead, perhaps.
Yeah, you're right on the money there, basically. ECSTATIC have to keep this pressure up. I mean, keep in mind, it's a few individuals being able to secure important entries that are keeping Nemiga at bay. If the tables turn and Nemiga starts to get entries with Khan, even pistols are going to become dangerous for ECSTATIC. And we can see right here, Khan has the op, does not go con, does not go check canals. Instead, on mid, there's going to be a senseless action for the CTs that gets them lost in the sauce as Svai. He's already lost 2 team players, and he's going to try for another, and this time he catches Chris too. Good entry. Now Khan on the op could make a difference. He's as good as I describe him to be, truly. I'm expecting him to be God tier today. Yet to show that.
A lot of players on both teams that I'm hoping we get big things from. Right now, Xantren and Lele are stealing the show on either side. Night on 0 kills, finally. Right there gets his first. Answer positioning's good enough, almost for 2. Zway rotates in and against the in-game leader of TMB, who does get the trade, and at least deny ECSTATIC the embarrassment of losing to that buy.
That would have been disastrous for sure. And for some reason, Khan stayed in place when he got the first entry. I'm not sure if he tried to move or not. He seemed like he did, but still just, you know, reacted poorly to it. I don't know. And ECSTATIC, that important refrag is what got them the site in the end. And the 1v1 for TMB went splendidly, which is always good news, especially against a player like Zwei. Round 10, though, comes around, and we have a full buy again. ECSTATIC looking to boost mid, nobody there to challenge. I think Nemiga smarter than that. Double nade into staircase, but how did they bounce? Syrah takes 0 damage almost. 1, actually. A total of 1. Ooh. Oh, what's the boost? Lear! Hawkeyes right there. And it's going to be a free kill that nobody can contend against.
Yeah, I was going to say, the boost feels like such a good position in that spot specifically, because it's not your standard mid-boost spot. It felt like that's going to be one that could easily get overlooked, not cleared, but Lear just had the awareness, and from here on out, Lear is having a monster of a round. You highlighted Lear individually. He's had quite a difficult couple of months individually, to be fair.
Oh, yeah.
Far below the standard that we're expecting. Sure, his role doesn't necessarily require you to be this star player, but
I'm sorry, I disagree. I think every IGL needs to now be on level with their second strongest player to a degree. Like, bar a few exceptions. I'm sorry to interdict there, but I really feel that is more pertinent than ever today.
I feel like certain teams are certainly built around it, and you see a bit of you see a lot of fragging in-game leaders on a number of different teams. Look at Katie on Ruby. He's their star player as well. I definitely think certain teams does allow for it. I think it depends the setup that you have. I think even you still certainly are required to to get some kills. I think a lot of in-game leaders, they become a bit more of the space takers and look to get traded out a lot more. But yeah, Liz had a really, really tough time regardless. But I think if Frag an in-game leader sort of conversation is a super interesting one. I remember sort of back in the day, Angel was considered a fragging in-game leader on Hell Raiders, and he was probably having sitting at like a 1.05 rating, and that was considered like a fragging in-game leader. But yeah, I mean, how we've evolved since then, where sort of so many young players are picking up the mantle and playing out of their mind is, yeah, it's certainly a bit scary.
Right now, it's going to be a scary A play. Khan with dual collateral right there. Nut and TMB all tagged up and now bagged up. Xanter finishes the job. A hat trick for him. 15 kills already. He's slowly rising through the ranks, surpassing even his best teammates. And Zwei on mid, ready for Lele. And speaking of fragging in-game leader, perhaps you are correct to mention it, that it's not meant to be like the star player. He's not meant to have 30, frags every other game, but it's more in the sense of, the exceptions are rare. Kerrigan is a rare exception. His mind, I think, possibly a few hundred IQ points above anybody else compared to normal IGLs. Because a good normal IGL that is a good player but tends to have bad performances, for example, Fear, in Fnatic, he's a great player. He's a great IGL. Back in Passion, he had some of the best periods of his career. Now in Fnatic, we see him struggling a lot, individually especially. It's been a downside thing, and when you don't have 4 other players that can boost up the numbers instead of you, yeah, you're in trouble. And right here, Lear shows to be the exact opposite. Yesterday, perhaps, or 2 days ago, a slow start. Today, a very different one. 11 kills is fantastic for him. He is having a great game, and there is no one thing that ECSTATIC can do against it.
Love plays like that we just see from Nemiga as well. Just quick pop flashes into certain areas outside the main. Sure, you're up against the pistols, you're advantaged anyway, but it's still playing by the book, playing disciplined. If you're playing aggressive, make sure you've got it structured. Not just some sloppy push into the sort of sightlines of Anlele. We know individually he could get the kill there, so why take the risk? It's, yeah, a really good CT side there actually for Nemiga. Look, ECSTATIC get a few rounds in the mid portion, but a great start from Nemiga and a great finish to the half gives them a 7-5 lead. This is their map selection, of course, but right now, I think they're playing like it is. And we've seen already a couple of times today, yesterday as well, a couple of teams not exactly show us the greatest things on their map. But Nemiga, right now, I've been impressed with their Anubis, and hopefully they can show us much more on this D side, this favored side.
I couldn't agree more. And honestly, it's a scary thought to think that when it was 4-5, when ECSTATIC were getting back up on board, that we thought, okay, Nemiga, they're going to be happy with 5, maybe 6 max, but it still ended up going 7 and 5, which is insane. Nemiga, right now, a tyrant on the server you don't want to mess with, and they're going to be going towards that B side. Incon peeking out first is Sierra. He takes a bullet to the dome. He's left with 19. Christu has to aggress into main. That's a good decision. Does find Risky Bob. It's Anlele, in fact, in main, and it seems like they're going to be putting an end to the push. Nemiga have been found out. They've been snuffed out. It's round. It's a clean one. Damn, ECSTATIC. A way to make a statement.
Yeah, and Christu, the man there playing behind the pillar on the bomb site, just tapping away with a P2K. Don't see this weapon all too much, but after performances like that, even I might switch.
It's not necessarily the worst weapon when it comes to pistols, because it has the tendency to act like a Glock almost. The bad thing is it does have far fewer bullets than the Glock, so it's the worst pistol of them all, to be fair. I personally prefer the Glock. If I have a chance, I'll pick it up because it's just so good. It's a beast, really, especially against unkevlared opponents.
Interesting take there.
I mean, P250 or the Glock, let me put it like that. The P250 is king, then Tech 9's the wife, that kind of thing, the princess or the queen.
Well, I feel like the 5.7 might have a different argument about that.
5.7 is the imposter, brother. He's the imposter. 5.7 is like the would-be king, but it's the P250 for me that reigns supreme.
Okay. Well, no P250s in this round, just those Glocks of Nemiga, playing things super cautiously. Burning as much util as they can across the map, just waiting for ECSTATIC to start to use theirs, and You see most sort of full eco rounds like this now. Don't really tend to see ultimately fast hits somewhere because financially it's just better to waste as much money in a utility that you can as your opponents.
If I may just add on top of that previous discussion, and we'll jump right back into the topic of economy especially, but the reason why I'm not I'm not favoring the 5.7 over the P250 is because the P250 is available to both sides, while the 5.7 is only available to the CT side. Thank you very much for coming to my TED Talk. The King reigns supreme. As Xanter and Lear each find one, but it's a team kill actually on Sway, and it's unfortunate. That's round.
Yeah, honestly, considering it is a full Glock round, a couple of kills is still nice. Burning utility is great. A team kill just because you've got that bloodlust still, apparently. Yeah, I mean, look, it's kind of as good as it gets on these ecos. You can't really ever ask for all too much more. But this is the round that we've been waiting for. This is the round that they ecoed. Weapons in play. First real round of their T side.
And the economy we've talked about as well, it comes into play here for ECSTATIC likewise. They're down to barely anything in the bank. I mean, 3 players are going to be broke after this one if they lose. So there's a lot on the line. As Nemiga is aiming to continue their dominance. Let's see if they manage to get an entry, though. That's going to be the first real test. Good nades. TMB eats one straight in the head. Counter utility does not work. Counter battery. And I'm expecting Nemiga to pounce on a position soon enough. It does look like they're setting for A, but in my heart, I feel like they're going to run into B here through con or something crazy like this. Xanter's just on a scout. He's on a mission. Spots. Oh, okay, he gets nut. That's going to draw attention. Rotation. Yeah, here comes the attempted B take, though. It's a bit of a telegraphed move. I'm not a fan. Nemiga's going to be walking through a smoke against 3. They have yet to fully rotate out. Okay, Risky Bob says no to Sira. Counter flash works, but Anale is traded out. It's negative here for ECSTATIC. CMD, it looks like Nemiga might have a way in for free.
Yeah, I like the idea of sending Anale in, but being blinded by the same flash, only 1-for-1. Christu, nice damage there, but he needed to get the double there. And see if he can hold on for long enough to have TMB have an impact in this round, but it feels like from here on out, Nemiga are just going to run away with things. You've got Xanter as well, holding for any sort of flank. So if TMB does give this a go, surely you've got Xanter there as that early warning sign.
He's got to save.
Weapons out. And as soon as they are, Nemiga strike true.
And I want to mention Risky Bob as well. Against their opponent... help me out here. Monty. He had a very, 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 very poor performance. I cannot lie. Map 1, I think he ended up having like 6 kills. At one point, before it went to overtime, I think he had 4 kills until that point. And then map 2, I think he played a lot better. I'll have to double check just to make sure. But I remember that map 3 was much the same for him. He just had a very slow game in general. Yeah, map 1 he ended on 7, map 3 he ended on 21. Okay, a lot better, a lot better. I might be taking the piss a bit too much out of him, but no, honestly, there were some disappointing moments, but yet he didn't need to do much because the team still won in the end, and you know, under the rug it can be put. Today he's having a bit of a slow start himself once more, but at least he's on 6. Nut on the other hand is on 3. Now that's something you don't want to see, right? And adding on top of that, he's going to be one of your primary anchors. You want him to play well, to be confident.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't know if I've sort of cursed on in the recent games that I've watched him, but yeah, he's had a couple of very difficult series when I've watched him last. But look, the most important thing for Risky Bob, for Nut, is at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter as long as your team is the one that's winning, you know. Everyone has a bad game, everyone has a bad couple of weeks or whatever. But as long as it's not impacting your team's performance, that's all that matters. And right now, for Risky Bob, his team's in the lead. They're on the favored side. They're up against a 4-spy Deo. I'm surprised we're seeing this.
I'm a really big fan of what TMB's doing. The question is are they reading this well enough? It's 5 T players walking all the way through Team A. Nobody's watching stairs. This is how unfocused Nemiga are. This is the big issue for Nemiga. It's not the first time we see them tunnel vision their way to death. And this is what's going to happen here. Please don't block the scout. It doesn't seem to matter, though, as the scout, it's not even a point of contention. Holy scheisse, Nemiga, how could you be this tunnel visioned? Minute and 20 seconds till the round ends, and there are 5 players watching the smoke on A main. Now, that's got to be next level, you know, next level hyper-fixating on a point. Like, come on. TMB walked all the way through mid, through T-base. And nobody gives them a second thought. Nobody even dares to check flank. It's beyond belief here. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, hugely surprised by a lot of things this round. That in particular, but even just the fact that ECSTATIC sort of had the nerve to go for a buy like this. I think if TMB saved, sure, that's another rifle in play. But as he did it after TMB went down and still opted for the buy.
Yep.
And look, I mean, look, it worked out, so... Who really cares what's right or wrong, because it's going to work out in this round. Khan has retrieved this bomb, and he's going to try to...
Insane.
Try to instantly make his way towards B. I don't think time was even there. Gets the bomb to bring it with him to spawn and save.
Imagine if they saved the map because of this ECSTATIC and make a full comeback and win 2-0. Now that would be a surprise.
We've seen far stranger things in the playoffs. So...
Yeah, honestly, we have. Like, this is one of the worst things I've seen in a long time. Like, I really am. I'm also perplexed about the fact that they know there's a flank on them. So what that tells them is, oh shit, somebody already pushed behind us. They know everything. They know we're coming. That means they're ready. And yet you still decide to commit instead of clearing the back first. You know, it's honestly sometimes quite intriguing to watching these rounds as to how wonkily they can be played out. But Nemiga, they've bought again. They've decided that enough is enough. Perhaps they should stop playing games and start playing chess instead, because this is what it's about to become.
Yeah, money's in an awkward spot for Nemiga here. And the fact that that one round really could spark something on ECSTATIC would certainly be quite a surprise. But with still a decent amount of util, as we're approaching the 1 minute mark on the clock, Nemiga have plenty of options as to where to go. Bomb making its way outside A, but still, 2 of the T's do reside out of B main, and finding Anlele there could actually force a rotation, but instead ECSTATIC are taking this fight towards mid, taking this space instead.
Yeah, they're trying to get the info of what's happening, but here comes the main A push. Nemiga now show their hand. They know there's possibly a 1 or 2 defenders here. Chris 2, he's the only one. Nemiga soon realize this as they clear heaven as well. Khan gonna be staying in place, making sure the smoke can't be pushed. Nades flying through indicates somebody's there. And it's a 3-on-3, which means the deep flank for B has to come in quickly. Zwei, he's going to move through Temple for sure, and that means he's going to have 2 players that he can catch in the back. Now, that will be massive, but ECSTATIC, do they assume that the player that was B, that stayed alive, could go behind them? Because if they don't, this is going to be over in a nutshell. In a moment, there's 1, there's 2, it's over, it's done, it's 9. Nemiga, saved by the bell.
Here will be able to catch off Khan. He's 15 points of health. I'm not sure if anyone's going to look to hunt him. I say that as instantly both Lear's way. Bomb towards his position. It's just tucked around the corner. Lear will find and Nemiga take everything away from ECSTATIC. And financially, Nemiga would have been crippled if they lost that round. So they keep themselves in play. They keep themselves in the lead here on map number 1. And now they put ECSTATIC in the spotlight and really ask them to show them their hand. I think this is it. I think this is going to be the buy. I think this needs to be a success story for the Danes.
Oh, yeah. It absolutely has to. I mean, it's also going to break Nemiga, so if it's not, it's going to be double trouble later down the line. I mean, we're looking at 11-8 before they buy next, which means they're going to be already down low economy, and yet in the end, this is all they can muster potentially. Let's find out, right? Here's 2. Not trained on the right spot for this one, I'm afraid. Can
Big
usually
lead
deliver.
towards B.
Yeah,
Static putting a lot of soldiers on this side of the map, whereas Nemiga this time,
about to be cut off.
yeah,
But
one
Nemiga
smoke
has to go.
grenade.
They
makes
have to
things
start
tough.
moving. One thing that they had the problem with was also how slow they were before against Monty. They play extremely, extremely cautiously, and that would in the end actually catch them off guard more times than not. And right here we see, look at how, like... They're waiting the smoke out, I get that. But on the other hand, Static are also not deciding to put more on A through CT, which is weird. It's down to Nut. Deagle in hand, hero off the map. Unfortunately, not really a hero, is he?
Yeah, ECSTATIC, they made a big gamble hoping that perhaps all this mid presence would still lead to some sort of B finish, but it's not going to be the case. ECSTATIC are just going to have to save these weapons once again, and Nemiga will be able to get their 10th without really any resistance apart from that one lone deagle of Nut. Does a little bit of damage, but when you've got 5 players charging at you, I think even damage is always going to be a tough time.
Yeah, that's a fair point. So, they save, they keep the Kevlars. Loss bonus starts to rise, I believe, to 2.4 now, if I'm correct. Could be... Wait, is it 2.4? Trying to recall. Let's see if I'm right. 1.9, so it's a step worse than I thought. Oh yeah, this would be the second in a row. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that makes more sense. So, well, ECSTATIC. Full eco, as expected. Still in play. I guess you stack up. You hope it works. Maybe you go mid. Try to surprise Nemiga on the way somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of utility that ECSTATIC could have to play with. I kind of want to see something not so static and maybe see ECSTATIC look to use from this utility. Even if it is just go for a bit of a peek with 3 players, if you can find anything, then back away. Just gives us some sort of an advantage. I would think it's so tough just sort of gambling that your opponents are going to just push into a site with very little info around it. And at that point, it more feels like you're hoping Nemiga make mistakes than...
Xanter's gonna check this. He has to check this. Yeah, like 99.99% of the time when you go down this position, you always check the corner because you can never know when you've missed the timing. Christu gets caught as well. We're just repeating the last round this time a lot differently, with Nemiga being a bit less overly cautious, but yet more productive and more intrusive, excuse me. And they're able to get those entries for free. This is 11-8 as expected. ECSTATIC, it's time to shine or fade out of Anubis. It's as simple as that. The Ankh of Reincarnation is no longer available to them.
Nemiga are going to find themselves 2 rounds away from taking their map selection. And honestly, I feel like it's been reasonably comfortable. Sure, the scoreline's reasonably close, but it always felt like ECSTATIC have been trailing this game. And apart from sort of that middle portion of the first half, I felt like Nemiga's been in control for the majority of it. Sure, they're losing a couple of rounds here or there, but it still feels like they are the ones in the driver's seat.
Yeah. No, you're like, it never felt that ECSTATIC would be able to run away with the result too much. They were always, as you said, in tail of Nemiga or just ahead of them by a little bit. And Nemiga had kept their heads above water by having a 7-5 halftime. Even after losing the pistol, they were still able to quickly recover, and it ended up giving ECSTATIC not more than 3 rounds. And TMB, good entry. Lear is caught, and we're still seeing a B attempt. 3 players holding. I'm not sure they're going to want to push through here, though. This is like a death trap. They've got 1 minute and 20 seconds. Surely they'll wait this out a little bit longer. Good start, ECSTATIC. They need this. They need these kinds of individual performances early to try and put Nemiga on the back pedal. Let them have a moment for themselves. Just break up that aggression early. Good counter molly. Good nade on Khan. We could be seeing anything, really. It's hard to predict what Nemiga does right now.
I'm not sure if these steps would have been heard in middle from Zwei. How ready is he going to be for this? Has spotted out one. Is he going to be ready?
Oh, he
for
spots
TMB on his
4.
left?
He
No.
saw all 3.
He's got this intel, but look at TMB. Him and Khan are having a heads-up duel. TMB's taking all the space, but just overlooks Khan's position
They've lost A.
despite being low HP. Yeah, this is a really chaotic round here, and Risky Bob
That's
just
it.
keeping these players towards this bomb site as well.
He delayed them long enough. By the time they rotate, the bomb's going to be planted. Surely Khan doesn't delay it any further. There's the smoke into camera. The timing has to be perfect. Xanter is going to be holding. Oh, Xanter, that is horrendous. 1v1 against Andale, though, 100 HP on the man. And this should be easy. Andale should be able to get it. It will be enough. My goodness, that's what I'm talking about for Nemiga. The inconsistency is crazy sometimes. This should have been 3 kills for Xanter. And then we're looking at a 1v2 for Andale. That is now impossible with the crossfire. Yet he completely whiffs the first. That hurts. That leaves a mark. Because instead of 12, it's 9, and we're now 2 rounds away from a tie. Oh boy.
Yeah, I can't believe that. Not a bullet connected onto Christu there as well. And as a decent few bullets fired up from Xanter, really feels like you should be able to have that one no issue and scurry away before Anlele can strike. But somehow this is the madness of CS. Occasionally you can just whiff one spray and it can change how a game's shaped up. Still, luckily for Nemiga, they've actually got a decent chunk of cash in the reserve. Even after this investment, losing the last, you can see they've got 3 players still, 3 to 4k. So buys don't feel like they're going to be an issue. ECSTATIC are going to have to do it against full buys for a while before they can finally reset them.
And again, entries go the way for him.
And even more so, I mean, we're seeing Xanter searching for so many kills. He's even shooting Risky Bob lower. And none of us locked out of this round. I mean, what a performance we have had from Xanter, though. I mean, this is just an outrageous level of form that we're seeing right now. 25 and 11. Nemiga going to find 12. Not just forced into a save. And ECSTATIC are going to have to win 3 in a row just to bring us to overtime. Will he even be able to save? Lear seems like he's got a good idea of it. Is going to peek into this. Won't be able to find no. And I don't think any of the T's are close enough to actually be able to remove this weapon from hand. But it's great entries from Xanter and Zwei. And it primes Nemiga to take map number 1 in the series. We're having a slight technical pause here before we do get into what could be and what feels like it's going to be the final round here of Anubis. ECSTATIC maybe just using this time just to take a breather. Take a breath, because I don't think Anubis has gone exactly how they expected it to. Looking at the vetoes between both of these teams, it felt like each roster has a really good chance at either map, but one of the maps that ECSTATIC probably have struggled a bit more as of late on has been this Anubis, to be honest. We've seen them lose 5 out of their last 6 games. Quite a few of those losses have been pretty one-sided. And yeah, this is not exactly what ECSTATIC probably were necessarily expecting on this occasion. And look, it's been a closer game than some of their previous have been, but it still feels like it's not going to be a successful one unless ECSTATIC can do it with these 5.7s. They can do it with these 2 M4s, one of which was saved across from Nut. But such a tall order ahead of them.
I think I've been able to get back. My PC blue screen open for some reason. I believe you should hear me okay, I hope. Everything should be okay. Well, okay or not. Yeah. Seems like for ECSTATIC, not everything is okay, right?
No.
I didn't miss much, apparently, by the looks of it, even with round 9 ECSTATIC. Unable to counter, and Nemiga on the verge of locking this one out.
Oh, and actually only able to get one there. Repeats for more, but his teammates are just mopping up. Christu with this retrieved up. Zera's been softened up, and Zero won't go down just yet. Both of the final Nemiga players are around half HP as well. So Zero, it feels like he does still need to play this one on good positioning. Xanta's allowing Risky to get this bomb down while he operates this lurk towards mid or Nemiga. It feels like 13's going to be found. It feels like map number 1's going to be found.
Yeah, it does look like it. Bomb planted means that now Syrah, no kit means 10-second defuse in a very small second world, or about 20 seconds world, if we're honest. It does not look nice, and with 33, he's about to be enveloped from multiple sides. There's the spot. Syrah now knows where the last player is. The one guy was watching main, the other possibly coming either from heaven or from camera. Oh, he doesn't know where the bomb is. But Xanter doesn't care, because in the end, there's enough bullets and there's not enough defuse time. That is going to be number 13, Nemiga, closing out Anubis with a W.
Yeah, great game. Xanta 100% the MVP of map number 1 there. Leading the lines, looked absolutely monstrous and just could not be stopped. You look on the other side of things, Anlele had a really good game, but there was just no one else alongside Anlele necessarily. And Anlele wasn't playing at the same level as Xanta. But look, you have one of your players on ECSTATIC step up, Syrah a little quiet. You don't really see that as much anymore from him. But yeah, not a great game from him at the start of this series. And no one else really seemed like they picked up the slack in his absence. But Nemiga, it felt like it was business as usual. Sure, we've seen some pretty weak stuff from ECSTATIC in the past on Anubis, at least as of late. But it feels like Nemiga, they did what was enough for them to get it over the line, took their map number 1, and now it's their chance to potentially have a 2-0 in this series. I definitely don't know if I'm going to predict that, but it's their opportunity to see if they can punish.
It's possible. Inferno's up next. Vincent beforehand will break it down for us once again to see how it went here for ECSTATIC, or rather how well it went for Nemiga.
Well, it's sort of a dream start for Nemiga on a series that we talked about as they probably the underdogs in. They come out swinging, able to pick up a huge pistol round, man. Like, that always going to give you a strong start if you can pull something off. And I think it really sets the tone, right? The fashion in which they do that. Xanter picks up a 1v3 and bro didn't stop. He had a consistently good Anubis from top to bottom. We were talking about individuals. He's definitely one of the ones, or I mean, really the main one to talk about. Lear, I think the other more in the early stages of that game is why I stepped up towards the end. But yeah, here's the way things started off, right? Xanter in position to start taking names, taking heads, and defeating the ECSTATIC side. They force back, and it looks like it's going to be turning into something, but Nemiga cleaned it up. All good at the end of the day. And it takes the next round where TMB somehow pulls like 4 people to mid. He's just one guy. He's like got 2 bits of utility. And he pulls everybody over to mid, and it is resultant in a required unlimited clutch, but still a clutch nonetheless. And that, I think, also set the tone, right? Some big moments from ECSTATIC here, but they needed the clutches to go their way. They needed these big turn points to go their way, because they were constantly trying to force back in. They were constantly trying, under the knife with regard to their own economy. And whilst they had some success early in this T-half, that mostly came from Nemiga trying to play aggressive through E-Box. Once they stopped doing that, Nemiga started to really work more towards A, work more towards middle. Lear was a big part of that middle aggression that was so successful. Once that happened, Nemiga were able to turn the tide once again, and then in the half at 7-5. I mean, that's a massive CT round count for me. If you get 7 rounds on the CT side on Anubis, I think you should almost always be able to close the half, because I think the T side is even stronger than really the statistics even suggest. I think those are pumped up by a lot of like good CT side teams who like take advantage of it. And to be honest with you, I think Nemiga taking good advantage of that. But they move into the second half, and things don't initially look like they're going well. We had a big attempt there with the Glocks. They don't do anything. Big victory for ECSTATIC on the pistol round, and from that point on, I think ECSTATIC, unfortunately, after the first gun round, they just lose every economic battle there is, right? TMB is not allowed to save on that first gun round. Then there's that 3v3, huge lurk for Zwei on round 17, who gets the double kill. That facilitates the victory. And then another attempt at the force buy in round 18. That also falls. It's a B stack, and they don't go B. I think ultimately, for me, the fact that ECSTATIC were always devastated by economy make that second half not even close to competitive. A lot of good stuff though from Nemiga, just to kind of highlight them. They were very effective in their mid presence. They had a lot of good rounds. Xanter, that pace change on round 21 where they hit B fast, he gets a double entry. Love that. The kind of calling from Lear. It's very efficient. And it also catches ECSTATIC off guard. I think we didn't see the best from ECSTATIC over this map, but I don't think that they played all that poorly themselves. Nemiga taking advantage of pretty much everything that you could have won. And I mean, when the individuals like Xanter are playing as well as they were, it's hard to see a world where ECSTATIC are able to win that, especially when they're losing those key rounds like the force buys at each critical point. Unfortunate, but a situation that ECSTATIC won't be too disappointed in. Obviously, you'd like to win that, but they get the opportunity to move into their map pick. This is a map for Inferno that's coming up for Nemiga that they've had some really big wins on here over the last couple of months, but it's not by any means one of their favorites. So we'll be excited to see what Nemiga look like on that map, as it's been a week or two since we've seen them play it. We'll see what that looks like and if ECSTATIC can bounce back after the break.
Into the action here on Inferno, map number 2 between these two teams, ECSTATIC versus Nemiga. Close scoreline in the first map, but Nemiga felt like they just had that slight edge over ECSTATIC to take map number 1 of Anubis. But this is a bit more of an unknown. We haven't seen Nemiga actually play Inferno all too much recently, but statistically, they've had some pretty big wins in it. And against the teams as well, so very good results.
Yes, they have. I mean, a total of what? A good 6 maps played, 5 wins. I think that speaks for itself. Wins against teams like Big, against Bait, Sashi. But in any case, Lear, he's going to find the first. It's TMB to fall to a nade in CT. Unexpected and definitely unwelcome. ECSTATIC lose the entry, lose the site. And it's going to be a full-man retake here. No defuse kit from what I can tell. Now, there should be one possibly on TMB drop, but I'm not particularly sure because the utility and, of course, the dualies. And right here with well, 2 already, and Lear another. Yeah, this is over. That's pistol. Nemiga make it look too easy.
I didn't quite catch it. Was that a double nade thrown towards CT from Nemiga? Because obviously the nade killed. Yeah,
I believe
was a
it
double
was.
nade. I mean, what a way to get an opening kill. It feels like that's Nemiga doing their homework there. Because I love the call from ECSTATIC. We've actually seen them do it a couple of times in the past, where if it is a hit towards B, you hope TMB can delay for a little bit and you get 2 plays really quick through Banana. But Nemiga just not even needing to take a gunfight. TMB fall into the HE grenade, into an open bomb site. Nemiga can just take it. They look to fight towards TCT, and then next thing you know, ECSTATIC just have that one-prong attack and 2 players towards Banana. Great call from Nemiga. What a way to kick things off on Inferno.
Yeah, a map that ECSTATIC love to play. We've said it before, and they're going to be potentially in a better position soon enough. But Nemiga, as you said yourself, they do their homework. They seem to have at least somewhat read into this, and ECSTATIC might be expected to pull some crazy stunts, stacks exactly. We saw on A lot of that from ECSTATIC before. Nemiga seem to read it well. Xanter's clearing top Banana. They get the confirmation. Okay, nobody's challenging. Usually that pertains to the fact that there's possibly 1 on B. At best, if there's 2, they're boosting. But that smoke, I think, just confirmed it here. The smoke at the minute mark, it's pretty standard. And Nemiga say to themselves, let's just execute here. Like, let's set up the smokes, let's set up the mollies, and run in. There can't be more than 1 or 2 at best. As right now, they haven't registered anything on the map, and they are confident that this is what's happening. Second smoke comes from sight, and this scares them. It scares them enough to pull them towards A. Could the crazy plan actually work? ECSTATIC. It counted on TMB selling the idea of, excuse me, not TMB, but Anlele selling the idea of a stack on B with that second smoke, and it works. They're pushing A fully. 17 seconds up against 4. It's all on ECSTATIC. The show is theirs. Not so much the entries. Risky ball. Still Christu and Syrah, but it's down to Syrah to survive for as long as possible. And he cannot sustain. Unlele, last man alive in library, but no time to plant the bomb as ECSTATIC win. And they get the kill on Lear after time. This is craziness.
You specifically criticized Nemiga at times for taking too much time and getting punished for it. A lot of CIS teams back in the day, you look at your old Flipside roster, they used to do that, and there's still a lot of CIS teams that like to play the clock down. On that occasion, really, really haunts Nemiga, where you don't have enough time to really push into B, wait out that smoke and push, and rather than Gray screening through it, they opt to go towards A, and that's exactly what ECSTATIC intended for. Into the stack, really big setup specifically for short. I think if we saw Nemiga wrap around long with a few players, that could have been a different story entirely. But the fact that they didn't have a lot of time, they had to push to short. That's where these closer weapons, that's where all these angles and crossfires can be set up, and it worked out perfectly for ECSTATIC there.
It did. Christu with the open hand secures a quick kill. TMB adds on top of it. The MP9's getting a little bit of farm. Very classic, very solid, and just perfect harmony. ECSTATIC 0 death so far, and I think they'll keep it that way. Because Risky Bob's going the same as 2 of his previous teammates. Down boiler, and who's waiting? Well, it's the one and only, Christu. We said it before on map 1, he needs to challenge Khan to a duel. Or rather, be ready to duel.
That was a forced back for Nemiga, not a point of damage dealt to anyone with Static. Says it all.
Yeah, yeah.
Set up strong. Individuals hitting stronger. And just going to be the eco now for Nemiga. Of course, this is ECSTATIC's map selection, and you really do question already, and you hope it isn't, but how much impact is that round number 2 going to be for Nemiga? A round fumbled, could have been them finding a 3-0 start here on this map. But instead it's going to be ECSTATIC finding a 3-1 lead, just the Glocks in play. Bullet's not quite connecting because I can't just play him with his food here.
Yeah. Just chilling. Ooh. That's...
Okay.
Wait. Anele is dead. So the rifle at least TMB retrieves it. He still stays here. That's a crazy pull. He gets Khan, sure. Christu will help. The Molly doesn't. Though Xanter gets Christu. No way. TMB's got 11 HP. 1 bullet, he's dead. That's an MP9 against him. They know he's there. They get him. Spy is dead. That's the bump. And still, that's an op and an M4 in play.
If they can get
a
this
2v2.
And
He's got it.
Do. That was the weapon that really feels like it makes the difference because there's no armor on these players. Oh, Risky! What is that? Oh, Nemiga, what a way to steal a round. A full eco in the smoke. A double collapse. Wow, we win. Look at that. Oh, wow.
No way. Nastiest shot we have seen probably in 2025. Now that should have been illegal, but somehow Risky Bob. The name says it all. My man's building temples here. Nemiga, it's round 5 for them on top of a full Glock eco. It was a full Glock eco ECSTATIC. How do you even comprehend what just happened? I'm sure a timeout should have been taken right after that one.
Yeah, that's going to be one that haunts ECSTATIC. Hopefully for them, they can bounce back quickly, but what a round stolen away, and in the fashion it was. Full Glocks. I mean, you see TMB and Lele looked to fight quite heavily towards Banana there. It cost Lele his life, cost TMB most of his health, and then Christu is the only player to rotate in who only finds one with the AWP. Oh my, I don't even know what we've seen, but TMB does find the opening kill through the smoke onto Risky Bob. I suppose gives him a taste of his own medicine.
Insane. I'm just trying to comprehend it still, and somehow ECSTATIC is bouncing back without even a timeout. It's a 5v3. This is a crazy game. And I love it. I love that this is what we get in the playoffs. This is exactly why we're all here. We're here for the glorious moments and for the toughest of moments, really. Toughest of matches. Ooh, this is such a vital pull here. Xanter needs to get Christu. There's the flash, though. Good support, good call. And it's a save from Nemiga.
Yeah, Lid doesn't have the HP. Khan's got this all. He can work some magic within the next. And actually, one of the lucky things for Nemiga is the fact that they won the eco, is that they already had money in the bank ready to get a buyout in this round when they lose. But the fact they win it, they get even more money. So you've got players like Khan who can drop over an AK. Xanter can invest in something himself. So there is a little bit of money that technically we can see a buyout for Nemiga if they want. You'll probably only have one player on a bit of a weaker weapon. So I suppose that's a silver lining, but as soon as we've seen these full buys in play, ECSTATIC have looked pretty good, just not up against the Glocks.
I don't know how the Glocks are their kryptonite. It's insane. It really is almost a joke in itself. But look, it's going to be a buy, obviously. We have a Deagle and Risky Bob. The rest AKs. We've got some decent amount of util. Let's see how Nemiga adjusts to this. It's all in on towards Banana, apparently. They're going to be attempting to brute force this, and Xanter is given a free kill. Oh, Xanter is given both! Underland TMB surprised by this, says somehow they're caught on the angle. The one and only, you never should be allowing both players to peek without any sort of support. That's potentially round as Christu just doesn't even stand a chance. It's 3. It's ECSTATIC, might as well save. Oh, what is happening? What are we watching?
I mean, you have to look at it like this. It's our final quarterfinal. And I don't think I could have asked for a better way for this one to kick off on map number 2.
Honestly, yeah.
This is exactly what we wanted to see. We've already got one semi-final primed and ready to go. Obviously, winner of this plays Ents, and I'm hoping that this continues all the way through, because this could be one of the most chaotic and exciting games of CS for anyone to watch. Certainly had that
ludicrous
aura initially. I'm hoping this can remain through. And considering Inferno, for me, at times it can be a bit of a boring map in terms of you see, a site taken, there's a save. See a site taken, there's another save. But no, far from it early doors at least.
Oof. Yeah, see, right there, stepping back into that was the dunk that didn't need to happen. Nemiga got a freebie, basically. Christu was quick. Like, imagine if they don't lose both on Banana. Christu had rotated in before the first smoke fell, so there was a chance of a two-man hold. It could have perhaps worked, though unfortunately everything just collapsed, and yeah, that is a foregone conclusion. Nemiga now once again dealing some trouble on Banana.
No way!
No way! Twice in a row!
Are we watching the replay? What is this? And Christu rotates in again. Let's see if we have the exact same situation as before. Because I don't think ECSTATIC could have done the exact same thing. They've lost the exact same way. The same 2 players. Oh my god.
Apparently we can count out the luck factor now, because that's no longer just luck. That's pure skill. I mean, what? ECSTATIC, they can't even respond. Like, TMB dies before Anubis can let loose a single shot, and he peeks out sandbags, he's dead. Or even vice versa, it doesn't matter.
I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Just have Xander do the same thing every round.
Apparently, I don't know, like, ECSTATIC, surely the third time in a row, they'll just double nade the corner and get rid of Xander, but There's no really way to describe this. It's a disaster. 4-3 ECSTATIC. They're not even given a chance, an opportunity to defend. That's the most, infuriating thing, I think, for the players. They are not given a chance to fight, and it hurts the most.
Look how this goes down. It's so quick to find Anlele there. And we did actually see Nemiga look to hunt those CT weapons, but weren't able to take any of them out. Lost one of their own in the meantime. So ECSTATIC can still have a decent chance in this one. It is just the weak pistols around.
Panther has the same spawn again.
Surely not again. I don't think I can handle it.
He's gonna go again. Oh, this time they smoke him. Okay, yeah, they're like, okay, no more shenanigans.
Yeah, look, just back away. Yeah, none of that. Not interested in fighting Banana anymore.
They've learned their lesson twice in a row. It cost them dearly, and they're not going to repeat that mistake again. I respect that. Immediate course correction. It's unfortunate it's on top of a half-buy, so even the chances of success are minimal. At least this helps them.
We've seen a different sort of form to Xanta this series so far. I mean, look at this. Knows there's going to be a second player here, and Anlele spots the spray. Oh, good enough. Stuck it out a little longer. 11 HP on Anlele. But the opening kills that this man is getting, the space that he's able to take. Map number 1, I thought, what a turnaround from Xanta. Stepped up to a level that we haven't seen in recent times. Seemingly hasn't halted him at all that rate.
This is his 6th entry, is it not? I think this is Xanter's 6th 1vx he took to open up rounds and won it. Like, that's insane.
Unstoppable right now. Opening kills for Nemiga all really felt like they funneled through him. And the fact that we were sort of bigging up his way throughout the start of this game so much, and rightfully so, what a player he is. As well as Khan at times, but it's all come through Xanta right now, and the fact that he's playing on this level and you've still got Khan and Sway on your team that at any moment could just come online.
Yeah, that really puts it into perspective, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, 100%.
I wonder, what do you do as ECSTATIC? How do you change it up? You know, what's the answer? Do you leave Banana alone, just play it passively? I
Send
think
the third there,
perhaps.
perhaps. Look to fight
Yeah.
it more heavily.
I mean, double down and try to fight him at Banana itself. Ooh, feels like a tough order here.
There are 3 towards B this time. So maybe that was the early idea. You've got Cyril lining up utility while TMBN and Lele dump out a ton of it themselves. But it's Nemiga, they've changed it up and they're going to hit towards A instead. The reads are perfect.
That's
They're
it.
aware. They're aware ECSTATIC are going to look to counter them on B. The utility comes through, they hear it all, and that's just the indication in their head that, yeah, they've made the right decision. Fast util out towards A. We have to say, these flashbangs are sublime. Chris who's posted towards Boiler with the York. Can't have a look in at the round. Flashbang forces him off. The way it's him this time to find the initial kill. And the boosted player as well, fully blinded, nothing up, forced to look into a wall. And that's where Xanta strikes.
Can we just appreciate how well they conditioned ECSTATIC?
Yeah.
Like you said, they forced them to react with 3 immediately on B. And the first round they do it, it's just a walk up mid. The pop flash, as you've mentioned, it's on point, and that's enough. Now they are on the hunt. Why wouldn't they be? Look at the amount of cash they have. They can try and pretty much clear out the board. It's best case scenario for Nemiga. This is shaping up to be a very one-sided first half. At 6-3, Nemiga have around 10,000 on Xanter, perhaps even more on the rest soon. It's starting to be of concern. Zero traded, that's enough. They don't care if they lose more. They've got the numbers they want.
Might actually be able to walk away with 2 CT. TB is going to swing, and Lele falls,
No
and what a
way.
spray from Zwei.
What a mid-entry, like, that's... We rarely get to enjoy quality CS like this. And, yeah, ECSTATIC, finally we see the timeout. Am I afraid, perhaps, that it's a little bit late already? That it should have been taken sooner?
I mean, look, I think the timeout's it's a necessary one at this junction. I wouldn't mind seeing it a couple of rounds sooner, like yourself. But this is where Nemiga. I mean, look, can we just appreciate his Wade's cam right now? The fact he's laughing, smiling. This is terrifying. When you're playing against a team,
He's enjoying this
yeah,
much.
when they're enjoying this CS. That's worrying, especially a team like Nemiga, who has had a bit of a tough time in terms of form against some opposition. But when everyone's feeling it, when you've got Zwei, who we know the heights that this guy can get to at such a young age still, I would be a bit worried. But look, Nemiga can also use this timeout themselves. Okay, what do we think ECSTATIC are going to try to change up this round? And we can look to counter, sort of their counter as such. It's never easy to fully predict what's going to happen, but Nemiga very much so can just change the tide themselves. And it is going to be a bit more of a passive banana take this time around. Fights towards middle, the Molly helping out, and finally ECSTATIC have an advantage.
For the first time in the last 4, they are able to take control. Banana's there, top mid controlled, or rather taken care of. So Nemiga still have a man alive on towards Banana. So if you're ECSTATIC, you gotta be worried, right? Xanter doesn't even consider the close corner, so perhaps getting under their skin a little bit. Nemiga getting too comfortable with their lead. I mean, yeah, it's all good and dandy when we talk about the positive vibes you can have as a squad and be laughing and merry and all that. But there's also a factor we got to talk about when it comes to letting yourself loose a little bit, or rather starting to underestimate your opponent. ECSTATIC certainly are not to be.
Bomb is actually pretty nice. I mean, money's very good, but it's just going to ensure it remains as strong as possible for the rest of the half. So we're going to be at a point where Nemiga, anyway, can buy till the end. So ECSTATIC have that to look forward to. Constant Nemiga buys, constant AKs out. But it is finally a 4th for the Danes, and they've been able to silence Nemiga for a little bit. I mean, nothing too fancy on the mid setup, a bit of a standard crossfire, but it works out on this occasion. As well as that banana control that you highlighted.
It's a tough one. I think ECSTATIC expected perhaps a slightly easier fight. maybe thought that they would have the upper hand early and then be able to kind of control the flow of the game a bit. Though right now they're wrestling for it, and it seems like Nemiga's yet to give up fully. The utilities wasted into the smokes, the Molotovs are gone, a few nades land, but that perhaps is not enough. They're still persistent in staying in position. Both Anele and TMB have basically exhausted their reservoirs. If whatever is left in perhaps in the back, but beyond that, they've got one smoke left, and that's not good news. It's a minute and good 15 seconds to the end.
Yeah, Nemiga really forcing that out of them. And now they are just going to do things by the book, clear top banana, but they should anticipate this is going to be open for the taking anyway. Khan up against Christu in this heads-up duel. Util is coming over. Christu is able to dodge, but a 1-for-1 trade initially. As Christu still posted on the angle, but Khan, you mentioned his speed, his reaction time, best for the Danish Orpha.
Perhaps that's enough. 45 seconds. There's still two players towards the A side itself. Nemiga could turn around and right back towards they could go, but two players are being defended by Nut. And I think Sira just moved on towards B. This is going to be a wild thing in CT. What's happening? What is Nemiga doing? What is this disaster of a call? Not grouping up, but rather moving on one by one, dying needlessly. 4v3, and they wasted away. Khan still gets the no-scope. 1v3, 18 seconds perhaps. It's time to shine. It wouldn't be the first time we see clutches from this man. Here's the steps. The flash. Now he can aim to take the shot. Does miss though.
Yeah, really not sure there from Nemiga what the whole game plan was. You have far too many players split across the map, and it felt like they were just taking individual duels and hoping that something worked. You did all the work to find those trades on B, and as soon as Khan finds Christu, you have to sort of think in the back of your head, sure, there is likely going to be one more player here. But we have the man advantages by far. Let's just look to hit towards B, suffocate TMB. Even if we get the even trades, we're still in an advantage spot. But yeah, do completely the opposite, get picked apart across the map, and despite their early success in the trading department, they do get punished.
And finally they do, yeah. Their mistakes shouldn't be tolerated. Like, honestly, these are mistakes that a team on of this caliber should not be making. And right now, they're going to be countering Banana again. A lot of firepower, a lot of nades flying. Anlele is able to get Lear. The double up might work, though they get Anlele. There's another molly as well. It forces TMB the way back. He's on 10 HP, which means Christu's on rotation. But instead of Christu, it's Sira, as Christu's holding down the fort on A. 4v4. Nemiga's got the time. Do they have the energy to go? Oh, no, TMB misses. And it's an immediate headshot. Xanter with the entry. This is the 7th entry he secures that easily.
Oh, Sira sent in with
No way.
flashbang,
No way.
but no
Go
success
through the
found.
smoke.
Everyone's blinded, and Sira somehow finds Risky Bob completely unaware of Sira's location, and Xanta now in a 1 versus 3 turn 1v2. One flashbang that seemingly blinded everyone, but the players of Banana just caught off, and Christu finds the final.
What was this round? Sira, that is a masterful move, and somehow Nemiga don't think to expect it. Holy. I don't know what Zwei was doing. He was just jumping randomly, pulling out a weapon, but okay. 6-6. This is as good as it gets for ECSTATIC, I think, given how hard you got hit on B. I mean, this was, what, 4 rounds towards B that worked perfectly for Nemiga, and 1 towards A. Including the pistol, yeah, you're golden.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the rounds that ECSTATIC won, they lose the pistol round initially, but instantly bite back with that force buy. Really good play from them on the CT side to delay with the smokes towards B and force Nemiga back towards A, where the stack resides. You completely flip the script on them there, get a couple of rounds before, yeah, you start to get halted in your tracks. But at the end of that half, it felt like quite a few mistakes from Nemiga, and that's where ECSTATIC did capitalize. I think a 6-round half from them on the CT side. Yeah, big success story in the context of this game.
They can capitalize now. ECSTATIC, your turn to showcase the success of the T side. This map is for a reason CT-sided, but if you're good enough, you can subdue that. Risky Just the one. Zwei now found out. Risky Bob hiding, leaving Zwei to die. That is a massive miscommunication on Nemiga that costs them 2 players and potentially the round. It's down to on-site, I believe, Lear, Xanter coming in through CT. And it's going to be Khan and Apps. It's a B play, and that's the end of the day. Xanter, he does get 1. The Molly confirms it to Nemiga. And the retake will be attempted, but there's no kit. Lear is low. As long as ECSTATIC keep to their positions and the crossfire, it should be good. Double in dark, it's perfect. I love it. Playing by the book.
I need to see some crazy shots from Nemiga to break this setup. And Lele towards Nubox feels like the first point of contact. Oh, Xanter actually did spot him there, but just not processing it. Arn got dinked to a 5. There's the Glock for you.
Not gonna lie, not sure why Lear doesn't go in first. He's low already. Might as well get the info and let his teammates refract. But in the end, it doesn't matter. 7-6. ECSTATIC win the pistol. They will be showcasing a little bit of that energy. And we're breaking up magazines and postcards from Italy. It's a shame it doesn't say where exactly we're located. If I had to speculate, I'd say somewhere in Tuscany, maybe in Emilia-Romagna. But Nemiga, what's the game plan? Right? That's the question I think on everybody's mind. No force buy, which is already good news.
Yeah, I think so. With how close a lot of the rifle rounds came, and with ECSTATIC, this being their map selection, they're a team that really do like the T-side of this map. There's no need just to give them an extra round in a game that's already pretty back and forth. I mean, we have seen an eco successful. Are we going to see Nemiga do it again? Probably not. EMB pushing out first. There's no need for ECSTATIC to fully commit to this one if they don't want. They are going to, and no actual issues. They mop up on the B site. 4 defenders there. They go into the bomb site and take minimal damage, leaving Zway in this 1 versus 4 now.
Yeah, pretty simple. I mean, everything going by the book, everything going by plan. Should be 8 simple enough. And Nemiga, our question perhaps pertains more to the gun round, obviously. And you know what I want to see personally? No aggression on Banana. Just let ECSTATIC stew in their own mind for a little bit. Love the Zeus idea there. Gets them 1 kill. Doesn't change much. But hey, you know, trying to get that ego. I want to see passive Banana approach, at least to begin with. They have to establish some sort of, let's say, pedigree to begin with, right? You have to understand what ECSTATIC is going to throw at you to respond in kind. The MP9 on Xanter perhaps tells me I would rather see some apps trickery, perhaps pushing to second middle even. Let's see if that's something that we could see. Those Xanter plays B, of course, but instead, yeah, see, that's what I'm kind of talking about. I don't...
A nice HE grenade, at least deal a decent bit of damage. Oh, and Lele really low there at the end, just caught by a couple of stray bullets from Risky Bob, who's still playing advance towards B, but TMB's USB finds the frag.
Yeah, but what was Risky Bob thinking? Like, this is one of the... I'm sorry, but it's a very poor choice of tactics here. ECSTATIC, they've won the round, I'm afraid. Nemiga just don't think straight here. Let's forget what Xanter does and dies needlessly, okay? Let's forget that. Let's think on the fact that Risky Bob is alive. He, okay, does get a good nade in, gets a few bullets to spray through the smoke, but then decides to just stay there behind the wall, alone, without support, without any utility, instead of falling back and waiting for that rotation, because it was coming. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but Nemiga don't seem to want to play slow. They just want to take fights.
No, I agree with you. I mean, look at the damage that Risky Bob did. 166 damage. Sure, it's unconfirmed, but you can have a decent idea that some of the nade would have connected on to some players. Maybe a stray bullet might have. Keeping yourself alive there and just not giving up the V-bomb site is a success in itself. Even if you want to jiggle towards half wall, sure, just to still get the intel of how close they are. But yeah, it very much is a bit of a one and done position, and even then, Risky Bob couldn't find anything. And it just allows for that rotation to come in. Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. It's just a bit of an oversight, maybe a bit of overconfidence or complacency from Nemiga wanting to battle out on occasion a few too many times. And they're forced into a spot where they need to take the tactical pause now, because likely you're going to be giving up 10 to ECSTATIC.
Seems like the likely outcome, of course. So, hoping that the idea remains the same, that they won't be needlessly throwing themselves to death. Inferno is a map where half-buys, pistols, and MP9s can actually work pretty well. Let's see. Oof. Good nades down mid at least, but yeah, the commitment doesn't work, and the counter from the ECSTATIC somehow strikes back through. Are they really... Okay, that's the smoke up that if Lear had not thrown, maybe ECSTATIC would have committed B. Here I think they just fall back and go A, right? They got 2 entries for free. Surely they'll check if there's nobody else there.
Yeah, there are a couple of occasions where you see teams with these big stacks on one bomb site, and their usual usage is just so good that they force the other team into a spot where they're like, well, just won't go towards this site then. But it's like, you want them to go there. Perhaps Nemiga are looking at this round and thinking, let's just save these weapons, but 3 plays towards B, 3 defenders, there's easily a world where they could have won that. Look, there's a chance that ECSTATIC would have broke towards A anyway, and it wouldn't have made a difference, but yeah, there's been a couple of situations like that. Normally, when a team's on a half buy or something, that I kind of wish, like, just don't throw the smoke. Let them push into you. Maybe invest in flashbangs instead to try to catch them off after they start pushing. But it doesn't matter too much. There's always a round that ECSTATIC were favored him.
Now imagine if Nemiga wouldn't have taken those silly fights early on in their gun rounds on Inferno or on Banana. No, honestly, like ECSTATIC, they're being rewarded for just playing correctly. They have good approaches, as you said. They have solid execs, and pretty much the system works there. Nemiga, not sure what's going wrong exactly. It looks like Lear is completely detached here from reality of what's happening on the server. So hopefully they'll get their head on straight and start playing seriously, because right now it's not looking like it.
Yeah, need to see them really shape up or get ready for the 3rd and final of this series. As ECSTATIC are, after hitting double digits, just 3 rounds away. And Nemiga might not have too many full buys to actually play with if they're not successful here. They've got everything they need. They've got Khan on this orb. No real fighting on Banana from either side. A little bit of Utah was used early from Nemiga, but pretty quickly in the round, they opted to give up this space.
They're gonna fight for it. Here's the retake smoke, the molly as well. It seems like ECSTATIC is ready, they're expecting, but it's Xanter to secure the first. Again, entry on his side, a double even. He goes for 3, but it's 0 to counter as Lear finally gets the help. I'm surprised Xanter didn't have more players next to him. They were afraid of a molly or a flash for sure, but they don't check second box. They don't check second box! Critical mistake! 1 lost second as well. Risky Bob plays it to his heart. And instead of checking second box, thinking, okay, yeah, we got both. 1 hiding in the first. Yeah, it's easy. It's Lear, right? It's the IGL and the headhunter. But no, it's Risky Bob that's waiting patiently. And that is number 7. Nemiga pounce on the opportunity.
Yeah, just not expecting both players to be first and second there and getting caught off by it, but not even looking towards the rest of the bomb site whatsoever. We could have even had Risky towards New Box and probably would have had the same outcome, just assuming they've killed everyone on B. Static 1 oversight will cost them any chance in that round, but big Banana fights from Xanter there. 2 kills found. Allows his teammates to trade out for the first and then just retreat after that. 2-man advantage. Nemiga need to keep this going and can't take their foot off the gas, though. Otherwise, ECSTATIC will extend their lead.
It's getting serious. Nemiga failed here. It's lights out probably. Though I'm fairly certain they're aware how much is at stake. And that mistakes are not going to be tolerated for very much longer. Good counter battery again. Xanter down to 43. Already started on Le as well, but App's control taken, and Nemiga is playing passively towards App's. Bad angle for Lear. He almost dies to the initial firefight. Molly, oi, 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 oi. That is a close call. Almost burns him out as well. Here comes the attempt, though. It's going to be all in. Waterfall edition. I'm not a fan. It's not usually working, as it's going to be Zwei and Khan and Xanter finishing the job easily. Nemiga given the 8th. I always say this, and it always happens the same way. Waterfalls don't work on full buys. They never have. They rarely will, if ever. It's surprising how many teams still try it at one or another point.
I don't mind it, but I feel like you need to have a decent short take with it. You need Way to be taken down there, and then you don't have as many players focused on that angle. You might even have some of the slight players start to look towards short as well. But yeah, I think it really does. It needs to be conditioned on that short take. Otherwise, I'm fully there with you. Xanter does find the opening kill. Flashback so good from the tees. Risky fighting forward, and we've seen him take some risky fights beforehand. There is a player at the back of the bomb site. If ECSTATIC push through now, they might overlook Lear like they did Risky Bob a couple of rounds ago.
Going to be down to the solo defender on site to survive. Lear has to stay alive. That's the goal of the goal and the name of the game right now for him. As long as rotations are not here, he has to stay alive for as long as possible. Not good damage, but not going to be able to get the kill. And it's going to be Lear. It's going to be the IGL with a hat trick. Nemiga are not going to be denied their revenge and their 9th. This is going to have to be a full eco now. ECSTATIC, economically speaking, they get 1. No, actually, they get more. Ah, damn, I'm miscalculating again. Perhaps they have enough to buy, actually. 4.6. Yeah, they have enough to buy. Okay, now it's all
not
good.
Not great buy, but it is a buy. Look, you've got the utility. That's the most important thing. I always feel like with Inferno, weaponry. You see a lot of teams sometimes take hits on util to bring out superior weapons, and this is the one map where it feels like don't do that. Oh, I love the aggressive stance towards Apps. Khan.
He's ready. Oh, no way he runs further. No, he just adjusts. Zwei finds Syrah, and they double down in Apps. They're trying to counter this by pushing long. I like the idea. It could work. That nade goes towards short, but no, he's checking mid again. And Lilith just gets caught in the back. Swinging out wide is Lear again, the IGL, and they should know they're in CT. The sound cues are there, and there's the corner at Tree. Risky Bob failing. Though he delayed them long enough for the molly to come up, and Lear is hunting heavily. They are just hungry to bring down ECSTATIC. They know this is a force buy. They know this is everything that ECSTATIC could have mustered up in the recent moments, and now truly forced onto a half investment at best. As Nemiga tie it up and look to take 11. No way they are really making this comeback possible, are they?
I mean, it really didn't look like it. Not since the turn of the half. ECSTATIC went 4 rounds in a row at the start of it. Nemiga had a lot of mistakes in them, and seemingly ECSTATIC just were 1 degree better, and to a point where Nemiga couldn't exactly compete. But all of a sudden, it feels like they have just locked in. Taking a moment, not seeing any more smiles anymore, a lot more serious.
I mean, I'm happy Nemiga got serious and that they toughened up. I'm sad that ECSTATIC seem to not be able to follow suit. I mean, they're trying, that's certainly sure. Though somehow Nemiga is just getting the better end of the deal at the end of the day, and these Tech 9s, they're going to try Apps. I like it. Through short, you said it yourself. If you go Apps, you need to take short as well, aggressively and properly. I think it could work. Very aggressive Zwei. Easily isolated. Lear has shown some weaknesses. Missed a few shots here and there. Has been good for the last few rounds for sure, though.
None of these T's actually spotted, so not entirely sure as where they reside
Love
as
this
of now.
defense.
Got Khan who can support as well from Moto. Likely
It's
going to
gonna
be
be-
smoke coming down towards his face. In fact, it's a bit of a deeper smoke, so Khan actually can break into the bomb site if he wants.
It's going to be so difficult for Ecstatic to break, by the way. The two close corners are deadly, and yeah, you have to go in one by one effectively. It leaves you vulnerable against those M4s, though the timing for fine. Not sure how he's jumping there. It matters little. As you said, Khan can approach as well, giving him some space to work with. It's number 11. It's going to be the final buy for Ecstatic before lights out. They cannot mess around anymore. They need number 11 for themselves, and they got to wake up here. They got to get some traction going, because Nemiga is about to run away with this series and eliminate them. 2 rounds to go till full time, and then potentially regulation is over with overtime continuing. Let's see. AK's in play, limited util, but enough to make an execute, right?
I mean, more than enough. It has to be more than enough. Otherwise, like you said, it feels like it is going to be lights out. A bomb plant will allow somewhat of a buy to come through. Otherwise, it would be Galil's real weaknesses. Santa's tanked a nade here, and he's been softened up. They might overlook this position.
Surely they...
Force back anyway.
Ooh. Good shot through the smoke. Returning fire is Anule, but Xanter catching the bullets. Khan doesn't take that opportunity. He knows he's alone. Please don't make the same mistake like 10 times in a row here, Nemiga. Solo player on B, usually dying solo without any support. He has a smoke still. He could utilize that. Takes the first shot. Doesn't smoke up. Decides to take a fight instead. I can respect it. With the AWP, he can certainly shut it out. But does Ecstatic want to take that fight, though? I think the answer might be no. Surely you got to be thinking you don't want to wake up Khan. Not when it's 11-10. Not when the giant
setup
has
towards
been...
long, scary.
Yeah. Oh boy, they're gonna go back B. Here's the smoke up. The timing is perfect. Patient rewarded. Excuse me, but Khan might be a patient soon, though. The scope. No smoke to cross. Ah, there it is. Never mind. Whew. This is getting heated, but it's round over regardless. The CTs cannot retrieve B. Surely.
They technically do have money to give something like this a go. Not necessarily in terms of winning the round, but just keeping Ecstatic really humped financially. That's what it looks like is going to happen. Lid technically still has a chance. Retrieve this.
Oh, that
Molotov can
volley.
isolate this fight. Misses his chance. So much damage dealt to none. I retrieve this AK
Oh,
now.
no, but...
No,
no! No, you gotta be shitting me! What the actual shit? Ecstatic, no way! You both showed yourself!
It's a 4 versus 2 over. How has this happened? It
No
looks like they were
fucking
just
way.
playing purely for damage, and somehow they steal a round away. Why are they fighting this? About 10 seconds on the clock. I can't believe what we've just seen. Ecstatic, I mean, they've got a bomb plant, they've got a buy, but Nemiga are 1 round off taking this series. This series alone, this map alone, we have seen Nemiga win a full eco and now a 4 versus 2.
I have no words. I really don't. Ecstatic, unfortunately. That had to be the final nail in the coffin. This series is going to go down in history as possibly one of the unluckiest series for Ecstatic, like it's got to be. Round of 8 and Nemiga just styling right now. Even if it doesn't look like it, trust us, they are.
This is insanity. Sway does get one towards apartments. Now will get a crucial trade. Well, now remember, we saw Ecstatic hit double digits pretty early on. This is a 6-round streak now for Nemiga.
Yep. Whew. I'm just trying to wrap my head around how this is even possible.
Oh, yeah,
Xanter
good
is
luck with
waiting in the
that.
deadliest corner. They don't check him. It's a critical mistake. How don't you check him? And that's gotta be it, right? The big flank from
The bomb's
TMB,
down
though.
as well.
TMB?
And look at the time. I mean, it all has to be on TMB.
Oh, TMB. Monstrous comeback. If he can make it, TMB, you have to line up both. And he's
Well,
about to
behind
get
him.
them. Oh, he takes long enough, though. It's a 2v2. Xanter's still alive. He's gonna get the first, but TMB back-to-back. It's 25 seconds. It's a 1v1 against Lear. Smoke-ups against smoke-ups. Shots through smoke against shots through smoke. This could be it. It is gonna be it. Lear gets it.
And Nemiga somehow, in the craziest of fashions, take ECSTATIC's map pick of Inferno. They take this series in a 2-0 fashion, and I honestly, I'm pleased you boys were here to join me for this, because I don't think any of you would have believed me if I said the series and the map of Inferno that I've just witnessed. So many mistakes from both teams, but some of the most exciting and chaotic CS I think I've ever seen.
I don't even know what to say at the end there. It shook me to the core what we just saw. One of the most excruciatingly painful rounds for ECSTATIC that could ever happen, and the luck that you have TMB ready to take that flank. He almost succeeds, and well, he does succeed technically speaking. He gets 3 kills. How much more does he need to organize? Xanter had 11 HP, still winning the duel against, who was it, Nut as the second to last player alive, and yet ECSTATIC cannot get through it, and it's over. It's done. They are out. They're eliminated, and that's all there is to it. Wow.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen a series quite like that. And for a side like Nemiga, who have had some difficulties in the past, look, I think that's going to be certainly a game that we've already saw some smiling on the cameras beforehand. I think they're going to be watching that demo review and realizing just how lucky they got in some situations. But look, ECSTATIC definitely had chances to capitalize on Nemiga, but seemingly certain players, in particular Xanter, Lear, what a turnaround he had on that second half, though. So many monster holds towards B, some really crucial moments, and there's so many, like, real fine margins in that game that dictated who goes out. And on this occasion, sadly, it is ECSTATIC. We knew it was going to be a close game. I did not think it was ever going to go down in that fashion, though.
I didn't expect it. I genuinely did not. And I think, Vincent, it's best that you get in here and just give us a scoop of what the actual hell just happened.
Well, I'm going to keep it a buck. I don't know that I can particularly explain any better than anyone else can, because utter chaos is what just happened. We didn't get any like good CS. We just got exciting CS. Is how this goes down. I actually like before I get into the moments where I was like confused and mind boggled and maybe a little bit angry as well about how things went down. I actually really enjoyed how this was starting. I think that Nemiga, the fact that they like had that setup with a double nade on round 1 where they get the opening kill at the back of like seeing nobody. They had a nice lineup for the CT guy. I think that was really fun. I wish we saw more little moments like that in general. I think that that's a fun and creative way of getting an opening advantage, and if you don't, you're probably going to do some damage too. So all of that to say, that's where we were. Fun, interesting, creative, if you want, setups. And then, well, everything goes crazy. The force buy from Nemiga initially fails, but then they go full eco mode with Glocks, by the way, on round 4, and they win. They win, and it's not just like a normal victory. It's a collab with an op to close it. That was ridiculous, man. And then you start to see like the ridiculousness that Xanter provides. Like the next 4 rounds straight, Xanter is entry, double entry, and you move from that point onward. Big fan about what we were able to see from Xanter. Obviously, I feel like we get to a point in this series where it's almost only about Xanter on this T side, which is a little bit tragic. I think beyond that, though, Nemiga putting themselves on display there, and sure, they really have to put a lot on Xanter's shoulders in order to get to it, but they closed the half at 6-6. And I think, okay, well, that was a pretty good half. A crazy half, but a good half of Counter-Strike, even though there were some fumbles. And then we get to the second half where Nemiga making some bad decisions on CT side. Like Risky Bob, I don't know that he made any good decisions, if we're going to be honest with you. Fortunately, was able to actually like get the trade frag, so those were limited. But I think with those bad decisions, we saw some really good repositioning from Lear. He had a big moment over at B, staying alive in the back of New Box. I think this is the clip, from that. But in addition to that, the reposition against the Tech 9 play on A, where it was a double setup. I think Over was saying how big a fan he was of how they repositioned there. I fully agree. I think it was a great decision. So, you know, some of the good with the bad, and then you get what just has to be a generational toss from ECSTATIC in some of these moments. Like they were in good positions. They were there. And then they somehow let Lear 1v3 them. And I say let Lear because nice shot from Lear, not taking anything away from him, but bro, they didn't have to swing. They didn't have to do anything. Hands off keyboard would have been a more effective strategy than what we saw. Oh my goodness. The fact is that ECSTATIC themselves gave a little bit of an opportunity, and Lear takes full advantage, pushes them over the edge to a victory. Maybe we can bring the boys back in here as we can get ready for this thing. But yeah,
so true, man.
I'm blown away by how absurd that game ends. It's just, it shouldn't have been that way. I'm happy to have watched it. I don't know that I'm happy with how the performance went though.
I mean, I genuinely wouldn't have believed it if I had not seen it with my own eyes. I'd be like, no, you're just bullshitting me. Like, you're straight up, nah, you're pulling my leg or something. Like, what?
It's a big performance, though.
I mean, look, it's a big performance, but I think it's more. That's one for the neutrals there. That is probably one of the most heart attack inducing games if you're an ECSTATIC or an Amiga fan there. But from us watching on the side, like, yeah, I mean, you couldn't ask for anything better because that is what CS is all about. And the fact that that's our final quarterfinal, I'm just so thrilled to see what the semis and that grand final do bring. If they bring any of that sort of action, oh, we're in for an absolute treat, boys.
Oh, we absolutely are. It's up against Nemiga in the semifinal there on this side of the bracket. Paravision OG, which I think is an exciting game in and of itself. I think Paravision have been on the slight upswing. Been a fan of like what I think that's a project that I think can work. It's just not necessarily had the heights that I would have liked to see from it. And despite my fandom of OG right now, they're still struggling. It's still not like perfect. All that being said, a lot of fun that's coming up. That's going to be bringing you tomorrow. But for us today, that is the close. We've had some exciting games. It's been a pleasure alongside the two of you fine folks. Thank you so much for joining me. And we'll be seeing you next time here at CCT. Peace out and have a good evening.
Awesome.
What the fuck was that final map? That's honestly one of the most exciting games CS I've watched in a long time.
I'm not complaining if it close to two, but what the fuck?
Bro, honestly,
that was disappointing to say the least. Yep.
I mean, disappointed, but it's so fun.
Yeah, no, it was fun, but just the game itself.
It was fun like a fucking train wreck is fun.
Like a comedy.
Yeah, exactly. When you're watching a car crash, you know.
Like you're like, well, morbidly fun.
I mean, it's already happening, so might as well enjoy it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god. I mean, nice.
At least not waste the moment, you know.
Oh, Lord.
No, it was horrible. I don't know how to tell you. I am genuinely concerned.
I wanted to open that segment with saying somehow the Nemiga oops their way into a win. That's kind of what he called it. Because they did the most dog shit things imaginable. And